Yo, oh my God, I love you too. Big. Yeah, Meg. Gaming, bro. Everything's good. Everything's going so well. We're gonna have super fun debates and arguments today. A gaming 50. What? Mm. Wait, hold up. Twitch did not update its channel. Its own title. Look. I talked with Sitch and Adam yesterday. It went really well. Um, But yeah, you'll probably, if you watch Sitch and Adam, you can probably find that on their channel. Though I think, as per usual, I have better audio on my channel. Because my like Twitch stream audio is optimized a little bit to like not have a bunch of background noise. And a lot of times when I call into places, that is not the case. But wait. Oh, oh my God. My title conflicts with Twitch moderation policy. Okay, we'll just do big trans. Oh, okay, wait. Is it big trans that's the problem? Um, LGBT. Big. How about this? Big LGBT discussions. How about okay, what is a woman? All caps, question mark, blood sports, LGBT discussions is allowed. Well, thank you, Angel. DB69, the greatest chatter in the world. I am so bad at SEO optimizations and that whole side of things. Like, I've been told by people that, like, the way you're running, like, YouTube stuff is not good, it's not efficient, which I think is probably correct. Arm through, no. I think this is how Cheers is. Yeah, there's search engine optimization. Um, yeah, I'm terrible at that stuff. Though I do think my chosen channel name is pretty good for SEO, since not a lot of taftaj is out there. Yeah, unique. Well, on Twitter it does have a number, but that's the only place with a number. Taftaj one. But yeah, we're gonna do like a fanatic panel, and he said that he's suspending his no blood sports rule. Oh my God, report. I think they haven't posted in forever. My eyeliner is like triggering me a little bit because it's slightly uneven. I might fix that. Yeah. slightly better. Alrighty. Yeah, I think also the problem with these rules in the past were that they like there's a lot of like friendly banter, and he didn't like any of that even. His panels are a little bit strange. Oh yeah, he's like very involved with them, and it's like obviously unfair. Ooh, Prime Kai's is in the group, but it's a lot of people that I like don't know. Isn't it kind of pointless to debate what is a woman thing since it's based on meaningless and relative stuff like metaphysics and semantics, not to mention is completely based on irrational hate against us? Um, I mean, I think it's important to have common definitions if you talk to people. And I think in general, it's important to have at least a definition. And then you can like quibble about what definitions are best. I think it's like legitimately problematic that a lot of more liberal type people seem unable to give definitions of any kind. And indeed, the like a liberal definition of womanhood that fully encompasses everyone is really hard to do succinctly. I have never talked to Dev about doing a tubcast, but I would definitely do that because I think Dev is really cool. Oh, I was saying, yeah, I think the problem with like liberal definitions of woman is that a lot of times they involve like or and they just get very complicated. I think the definition I've heard is something along the lines of the gender typically associated with someone of the female sex. Yeah, but then you should be able to define what that gender is, right? So, what are the qualities of that gender? What makes someone part of that gender? And if the answer is simply like identity and nothing else, then it's basically like a meaningless word. The point of identity is to convey some sort of quality. But I also think that like I don't know, it's rhetorically good for conservatives like Matt Walsh to like use this line of attack, but I don't think it like actually makes that much sense. Like people having a difficult time defining things is just because like defining things is difficult a lot of times. Like if someone were to ask you to define succinctly what is a chair, that's going to be really difficult to do in a way that captures everything that you would consider a chair. Like if we say something with like four legs that you sit on with a back, well, like the chair that I'm sitting in doesn't have four legs. It doesn't even have legs, it just has a stem and like a little like octopus thing. And then like you could say like anything you sit on is a chair, but then you're including like boulders and the floor. Um, and so like you could create a compilation where you like go out on the street and ask people like, what is a chair? And you ask carpenters like, what is a chair? They give you all sorts of different definitions. Um, Words aren't supposed to have definitions, but to convey vague ideas. That's a bad take. Yeah, in order to like effectively convey meaning, words have to have meaning, and they have meaning when people give them meaning. And so when you ask for a definition, what you're doing is like you're asking someone to give meaning to a word or like define the boundaries of a concept that the word describes. Well, here's the thing, all language is like a social construct, right? So, like, there's a biological reality about where my fingers begin and my hand ends. Because there's like a legitimate, or how should I say this? There's a biological reality of like a hand, of like a physical organic object here that can grasp and do sort of things and is made of ligaments and muscle and bone. But the actual like barrier where it goes from hand to wrist is arbitrary. And what we call a hand is arbitrary and socially constructed. What actually matters is that we have like consistent definitions that we can agree on, regardless of where we put those definitions. So, like, there's this famous philosophy thing called like Loki's wager, where Loki like bets with some dwarves that if he wins the bet, he can be free of being killed by them. But if he loses the bet, he's like, fine, you can take my head and only my head. And he loses the bet and they go to cut off his head and he says, well, listen, I said that you can take my head but not my neck. And so they spend like endless time debating about where his head ends and his neck begins and aren't able to come to a conclusion, and therefore he like walks free. And I think it's a good like a sort of humorous way of illustrating that words are difficult to define, but that doesn't mean there aren't heads and necks. If a leg does all these things and has all these features, then I describe a prosthetic leg as having all of those functions except two. Oh man, I missed the rest of your. I guess this is in regards to trans people. The thing is that like trans people don't do all the things that like you associate with women. Like a trans woman can't give birth or doesn't have XX chromosomes, doesn't have, you know, like uterus or womb. And so these are like pretty like core to most of human history's understanding of what a woman is, in the way that like walking would be core to understanding what a leg is. Yeah, I don't know what you mean. Most of it feels like a semantic argument formed by people's foundational beliefs about gender. Yeah, of course. It's an argument about semantics. It's an argument about definitions. That's what the argument is about. And of course, it's going to be formed by people's foundational beliefs about gender. It's an argument, like the entire discussion is, I mean, like Matt Walsh's argument really is that, like, because liberals and progressives are unable to provide a coherent definition, their foundational beliefs about gender are incoherent. I do think a lot of transphobia is lookism. Yeah, I think that's accurate. I think that a lot of conservatives just fundamentally have like a disgust response to seeing trans people. And then everything sort of stems from there. The gender thing is resting under 700 layers of moral foundations that are based on things tangential to gender that aren't gender. I don't know, maybe. I don't know, because I think like sometimes they do use passing trans men, and it's almost more indicative when they do. Like, I listened to this really interesting talk by James Lindsay and another person, and he was talking about hyperreality and how you can have foundational concepts like a strawberry, this organic, fruit that is found in nature. You could abstract away from that, right? With like first you create like strawberry juice and you like smash the strawberries into a pulp and you add water and it tastes like strawberries, but it's not really strawberries. And you create strawberry slushies and then like scientists in a laboratory synthesize chemicals that create the same flavor profile as strawberries, but they're sweeter than strawberries. They're more delicious, or like you grow strawberries that are genetically engineered to be bigger and sweeter and juicier. And he was comparing that to trans women, where like even when trans women really pass, what it is this like hyper real abstraction on what is femininity or womanhood, right? And this is what like turfs mean when they say like trans women are like a caricature of women, is they're saying that like a lot of trans women end up as these like hyper feminine versions of women rather than looking like everyday ordinary women. And I think this is true to an extent. I also think that partly it's just like not knowing a lot of trans women. I'd say like most trans women who pass just look like normal, average women. But a lot of like very hyper passing trans women you see online, I think that like are more fairly kind of categorized this way. And it is this kind of like hyper real abstraction of femininity. And I think there's legitimate criticism to be had of that kind of hyper-real construction and its effects on like the mental health of women, um, even when cis women engage in that kind of caricature. And like I had a discussion with Mr. Girl about makeup. And I think makeup really gets to like the heart of that, where he would say that like makeup and the social expectation for women to wear makeup is really destructive for women in general. And I think that's kind of a version of like this hyper real abstraction of femininity and this pressure to perform gender roles. I don't think it's questionable that Matt Walsh is homophobic. I think that seems very obvious to me. Should I get close to the camera like this? Matt Walsh is fucking weird. So true. So true. I did see Nick Fuentes got caught doing that, watching trans porn. I don't know. I'm using this microphone. I think Matt Walsh is pretty charming, and like funny. But I think if you watch What is a Woman Expecting, like high level analysis, or like, I don't know, you're not going to get it. Oh, yeah. So, Desolate Mirror, you said like, from the studies you've seen, conservatives have a higher disgust sensitivity. Yeah, that's what I'm referencing. Conservatives have a higher disgust sensitivity. I'm glad you love my pretentious language. The Bosch speak. Oh, wait. Oh my god. I thought I. All right, we're joining the panel. Hello. Wait. You cannot hear me. Hello. Suspect Sushi. Your name sounds familiar. They're rattling about. It's a radical position that is possible, but probably not desirable. Sushi? Yeah. Mm-hmm. No bitches. No bitches. Oh, it's a flash chatter. Their name definitely sounds familiar to me. Oh, we're using StreamYards. That's right. Wait, did I not open it? Oh, it's in. Oh, he was at January 6th. Okay. Oh, like, oh my god. I don't think StreamYards has noise suppression.
It'd be a crazy one. I'm expecting nutso.
I just be chilling, bro.
I don't know how much I'm gonna be able to chill, and I really try to go out of my way to chill, mostly on my platform. But
We're gonna get into the blood sports.
I think so.
We're gonna go crazy, fanatic. We're gonna get you banned off of every platform tonight.
Well, I streamed it on YouTube specifically because I don't really feel like holding back at all, and I just know how crazy Twitch can be. So it's like, yeah, let's do this on YouTube and just be a little bit safer.
I'm just gonna say everything how I feel in a calm and collected manner.
Okay, I like the calmness. I'm gonna try to be calm too. I'll
You
be
know
calm
me,
too.
I always be that way.
Yeah, I'm gonna try my best to do that. Let me tweet out this stream.
But I'm also gonna piss off whoever watches because apparently they hate it when I put the camera in profile mode and don't look at the screen ever. So I'm gonna do that
Oh,
again.
do it again.
Yo, Fnatic, are we doing StreamYard or are our cameras going to be on Twitch? Or I mean, on Twitch,
Stream.
on
Yeah,
Discord?
yeah. I linked the StreamYard, I believe, in the group
Okay.
chat.
Okay, gotcha.
Man, I'm excited and nervous simultaneously.
Whoa.
We're waiting on Pons. We got Tabin John. I don't know what that name is. And wait, Pons, what's your Twitter?
I think it's just Pawns. Let me check. I never use that shit.
Straight white thing?
Yeah, straight white thing. That's me.
Okay. April, what's yours?
It is taftaj1.
TAFTAJ1?
Yep.
Are we not friends? Okay, that must be
I
it.
can follow you.
Thank you. Sushi, what's yours? Do you have a Twitter?
I don't got social media, bro. That's for nerds.
I'm not mad at it.
Social media is a gateway for demons.
Well, so let's drag your kids to. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Not really kidding. That's crazy. We're gonna save that for the show. Yeah, that's nuts. Taj Ben John. That's how you. Okay, what does that name mean? And at Madden. I don't think I have Madden on my friend list. I need the YouTube link. Where is that? How do you even get that?
You kind of have to just go to the stream and then just copy it. It's a different link every single time. It's really garbage.
Oh, you know how YouTube be doing. You know how they be doing. Just
oh
failing.
my god.
Yeah, it's like the exact opposite of Twitch, where Twitch is really
I
smooth
love
and sophisticated,
Mars.
but not when it comes to their moderating.
Yep.
Oh.
Good point.
Monka S.
Okay. All right. We did it.
Beb Mars, the greatest streamer on earth.
Okay. I tagged you guys. I hope you guys all can retweet it. Let me see. We should have Pawns in here.
Hello, friends. I'm going to destroy the progressive liberal machine tonight. That's my goal.
I'm trying to think who else. Was that everything? Yeah, I think that's it. Oh God, I'm excited and nervous at the same time because I you got to be careful when you're doing the blood sports thing. But I don't know.
It's gonna be great.
You are worried about being careful about blood sports? You. Yeah,
because I've been like so stringent on my platform, and now I'm about to open up these floodgates, and God knows what everyone might do or say.
God knows what you'll say. Like, you're the danger here, right?
Well, that's true too. I'm not trying to let fully go on my own platform. You know what I mean? I've been used to holding back, but then when you start talking about grooming kids, it's like all of a sudden, yes, that's what I called it. That's what I called it because that's what it is.
Don't worry. I embrace this opportunity to fight you, to crush you on your own home turf, right?
Shit.
Prime, I love you to death, but I just don't know how, man. This is gonna be crazy. This is nuts.
I wanted to debate Doobie on this, but Doobie is already committed. Stardust is doing a thing on Saturday on this thing, so he's already committed there.
I see.
Yeah. He'll show up for the after debate.
Where the freak
Yeah, prime
is
keys.
Tasman John? That nigga late because he get off of work and then he comes in as fast as he can. So we're about to start without him, okay?
Yeah, what kind of name is Tajman John?
I
Insane.
don't know.
Who would have a
I
name
don't.
that crazy?
What does that mean? There has to be a meaning behind it. Somebody gets it. What's the meaning? Anybody?
No.
Oh, and Madden. We're waiting on Madden. Ugh, let me message them. This is the second time they've been late. I want to be on
Damn.
panels. I invite you to the panel. Late.
You know what they used to say in the or they still say it in the old theater genre of things. If you're on time, or no, if you're early, you're on time. If you're on time, you're late. If you're late, you're fired.
That's not a theater
Mm.
thing. That's
Oh, so?
a regular thing. That's many places say that.
Oh yeah, I guess you're gonna get fired at Walmart too for being late.
It's true. Yeah.
Jeez. Fired from Walmart. Just sounds.
Suspect
Anytime you
sushi.
mention Walmart, I instantly
Well-
think the worst things because that company is it's actual Satan. The way they function is just mind-boggling.
Yeah, their pay is above average, and they use that as like
Taftaj is
as like a barrier, if you will,
as
to
the
just do ridiculous shit.
bourgeoisie
And
or
they just like
bourgeois
create
touch,
benefits and then
the
destroy them
fuck
a
does
few
that
years
mean?
later, and you don't get grandfathering anymore. It's crazy.
Okay, let's see if we can.
Someone had a stroke at their keyboard.
All right, let's see. I'm just trying to. Yo, the chat for YouTube sucks, man. Everything. Twitch is just a better platform. Okay, I said it. I stand by it. It just is.
YouTube
Now-
isn't based on streaming, but you should. You could also do what some other people do, and it's like, hey, everyone, just come to my Discord and we'll chat there. So
Yeah, you could copy Destiny's code, make your own website. You can do restream.
Yeah, you know, isn't this his whole thing is open source, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
I might have to copy that website. I just asked somebody if they knew how to do that because I would like.
there's a contact I think who does that, who helps build those GG sites. I could
How
see if
much
I
they
can
be
get the
charging?
information. I have no idea, but I can see if I can find that name.
Shoot them my way. I think it's about time because I think I'd also like to stream. Well, I can't stream to Twitch and YouTube simultaneously, but I'd like to do like YouTube and Facebook. Right now,
You
stream
could with
this on my
Restream.
Facebook with all my conservative friends would be the best things in the world. And my conservative family, it'd be amazing. They'd be like, "Yo, he's not fully left." You know what I mean? He's not fully lost.
Is Facebook streaming pretty conservative?
Yes.
Well,
Yeah, Facebook
Yes.
in general is pretty conservative, and my family and I am really conservative. So then, like my circle is very conservative. So then that like all my family, all my like close friends and stuff, they're all like
You
that.
mean to say Facebook is base?
My mother's pretty conservative. I know she uses Facebook a lot. I'm currently streaming to Facebook, but I've put like no effort into the page or anything.
Yeah.
Why don't you want to duo stream, Fnatic? Is it just a hardware thing, or?
Oh, it's against terms of service.
Oh, that's
Oh, are
right.
you a
because
partner?
of the
Mm-hmm.
you don't have to be a partner. You can be
The
a
affiliate.
affiliate.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm neither. I've avoided because I want to be able to duo stream.
I think even with affiliate, you can't. When I was affiliate, they wouldn't let me do a stream, but
Yeah, even with
it was a while
affiliate, you
ago.
can't.
Okay. So listen, I'm gonna start this and then I'm gonna pass it over there to Taftaj, and he's gonna get to go ham suspect. So you got all kinds of noise going, and you got to finish your masturbation elsewhere. Now, listen.
Sorry, boss. I was letting my dog out.
I got you. I'm just kidding. This is about to be crazy. Listen, the Fnatic panel has always been about like crazy civil discourse, making sure everything is as civil as possible. I think you start getting to grooming kids and all sorts of nonsense. I feel like it's really hard to expect the same sort of restraint. And I think what has happened, nope, we're not going to get into all that. So basically, this panel, while discourse is still like primary, and I want us to be actually conversing and attacking the ideas and not each other. If we get a little, you know what I'm saying, turned up a tiny bit, I think that that's perfectly fine. That'll be up to Pons to decide how far he lets us go. But yeah, that's this panel might be a little bit different, and we'll be able to find out how we'll end. Suspect, your noises.
Oh my
Like, please
God,
mute.
please, definitely. Oh my God.
Yeah, just mute. Yeah, this panel will be, I guess, kind of a test to see how far we can go. We still have one more person, or maybe two more people coming in, but you know how niggas like to be late. But yeah. So anyway, Pons, it is all yours.
Okay, real quick. Bloodsports is perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with making the aggressive statements. Do your thing. My whole thing that I care about more than anything is just trying to be succinct. A lot of times it's easy to just kind of rattle off the same thing with more sentences because, it's kind of your turn to talk. Just try to keep it as small as possible. We don't have to do a timer or anything unless it gets super crazy, but just try to keep like under 20 seconds. If you feel like you're getting on a soapbox, just step off it. We can still be blood sports and still have the vulnerability to do that. Yeah. So with that, does anybody have any questions? Fantastic. All right. So we're going to be starting it off here with topic number 1, which is going to be drag your kids to Pride. So if you saw this, there was a few videos, a few things circulating around Twitter. I believe it was out of Denver, where there was this drag your kids to Pride event.
Wait, sorry, I have to move us to a protected channel. I forgot we were in the room. Someone was going to join and call us the. Go ahead.
That was the right thing to do.
It was
especially on
Dallas as well, just quickly.
Yes. So I'm sure we've all seen the stuff about drag your kids to Jesus, what's the name of it? Drag your kids to Pride. So just generally give me your ideas about it, what you think is going on with that. And then from there, we'll kind of kick off some subtopics. And let's start it off in the top left with taftaj.
All right, I'm not sure how we're going to make a whole topic out of this. I think it seems pretty simple to me. Don't take your kids to places where there's going to be sexual dancing or sexually illicit stuff. Don't advertise an event that's going to have that kind of stuff for children. I don't know. Seems pretty simple. I think that like maybe we'll talk about like how bad the event was, but yeah, I don't know. We'll start there.
Okay, Fnatic.
Well, man, Taf said it as succinctly as it gets. I think where we're going to start having a conversation is because I'm about to let y'all know. All this time I think I've never really entertained the notion when people make statements about like, oh, there being an agenda, and the agenda has nothing to do with children. But I think clearly this demonstrates some form of an agenda. I think last year there was a whole kink at Pride parade thing where they had those kids in front of those people that were like wearing muzzles and acting like dogs, and they brought those children there. And I think we've seen now like there is this concern, and I think the concern is somewhat valid. The fact that there are people who would defend this thing, I think is pure enough evidence. It's just sick and it's grotesque. There's absolutely no way that this makes any sense whatsoever. As you said, I'm waiting for the real conversation. Let's go.
Okay, Sushi. Suspect Sushi, sorry.
Nah, it's bad and it's gross. And we've been talking about this for well over a decade about how the agenda of the LGBTQ plus AAIOP 123 have been trying to get closer and closer to kids, and self-admitted by multiple activists saying outright that they want to indoctrinate our children. So,
Okay, Taj Bin John, welcome. Just a little introduction if you want as well.
Hey, good evening. How's it going, everybody? Tajman John, Bars and Joysticks. Howdy. Yeah, so good question about the Kink at Pride thing. I might have some unpopular opinions. I'm not convinced that the puppy play people are super, super, super inappropriate for kids. I just don't know. We can get into it. We can talk about it. I'm open to hearing other opinions. I'm on the fence about it as it currently stands. But yeah, with the Kink at Pride thing, as far as like the drag queen show for kids, I would just have to see more of that video just to really determine that. But also, like, is the conversation going to be, would you bring your kids there? Or would it be like, would we regulate people bringing their own kids there out of their own volition? And I think that's where we can get some more interesting conclusions out of that. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, and last but not least, Prime K's.
Prime Kai. But
My
thank you
bad.
all. No problem. Thanks, my man Fanatic, for inviting me. Invited me an hour before this, but like, my man Fanatic has always been there for me, so I gotta be there for him. I find it interesting that Fanatic didn't actually ask me my opinion on. Fanatic was there literally when I heard about this. This is how blow up on Twitter. People crying in tears over this, and I had no idea because I'm not on Twitter like that. And so live on my show is where I discovered this, and then people are talking about how just terrible this thing is, right? And so I looked into it. I asked the people who had a problem with it to send me clips, right? What are the clips that convinced you this was so terrible, right? When I saw was nothing. It was a nothing burger. It was nothing, right? A moral panic, right? No one does moral panic like the right, right? And I'm glad that Fanatic is joining the ranks here, okay? And it's his. He got his pearls clutched tightly, all right? So I will defend this up and down, right? Because it'll be fun.
Okay. Well, Madden has joined in, so Madden, a little
Hello.
introduction if you want, and then did you hear the intro question by chance?
I assume we're talking about the Dallas thing, I believe. It was the first one?
Yes, essentially. Just what your thoughts are.
So my name's Madden. For femme pronouns, she, hers, they, thems, much more appreciated than he, him. But I guess on the first matter, my only real I looked into it a little bit after the fact, but the first time I heard about it, it was I think Vosh, Shu, and Demon Mama all going at it about it. And it seems as though I think there's a discussion there where, depending on what you're around, I think there's like very, very great role models for kids to get some sort of experience in drag culture. But I think overall, I think there's a line there at that point, and I think with different signs and like stuff in the background, like the one that was in this instance, there's I think conversation there to look for better environments. But again, I didn't hear everyone's thoughts on that, so I'd be interested in the back and forth for sure.
Okay, try to keep it short. Try to keep it simple.
sorry.
And, no, not you. I mean,
Appreciate
just
it.
going forward. Yeah, to the back and forth now. Whenever the floor is open.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we're opening.
Fanatic and muted, just so you know. But
No, go ahead, Tuff.
Okay, I think if we're opening the discussion up to a broader discussion of like queer theory or the LGBT community and like grooming or pedophilia, I think that might be more of an interesting discussion, just because like to some extent I also agree with Prime K's that like of events, I'm not sure this is like the most egregious example of grooming that you could possibly find on the topic. I think it's like inappropriate. I think I saw videos of people like twerking and engaging in like kind of sexual dancing, and there's like that weird sign behind them. I think all of those are like weird and like not appropriate, but I think that there are probably much more egregious examples that you could go to. For example, the kink at pride discourse, where people were like rigorously defending this, or like Michel Foucault, who is referred to as like the godfather of queer theory and who advocated to lower the age of consent down to infants. Like there are tons better examples where you can like really build this case that might be more interesting to talk about.
Well, okay, but I feel like for me, I don't think I really care about like the idea that there are worse things out there. To me, it's just like, let's talk about this, and this was grotesque enough.
This is
Yes,
bad
I think
enough,
it's I think that having the sign in the background that says it's not going to lick itself, obviously inappropriate for kids. Being at the bar itself, obviously inappropriate for kids. Them handing them dollars as they're sexually and provocatively dancing is beyond inappropriate.
It's
for
inappropriate,
kids.
but like there's lots of
not.
inappropriate things that happen with like straight people, and we don't use that to like impugn all of like straight culture. And I think that like this is kind of similar, where it's like inappropriate, I agree, but like it's not a good way to impugn LGBT culture or the LGBT movement in general.
Well, let's
I agree
mirror
with
it
the
for a
second part
second.
of what
No,
she
no, no,
said.
no, no, no.
I agree with the
hold on.
second part what she
Let's
said,
mirror
but
it for
not
a
the first
second.
part.
Like, let's mirror this for a second. Can you give me an example of straight culture reinforcing the same things that this has happened?
Yeah,
Is there like
child
a
beauty
straight
pageants.
pride? Okay, but are they throwing dollars at them, or are they just judging people
Oh,
No,
it's
based
but
not the
on
they are
exact same
judging like
thing.
their sexual
Why
appearance,
the
which is
dollars? Are
gross.
dollars inherently sexual?
No,
Well,
so
the way that they were
you're
using it was
teaching people to
sexual,
dance
yeah.
dance in a sexual manner for like older men. To my understanding, like beauty pageants is mostly driven by like females. Like I don't think it's like
And it's
overly
weird. It's like
sexualized.
it is overly sexualized a lot of times.
That's a
That's
mother.
not
That's a
But, like,
mother-daughter thing.
I don't
That's
think
what-
it's like
that's-
a good
Yeah.
way to say that like
Because-
straight culture is like pedophilic. I don't
Well,
think that'd be a good example.
The
I
although
bars
love-
were
I
the
agree
mothers
that it's
jack
between
their
beauty
the
pageants for
mothers jack
kids
their kids to the bars here. So like, what difference does that
and
make? The difference is not
oh,
consent
well, no, actually,
obviously.
dragging your kid to like a bar and grill where you're allowed to for certain hours during restaurant hours allow your kid to eat there with you is not the same thing as taking your child to a place where people are half
Well-
naked and then they encourage you to come up on stage and dance for money by older
So
creepy
Actually,
men.
Suspect Sushi, there was something that went viral recently where it was showing a burlesque performer and it was labeled like, here's this drag performer who was being sexual with these children and it's all bad. Well, that photo was actually tracked down. They found the source and it was just a regular like cis woman. And it was like these, presumably like these boys looking at this woman.
Right.
And
I would
that's,
still
I
find
think,
that
also
LSU
bad.
bad.
And it's bad in like a very comparable way.
What
Okay,
about
sure, but, like,
what
what
about
has-
Carnival?
way more-
What about Carnival?
But it's stupid.
Alright.
It's just whataboutism. I think like
Yeah, I know.
To
Exactly.
say.
It's not-
No, but this is a crazy whataboutism because we're talking about this drag thing and these kids, and then the first thing that we do is bring up something that I don't think is a fair comparison.
Right, just
of a
say it's
freaking
bad.
beauty pageant. Like,
Carnival.
to say that a beauty pageant is bad, but while saying that and trying to compare that to literal kids dancing on a stage in front of homosexual adult males who are handing them dollar bills as they're provocatively and sexually dancing in front of them, mimicking the culture of typical of strippers where you're dancing on a stage and people are handing you dollars. I know that we're not trying to compare that to a beauty pageant.
And no,
What?
but swan twirling is just as bad to them.
Okay. Once again, if you're
I
talking
don't know
about
if you've
something,
seen beauty pageants, but sometimes they're really weird.
once again, I think a better comparison would be
I
Carnival.
don't watch them because I'm not a weirdo.
You're familiar with that, right, Fanatic? Right?
No, I don't know what carnival
You're not.
is.
Oh,
Is this
seriously?
another-
Oh no.
Oh,
Okay,
is this
so
a separate whataboutism than the beauty pageants?
let me just describe it for you, right? Carnival is wild. Like,
No, Carnival is
just look it
wild.
up in terms of like pictures, right? And you'll see like the scantily clad women. It's like a big celebration, bigger in South America, where women are dressed in these very outlandish, very, very little clothing, and like it's like a parade party ongoing thing. Carnival is huge, and everyone is there, right, including kids, right? So if you are the type to consider that this inappropriate, right? You're like going, what's the straight equivalent? Well, then I guess Carnival would be that. But I don't consider either of them to be
national
appropriate.
holiday.
Yeah,
Right?
they're both
We don't have to do
inappropriate.
whataboutism,
Kids
right?
shows.
But you guys asked. Like it was Taft was asked, is there a comparison? She gave a comparison.
We're giving
be
a few
fair.
comparisons, but I think also like it is ultimately just whataboutism, and it's avoiding the actual question. Was like, was this inappropriate? I would say yes, it was inappropriate, and I think that like there is perhaps a bigger case that could be built here, and maybe we'll go into that.
It's not inappropriate.
And then it's crazy
absolutely-
to me that we're talking about Carnival, something in a totally different country with an entirely different culture, which I would probably condemn as well. But again, we're talking about the United States of America, and we're talking about our traditions, our values, and I cannot think of anything that's comparable to having kids. So just to be clear, okay, if when we already know what it's like to have like dancers, right, sexually dance in front of people, like doing erotic dances, and we hand them money, right, like those are strippers and sex workers. This is already a thing that already happens in this country. It's illegal to do those things with children, right? When Lil Boosie happening to be an individual decided to like say that he bought like a stripper for his son to get his to perform fellatio on his like 13-year-old son or whatever, everyone like universally condemned that. It's absolutely grotesque. It's absolutely nasty. But when we start talking about children at a gay bar with sexual signs in the background with scantily clad people, and that was one of the incidents, and then the other one, the kids are dancing sexually themselves and collecting money from people. How is that not grooming? How is that not grooming? What are we talking about?
Am I the only one? So I want to be clear. Am I the only one who's going to be defending this because everyone else is like, oh, well, it's inappropriate, right? And giving that ground. I'm not going to give any of this ground. I'm fighting you on
Taj
all of
and
this.
Matt
Is there anyone
are
else? Is there
okay.
anyone else?
I don't know if I'd bring my younger family members. Like, say if I was babysitting my nephew for the weekend or something, I don't know if I'd bring him to something like that until he's like 12. But even then, like I don't like drag shows that much to begin with, so I don't know if I'd ever bring him there. But like,
What?
Why wouldn't you wait till he's of a legal
when I
age
think of places that
to
are like
enter a bar?
that have that can have sexual undertones just like that drag show, I can think of MegaCon. I can think of going to a Greek tavern and having like a belly dancer. You know, like one of those Opa belly dancer people that come in with the belly dancing. Like I'm cool with bringing them there. I'm cool with bringing them to Disney, where they have people like Hawaiian hula dancers who do things like belly dancing and like these sexy, scantily clad like grass skirt things. Like I'm cool with all of that. So like, I think the biggest difference between those things I listed versus that child drag show is because one of those is queer and the other group of things isn't. Y'all can talk about that if you want to, but
I think an important distinction to be made is like you have these environments that are like pretty clearly not for children. Like you have drag bar or you have gay bars and stuff with like drag stuff, and then you have more avenues with like drag story time and stuff like that at like libraries and stuff like that. Or like if like I've seen like people of the drag community do like Disney princess like type like birthday party type things. I think that's generally okay, but when you bringing like kids into bars into the area where this regularly happens, then I think you're leaning more towards like the fetishization type of things. Whereas I think different things like the storybook time, which in response to this in North Carolina, there was a governor who like is either passing some sort of bar or passing some sort of bill or had extended this outrage to I think an environment that shouldn't be there to like a literal like a drag like story time thing, which I don't think is the worst thing.
Can we narrow down like the inappropriate part, right? Because now we're going all over the place.
already have.
First of all, if a Republican is going to freak out and cry and bitch and moan and use this opportunity to attack the LGBT community, right? They needed no help to do that. They were doing that any which way. So, like, what difference does it make if the governor was like got their panties in a bunch? Who cares, right? Let's actually narrow it down. Like, so what's the problem? So we have people who are talking about, well, they took them to a bar. Oh, right? So the space itself, right? Now the space itself is a problem, is inappropriate. Now,
Yes.
I don't know. I'm not clear if they were actually serving alcohol at the time. I'm guessing not in that
I would hope not, but
moment.
Venue?
I'm going to assume not. But someone will have to give me proof that they actually were or weren't, right? But in any case, so it's a bar that's, I'm going to assume, because we have no evidence otherwise, that they weren't serving alcohol in. And then you have, okay, there was a sign, like, it's not going to lick itself.
Yeah, right.
What the fuck does that mean? Like, I mean, I know what it means. I know what it means. But, like, are little kids going to know what it means? When I look at that, and then, hold on. Shushi, calm down. I'm talking, right?
Well, you're screaming.
Shut up. I'm smart. I'm smarter than you.
I beat
Going
your ass
back
the last
to that, right? So, like, so it's a sign that says a phrase. And did it scramble the kid's mind? No, that's fine.
It wasn't
so
even
move that aside. There's the dollar bills. Like, oh, they handed them dollar bills, right? Hey, in church, where my parents forced me to go, right? That useless time. In church, I had to give over dollar bills, right, to the to church when they passed around the pot. I put a dollar bill in, right? So is it the act of holding a dollar bill and giving it to someone?
Right?
The act of holding a dollar bill and giving to someone, is that the sexual part? I saw the point when they gave over the dollar bill.
This is your dude.
No.
This is your guy.
Right.
What happened?
So,
Did it make their dicks hard when they're little tiny dicks
So
hard?
let's
When they-
so let's
Oh
take
my
this
God.
all.
approach.
Dog,
So let's
they're
take
literally
this all-
teaching
Yeah, just
kids
wait,
to
I gotta
dance
hold
on
on.
the
Hey,
body.
moderators
Hold on,
talking.
one second.
Moderators
Hold on,
talking.
one second. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. I wrote
This
down
is
everything Prime
hilarious.
said. So I think what Prime is doing is probably the right thing to try to do, which is let's try to isolate what the thing is that we consider inappropriate. So going down the list, let's see all these things that Prime said, and we'll see if we agree with them. So number one, the space itself is inappropriate. Does everyone agree with that?
Yeah, gay
I
bars
would
are
say
bar.
so.
appropriate for children.
Okay.
I
Okay.
don't know.
Great.
Wait, hold on. Madden.
No. What he did is he obviously he glazed over. But it's not only just the where it is. It's the decoration.
We're just going one at a
it's the
time. We're just going
client-
one at a
We're going
time.
one at a time.
It's
Yeah.
the
One at a time.
activities.
Wait, we're doing one at a time.
We'll do that in a minute. First, the setting is the fact that it's a bar inappropriate for children. So we're saying you ought not bring your children into bars at all. Is that what we're saying? At least
In
children of this
general.
age.
in
general.
general,
pretty
yeah.
good
Like,
indicator,
like
not
obviously,
fair,
for
yeah.
example, you might have places that are like bar and grills, like an
Bar and
Applebee's or
grills are different
something.
than like a
And
straight up bar. Yeah.
do
But
not
it's
take
about
kids
Okay.
building a
to
case,
Okay, great.
right?
All right, that's
It's
one.
not
Okay.
one thing. It's like all of them together.
Okay.
Stripper bar.
Second thing, we're gonna go with provocative signs. Okay. I don't think we're gonna group this in with transsexual dressing. Do we consider provocative signs on the wall? Is that a necessary part of this being inappropriate?
Yes.
Yes.
I think so.
Absolutely.
Okay, Brian, what do you think?
Absolutely not.
Of course he's gonna
Okay.
say no. Why even ask
So
him?
it's just no.
think
Hold
we
on.
can play
It's
into
not
it.
Let him
like,
explain
hey,
why he
let's.
thinks, and
It's
then
not
we'll go.
saying, hey, let's suck cock, right? It didn't say that. It said, hey, it's not gonna lick itself. What the fuck does that mean, mommy? Or, oh, I won't say fuck, but like, what does that mean, mommy? And tell
the
your kid
kid might
anything you
say
want
that.
to tell them, but like, it doesn't like seeing that. And remember, as kids, I'm sure you remember these things, right? As kids, you learned all kinds of inappropriate things, just like through osmosis. So the brain's not gonna melt, right? So again, pro clutching aside, it
So
doesn't
why
mean
increase
anything.
their
I
But go
exposure?
ahead.
agree.
wait.
Okay, but if I
Why
can jump
increase
in
their
here,
exposure then?
it's different when it's like
Okay.
being modeled by parents or authority figures versus like school children on the playground. So when like you're taking your children to this place and you're actively like telling them to participate and see it as like a positive, and you're tying that in with this like sexual sign, I think you're starting to build the case that the parents are normalizing this kind of outward public displays of sexuality, which might not be healthy.
Okay, so just to be
And
clear, it's not
Definitely
the fact
healthy.
it's not the fact necessarily that the kids are seeing signs, because as Prime is saying, kids will see these things. It's the fact that the adults are encouraging it in your minds. Is that
Sure.
correct?
Yes.
Well,
I mean, the
hold on.
likelihood of
And
them seeing a
Let-
sign like that is astronomically low if their mother never took that kid to the show.
well, sure, but I also want to point out that the sign itself is inappropriate. Like, I don't know what we're doing with this infantilization. Children in the 5th grade are already going through sexual education. You're going to pretend as if no 10-year-old kids know what the sign "it's not going to suck itself" means, or "it's not going to lick itself" means, right? And you're tying that with the sexual dancing, which obviously now it's even triggering it more. Then, secondly, when you start looking at it, and it's like, yeah, when children. I think the fact that sign is there and the parents are bringing them there, then that makes it feel like it's an inappropriate thing. And so then these children start thinking to make that sort of statement, which we obviously know that it would be okay, or at least like, well, this is this risque thing that I did. It's clearly grooming and inappropriate for kids.
That's
What are
all-
you freaking talking
That's
about?
all fair, but we have to remember that we're trying to examine these as individual elements. So if we
Okay.
just
Let's move
let's
on
say you
to the
took a
next
kid to
one.
Walmart and there was a sign on the wall that said it's not going to lick itself. Is that like or let's say you
Appropriate.
took your kid
If
to
you
the
walk by a
barber and they
Spencer's
saw
or something.
yeah,
No,
you
because
walk by a
it's-
Spencer's.
I would say it's
It
the
should've-
context the sign exists in that makes it bad. So like if
Okay.
like a child just like sees the sign on like a playground or like their friend has it, I wouldn't say that's nearly as bad. But like
So then okay.
Yeah.
So then it's fair to say that we're not really
boobies bracelet versus like if your parents are telling you it is okay to wear this bracelet, like it is
okay. Yeah.
something
So basically, what it sounds like is the sign itself is not really the key issue. It's the fact
it's
that
the
the parents are
endorsement
knowingly
behind
and
it.
willingly
Well,
yeah,
putting
and
their
I would
kids in
say also
sexual
like
situations.
the
Go ahead,
bar
the sign
is
is the
not
issue for
itself
me.
the issue. So like
Not an
The sign
issue
is
for
the issue for
Fanatic
me.
though. Not for Fanatic. Okay,
well, the
Fanatic. What
sign
do you think?
itself can trigger like a questioning of the parents, and the parents would like have to explain it or lie to the child, whichever option that could happen. And then
Or
that child will now learn
likely.
about something that they may or may not have already known about.
Well,
Or
here's the
more
thing,
likely,
like-
as opposed to going to the parents, then the sign instead is going to have these kids saying that phrase to other kids
exactly.
their age,
Oh,
and then
no.
they're going to be start being understanding what
no.
that is. It's going to lead to more sexualization.
They-
It's a
they're
very
gonna lick-
it's
they're gonna lick
without
something.
the idea. There's literally no doubt about it that the sign, or the
Lollipops
sign, the
everywhere.
words, it's not
You
going to
need
lick
to- you need to
itself,
chill,
are
bro. This is
sexual in
weird.
nature. So obviously, if that's what that sign is saying, then it's a sexual sign. It's inappropriate for
That's
children.
creepy.
Okay.
Any person
Earlier,
that's not
just very
permanently
quickly.
online would say that.
Earlier,
we'll go-
Hans asked if the bar was a problem. And what we generally said was generally it would be inappropriate. But we agreed that there were scenarios in which taking your kid to a bar could be justified. So like in my town, there's like a D&D night. It occurs at a bar. It's very tame. It's family friendly. Someone could take their 12-year-old to it and have them sit at, one of the tables and play D&D. That would be fine, right? And so like going to a bar in of itself is not a problem. But I think it's when you combine all of these things together that you build a case for it being negative. And I think the sign is the same way, where like the sign is like a big element that adds to it, but like we can imagine scenarios where it wouldn't be as bad. So
Okay.
You don't have to
Now
really-
we can
you
skip
have to-
over. Go ahead.
It doesn't have to be that far fetched. Like standard bars. I mean, I actually work in a bar. Standard bars do not allow children. Bar and grills are the only ones that allow children, and that's usually only for certain hours. And like like for instance, most bars here don't allow children after 9 p.m. And then that's when it's like
It was
low speakers.
daytime over there.
Okay, so
No, I'm just speaking as a for instance. But that's not a
Yeah.
bar and grill.
That's
That's just
happy hour
straight up
more.
gay bar.
Yeah,
So-
but it was in the daytime. So you're talking about
Doesn't
times,
matter,
then.
but it's still just a straight.
Oh, but you brought
bar.
it up, so I'm addressing the point that you brought
No,
up.
no,
I
no,
know
you're
that
not
I know
listening.
your point was pointless, but like I'm
No, no,
still
no, no.
addressing it.
I know you're angry for some reason, but just calm down. Listen to
Okay,
what I'm saying.
moving past this,
Bar
so
and grills allow for children.
we're gonna
Straight bars
move
do not.
past
There's
the
laws against it.
dollar bill point. We're gonna move
No, that
past the
point's
dollar
important.
bill point.
Wait,
Does
can we-
anybody think the dollar bill point is sufficient or necessary for part of this
Yeah.
argument?
It's a big
completely
part of the
absolutely.
argument. Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, it's the fact
my
that you even said that is
apologies.
crazy
My
to me.
apologies. We'll go ahead and all right. So let's just take a few seconds. Why do you think this dollar bill thing is so
It's
necessary?
reinforcing to children who are super impressionable that they should dance for people in sexualized manners for like some kind of financial restitution.
Yeah,
Or-
exactly.
So like,
It's gross.
I don't know if this is correct. I'm just asking this. Do you give girls money for dancing at like Hooters, like
I
the
don't go to
restaurant
Hooters.
Hooters?
No, they
I've
don't
never
dance at
done
They don't dance.
They
They
don't
just
do- yeah.
waitress.
I know they do like birthday stuff, like if it's your birthday. But okay,
They don't
all
dance
right.
like that.
But like this, I don't go up to 12-year-old girls and say, "Hey, if you do a little jig for me, I'll give you $5." Like
That
Yeah.
would
it's
be
gross.
weird. Even if
Exactly.
the jig was very innocent, that would be
It
weird.
doesn't. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
But that's
Okay.
not
Do
what's
something
happening.
for me, impressionable youth. Do something for me, and I will pay you for it. That could just easily. It's weird. And
Okay,
it's gross.
so we all kind of understand the one side of it. Let's give Prime a second, and then go to Taj Ben and give them kind of a second to lay out their.
Well, why don't
whole
we
thing
get
for this.
Tosh? I talked a lot, so let's get Tav
Okay,
first,
sure, yeah,
and then
Tosh.
I'll go.
No, you can go ahead. I think we're.
Oh, is it? I thought you
No,
were
Taj.
No, there's
we were
two
talking
people.
about
Taj
Taj
Ben
is
John,
on it.
sorry.
John.
Taj.
Or-
Taj, not
Which
Taj.
one? John?
This one right here.
It's this
Okay,
Taj
let
right
me-
here.
yeah, let's let John go.
Okay.
Fellow bald brother.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Yeah. Yeah. So, shit. You guys said a lot. I think that there is like a merit to your argument when you're talking about how like having a kid hand money, the act of handing money to the drag queens and stuff like that. Like, but I feel like there are other situations where people don't raise as much hell about it. When I think about like really like Greek restaurant dancers, like belly dancers and hula dancers and street performers of that sort, kids oftentimes get money from their parents and give them to like those performers anyway. I don't think that's a sexual thing, but I understand like your frustration or like your reservations when it's like something like, okay, you have to put it in their waistbands and shit. That is kind of weird. I'd much rather they just like throw it in a bucket or throw it on the ground or something.
I mean, even also in like drag performances, like
They-
if the money accumulates on the ground, then some people will like help them with the tips, right?
They didn't put it in the waistbands.
so
At
there's-
least I haven't seen
there's-
the clip. If you
There's
have a clip
other
of that,
avenues
where
outside
the-
of the waistband.
I saw
stuff.
where
They didn't
one
do
of the
that.
ladies had it in a waistband.
she might have put
Maybe
it
she-
there afterwards, but like
Oh,
the kids didn't
okay.
put it there.
Okay, if they threw it on the ground, I don't really
Well,
care then.
You said
They
kids
handed it
paying
to 'em.
drag
We do
queens.
this-
Remember, there was
we-
also
wait.
kids being paid for dancing as well in the clips.
Wait.
I don't
That's
think
that's
it's
pretty
paid.
important.
I'm not
There are
cool with
kids
that.
being paid for
I'm not cool with-
dancing.
I didn't.
Yeah, there
I
was
didn't see
kids
that.
dancing and then receiving dollar bills from people who were cheering them.
I didn't see that. If you could,
Could
send
you
me
link
a
that?
clip.
Because that's pretty
I didn't see
important.
that, please. Please send me a clip.
I believe it is in the
Yeah,
Discord.
Yeah,
there's
we
While
can
we're
literally
doing while
might
we're
not-
doing that, let's give Fnatic a
that
Literally in the
chance.
Discord.
I'm sorry, I didn't put all of them in there, but wait a minute.
Oh, okay.
It's absolutely. I will try to find the other ones really quickly.
Please, thank
I
you.
think it's absolutely. I found it
Gracias.
right here. Here's the link. It's absolutely grotesque to sit here and pretend as if children like handing people money while they're dancing in sexually provocative manners, the way that we do strippers, is not inappropriate. It's crazy as freak to me. I remember there was a story one time. It was a long time ago. My sister, she had a daughter, and these men, they were like, hey, dance for it. They said do a little dance or something, and so she did some little dance because she always wanted to be a little dancer. She was doing some little silly little childlike dance, and then they handed her money, and my sister went clean off. It's like, y'all gonna do whatever. And she just went off on these dudes. And at the time, at first, I was just like, well, I don't understand. Like, why is this such a big thing? Like, why is this such a big deal? Like, she just did whatever. Like, I remember like I would sing for people and they'd give me money. I'd play the piano for people, they'd give me money. And I hadn't connected the dot. Might have been a little autistic at something in my youth, but I hadn't connected the dots of like, what the kind of value that is that's instilling, right? And I think even more so with the link that I gave you, this is a different event, but these are things that are all that have all been happening since Pride Month started. In another event that I just linked to you, yes, there are children. First off, there are drag queens on stage dancing provocatively and getting money. We would all know that that's a sexual thing. We would all say that whatever, they're adults. But then they brought children on the stage with them. The children also danced provocatively and were going and collecting money. And or even first off, it's really hard for children to be provocative because they're like 5 and 6 year olds.
No one's dancing.
Wait, hold on. First off, they're 5 and 6 year olds, so I understand that maybe what's provocative to them might not be the same thing. But if you're alongside scantily clad people who are dancing provocatively, and you're a child dancing with them on stage, collecting money as well, it's clearly inappropriate. I don't know how this is even arguable.
Nope, they're not. First of all, I looked at the clip, right? So the clip from a wrong event. Thank you for that. But like from that clip, where is a different event again. Like the kid is just a kid, like just doing random shit, right? But I agree, right? A kid one way or the other couldn't manage to do that. They couldn't be provocative. But I'm looking in the background, like from the clip that you provided me, and all the adults are just like dancing like this, right? Or throwing up their hands. There's no one like gyrating, right? And let's get to that. Let's get to the gyrating, okay? And I can go back to the dollar bills as well. But like this reminds me, like, so I think the best case you have of the clips that I saw, there might be additional clips that I haven't seen, and you can please show them to me, right? But the best case you have for maybe that seems slightly inappropriate is the dancer who was in red in this bar, right? Yes. So she was like doing a lot, or they, I don't know, but they were doing a lot. And like I would say that maybe pull back on that, but like there was no nudity, right? This person just like gyrated, and then like hold on, like on any fucking music video, or not even just music videos, just like regular TV where you see like a couple interacting and dirty dancing, like you'll see just as much, right? You'll see people pressed up against each other. Kids have TikTok. Kids have all these things, right? Kids have all these different avenues to see exactly this. And one, I don't think it's like that big of a deal fucking anyway, right? I don't like, this doesn't bother me. But this conversation reminds me of like I guess what was it, the 1950s, 40s, whatever the fuck, right? Or 50s, I guess. Like Elvis showing up and gyrating his hips, and oh my god, like he's melting the brains of our young daughters. How could he, right? He's doing something slightly sexual on screen, and so that's going to have some sort of degenerative effect on our children. Once again, so I am not like you, Fanatic or Sushi, right, or anyone else here who's against this, right? I am not puritanical. I don't think that a kid seeing a person dance in a weird way, right, whatever, it's like I don't think there's like a series of dance moves that will vastly change the thought processes of a child and end up into entering them to what? Like the consequences are what? I still haven't gotten the consequences of this.
I don't think
it's
even in the worst case scenario.
So we're gonna go to taftaj, but I'm gonna start a 20-second timer now. Okay, we're gonna do 20-second timers. Okay, let's try to keep it to 20 seconds. Go.
Okay, there's a lot to say. I'm one of these people who post sexy pictures of themselves online, right? One of these drag queens was one of these people who had an OnlyFans. I think that I feel really uncomfortable sometimes just talking to people who are like 18 or like 17, like on Discord, even if it's like not sexual at all. I don't really feel comfortable with that. And one of the reasons why is because like I don't want them to see my lifestyle as like necessarily aspirational, or like it's very easy to see like all of the wealth and the money that it generates and be like, oh, that's great, I want to do that. And I really try to be like very cautious in encouraging people not to see that as something that is like super good. So the problem here is that you have like parents who are co-signing the behavior. We're like bringing the children on. You have authority figures in the children's lives. We're showing the children this is something that's good. We need to like pay these people. It's like desirable. That's the danger here. Is like there isn't a moderating force. Okay.
You seem to be ashamed of that behavior. Or sorry, not. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Not ashamed of it, but like you seem to think that there is some sort of detriment to
Yeah, it's
engaging
not
in
all
that lifestyle.
sunshine and rainbows, right? People
Yes,
need to be
great. But I
aware.
think,
Really not.
first of all, I just think off the bat, sex work is fine, right? But moving away from that,
No one
what was
said it
happening
wasn't.
there wasn't sex work, right? The point there wasn't to
I'm saying it's
titillate
not good.
these kids or anything like that, right?
But it
It was
looks
just
like sex
individual.
work when you have someone
It
who's
just
dancing sexually and being paid for it.
well, hold on. Okay, sure. All right, fine. I'll give you that. Let's say it was sex work, but it's no different from the sex work that's done by any other dancer, right? Like modern dancing, right? Where individuals do that in front of audiences, large general audiences, and then also get paid, right? So
Like the
it's
Super Bowl ad with like sexual dancing, right?
I don't know this
Or
ad,
like the
but
Super Bowl,
I'll
like
Dancing with the
halftime show.
Stars, the
Like
TV show.
there's so many examples of like straight people doing this, and I think that like we can say they're bad, but it's a bit of whataboutism, right? And I feel like in my position, I would say that like both of these things should be cautioned against, right? And like I
Why?
don't think sex work is bad necessarily, but I think that you need to be like realistic about the pros and cons of it, which is why I don't want people to just see the pros and like find it something they want to emulate. When I talk to these people, I want to demonstrate to them clearly, like, yeah, there's good parts, but like you should really be very cautious about seeing this as something as aspirational because of all of these negatives as well.
Okay, so
I,
then
I
let's
would
move
say
away. Hold on, I'll say one last thing. Let's move away from all that, right? You don't want to do what about it. Don't want to bring in anything else. Want to look at just this event?
Yeah.
We can do that. Fine. All right. So what are the consequences? These kids were exposed by all of this, right? Or I guess we're going to get to the grooming part soon. But these kids were exposed to all of this. What are the consequences? What's going to happen down the line for these individuals?
I'll tell you.
Please.
Prime, I think the consequence is the early sexualization of children. That's consequence enough. That's exactly what we're witnessing here. And those kids now having the sexually explorative ideas inside of their heads at 5 and 8 and 10 years old, I think that's the consequence. And I think that that's absolutely disgusting.
Actually explorative. Oh boy.
But
I'll wait till
Prime,
people
At
close
5?
and I'll
At
respond.
5 years old, yes.
No,
No,
let's
don't
keep-
worry. I'll deal with you later, Fanatic. But if I do want to go,
Prime is
definitely let me go.
is like on that Crowley level, is like that do as thou will. He doesn't believe in any type of objective morality in any sense of the word. So he finds all of this interesting and funny and humorous that we are like grandstanding that we think that children should be protected by their innocence will be protected in any regard. So that's
Prime,
exactly
I don't
what
know. Is that actually true? Do you believe that there's an objective morality or anything, or that it's all necessarily subjective, like Sushi says?
I literally don't care. Like, don't give me into a philosophical discussion. My answer is I don't give a shit. I don't care one way or the other. Whatever.
Same thing as being
Alright.
amoral.
Madden?
Yes,
then
exactly.
Taj
No,
Mahal.
fuck
Yeah.
you, suspect sushi. You calling me amoral? Like, no, don't
Yeah.
try that. Don't try that with me. I won't let you get away with that, right? I got
You
plenty of
are
fucking
amoral.
morals here, right? I just don't give a shit about philosophy discussion, right? So calm the fuck down.
No,
Moving
you're
on.
just
Fair.
scared
That's
about
fair, Prime.
kids
But let me ask
being,
you this.
like
Do you,
sexualized.
Prime, do you think that like the early sexualization of 5-year-olds or 8-year-olds, do you think that that's problematic?
Answer
I
then
don't
Madden,
agree
then
that
Taj.
they're. Oh, sorry.
No, go
Say-
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't agree that they're necessarily being sexualized. I'm saying that what they observed there was like adults like dancing, right? Dancing around
but
and
answer the
in an
question.
energetic
That's not the question
environment.
I asked. That's not the question I asked. The question
okay.
I asked is, do you think that sexualization of 5, 8, and 10-year-olds, sexualization?
Could you
of 5,
define
8, and 10-year-olds is
sexualization,
bad?
please?
You know what sexualization means.
No.
Prime.
Hold on. I have an idea, but you might have a very different idea.
Exposing them
Spider
to
framework.
sexualization means exposing them to sex or sexually provocative or sexually suggestive things and themes at that age. That's what
Okay, thank you, because
sexualization
that's
is.
not what I would have said
Okay.
as sexualization. So I want to be very clear.
Okay, I'm glad we got there. So now that I've explained that, do you think that exposing 5, 8, and 10-year-olds to sexually suggestive themes, sex, or sexual ideas at that age, do you think that that is bad?
I think it can be problematic. I think it depends on.
It
It
can
depends.
be or is.
It can't be. Yes, it can't be, because it actually depends on what it is, right? So if you are comparing this incident, right, the original incident we're talking about, I don't know I can't speak to any other events. I'm talking about this incident. Don't lick itself or whatever, right? That sign, right, that bar, and that situation with what I have seen, like it was a more sexual environment than like baseline, right? And in that sense, I don't think it crossed a line. If you're talking about showing kids hardcore pornography, that crosses a line, right? So like I have a limit here, right? And I think this has not crossed that limit. So that's why I'm saying it depends.
No, Prime,
Okay,
this
Okay,
is where
let
I
me
hold on,
just
hold
wrap
on,
it. Let
we
me just
gotta-
wrap
we
it. I
gotta-
asked a question.
Yeah.
Last thing I'm just gonna say really quickly. I swear to you. It's just okay. So obviously everybody recognizes sexualization of children is bad, even if people are like trying to like talk around the issue. I think it's up to everybody watching. I will link this content on the YouTube and the news reports about them, and then it's up to you guys to determine whether or not this is sexualization, which it obviously is.
Okay, let's go to Madden. Take your time, and then Taj bin John. Take your time.
I think the more important discussion, I think, keeping it to this one event as opposed to talking about all events, I think is probably helpful for the discussion. But I think broadly, regardless of where everyone's gray line is, where like Prime may like disagree with Fnatic on what is okay, what's not okay, what's sexualization, what's not. I think people on the right who are weaponizing this under the term like groomer and stuff like that, I think their idea of what that gray area is going to be vastly different, to the point where I think the queer community, especially in this very, I think high stakes political environment, they should be cautious of how this may look to people who are not from the community.
Fair. Okay, Taj bin John.
Yeah, I haven't heard very strong arguments on how this is different than hula dancers or belly dancers. Once again,
But what about us?
I honestly can't tell. I can't tell. You can have an objective morality and still
Two
be
things can
open
be
to
bad.
a discussion about this on whether or not it's all right for kids to have their parents bring them to drag shows. I think it's fucking dumb, but I don't know if it's necessarily inherently wrong. And I do come from like a Christian morality, so I can't tell you that.
I think the
And
problem
yeah,
is that like it's.
When these
That's
dancers are
what
created
I
out
I
of
think it's
people's
bad,
distinct
but I'm not sure
cultures,
I'd say it's
do you think they did
grooming.
it for just financial gain, or do you think it might have been an aspect of their dancing?
You mean like hula dancers and belly
Yeah,
dancers?
belly dancer. Do you think that do you think it was created for the sake of financial gain, or do you think it was like a cultural dance that was created amongst a group of people in comparison
Unless you're
to
gonna
like
like go into like why capitalism's wrong, then I don't understand why financial
no,
gain's important at all.
no. Well, because we're talking about people
I think he's laying out the
who are dancing
argument that
provocatively
like
in a way for financial gain, like we do with this part. Yeah, I'm saying like you are saying that you don't think it's wrong because it's no different than these cultural dances, when this is a completely separate issue, at least in my opinion, where you don't go to a belly dancing club and then you take kids there to a belly dance. That's not a thing. But you go to a drag show and you take kids to a drag show and introduce them to a completely subset of culture they most likely never had any idea about, and then you bring them on stage and you teach them these dances. And by the way, the dance of the one kid that Prime watched, like that's a very common dance move that's pretty much exclusively done in like drag shows or gay queer culture or whatever. Like the one where you're like bouncing up and
Yeah.
down, like
Yeah.
this thing, like that. That's
Kids
that's
just
like
do this.
but that's
I
not
saw
that
the
sexual.
I
That's
saw
kind of a
someone
bad
in
no,
Ghana
no, no.
for
example.
like a kids bot video
But
where
you're
a kid was
teaching
like this.
someone to get up on stage and
Yeah.
dance for a group of
And
people
like
for
this.
money.
Oh yeah.
That's
Yeah,
not a
like
good example of a
dancers do,
dance
like
move.
regular dancers do.
No, well, they're like bouncing up and down
And yeah,
on their like heels and
regular
everything.
dancers bounce up and down, not strippers. Regular dancers gyrate, they bounce up and down. They do a lot of the same moves
So
that
I
was
think-
created
I think-
and we do it for general audiences.
I think Suspect
No, did you-
Sushi is making a broader point, and that's that it's not just like for financial gain, but also when parents are bringing children to these drag clubs, they're doing it explicitly to introduce them to cross-dressing and to like sexuality and to normalize that and to tell children, you know, it's okay to be different and to be weird and to cross-dress and to be, you know, fluid and comfortable with your sexuality. I think that's what these like liberal parents would say, and Suspect Sushi would say that's bad because he thinks that there's
Yes.
So
Really
Because
quick.
I feel like the
Hold on.
behavior is aberrant in nature. So yes.
and this
Just
is
really
where
quick,
I
really
kind
quick.
of disagree.
If you just really quick, if you feel like if you want to talk, just put like a plus or put your hand up or something, so I know to throw you in, because I don't want people to get walked on.
A plus.
Yeah. Put like you could put like a plus in the group chat or a hand up. I didn't mean like a plus in the.
Oh,
That's weird. Yeah, throw up a gang
Oh,
sign.
this is better. We're doing
I mean,
this.
Prime
Yeah. Put the plus like this if you want to talk, or you don't get to talk.
One.
Dummies.
If I can just
All right,
like
sorry.
extend a quick olive branch to Prime Kids, I think that like this is inappropriate, but I don't know if I would go as far as to say that it's grooming. I think we're engaging like a little bit of concept creep there. And I think it's like inappropriate, but I think it's like inappropriate on the same level as like taking your children to like a belly dancer club. And so like I think I would say both of these things are bad. Two things can be bad at once, but I don't know if I'd go as far to say it's grooming. And I think that like maybe we should reserve that term for like very explicit kinds of grooming.
So
Okay.
I wanted to ask. Okay, so well, a quick thing to our friend Madden. I disagree with your point that this group has to necessarily be worried about like the sensibilities of the greater populace, right? I think the history of the LGBT movement has been bucking those trends, saying that no, you will not put me in some sort of respectable box, and this is all I'm allowed to exist in. If they stayed in that box, right? Well, then I guarantee we wouldn't have any of the advances we have for our gay brothers and sisters now, right? If you have to worry about like what they will think later on, like instead the strategy has been to fight on their own terms, saying we're going to build the families the way we want to build them. We're going to love how we want to love. We're going to engage in things, right, that you might find scandalous, right, and that's okay. And I think actually we've all benefited from that because they've led the way. They've expanded what the things that other people are comfortable with performing themselves. So I'll put that out there for that. In terms of what April said, you fuck, what's the last thing you said? What was the last thing you said? I apologize.
I said that I think calling it grooming is a kind of concept
Yeah.
creep.
Yeah. So grooming. We got to get to this, right? So that word does a lot. It's doing a lot of work. Like, what do people think is grooming? And like, because what
Because
the
grooming is
conservatives,
pretty
right?
specific too, as far as like
Exactly.
yeah.
Exactly. Thank you. Because grooming is a very specific concept, right? But conservatives, disgusting ones, have been trying to expand that and throw it at anyone, right? This tactic of calling people groomers was basically a niche thing that was like the alt-right would do, right? There was a toss at big personalities every so often, like on the left, and call them a groomer, right? And then to get a corporation or something to freak out, like, oh, I don't want to be with a pedophile or whatever the fuck, right? So I'll fire them, right? This happened to Sam Cedar, but now
And
they've
Peter James Gunn
exploded.
by
Now they're calling,
whoever it was,
yeah.
right?
What
Now they're
happened to Sam
calling
Cedar?
everyone groomers. So if we're going to be using this word, this very loaded word, like I love the people who believe this to actually define it.
But that's pretty specifically at Fnatic.
Sure. So grooming is the act of preparing a child for sexual content or sexual contact or sexual, just for sex. And I would say that teaching young children that it's okay to go on stages and start dancing in front of like people for money, I think that would be grooming because I think if you teach young children to do that, then those young children, when they get older, will think that this is okay, and then they will actually get involved in that sort of content later on. And I cannot think of very many other like besides dancing of a sexual nature in which you have direct dollars by people as you're dancing and being and so on and so forth. This is not the same thing as like being a professional dancer for a music video or being a professional dancer like at whatever. Like this is like a very specific type of sexual dancing that these children are doing.
What is
That they will now
grooming?
think this is okay. My parents took me
It's
to it.
just a
It's
name.
totally okay. And then now you're just raising a generation of strippers and all sorts of other nefarious nonsense that we obviously can say is terrible. So this is where the problem comes in. And well, all of us with like decent morals. So this is where the problem comes in.
I love
think
you.
I love you too. The problem is that when we recognize that all of this stuff is deviant, disgusting behavior, and it's even more deviant. Like I can understand the arguments about like, well, sex work is working for adults, which I still think is abhorrent behavior. But when you start talking about children, there's just no possible way. We obviously understand that there should be safeguards about early sexualization of children. It's just unhealthy. And that's what they're doing. They're exposing them to sexually suggestive ideas. The dancing, the money, the sign, the location, all of them concomitantly are very sexually suggestive, and it's absolutely disgusting.
Okay, so I think one thing we can do to kind of move this a little bit to a more broad kind of topic is.
We
Go
can't
ahead.
move away from grooming yet.
Okay.
I want to hear from other people who think this is grooming,
Yeah.
and then
Does anyone
I
else
can
think
respond to them because I don't think this is grooming.
Prime
Yeah,
kind
Elsa
of
is gross.
kind
but
of was
not
talking about
grooming.
my behavior. I think if it were any other time other than the political strategy that is now kind of started with the QAnon stuff and now like broadly been accepted by the Republicans. Like it used to be very like the Hollywood's out to get you from the QAnon, and now it's like Ron DeSantis, who is like passing the Don't Say Gay bill and like saying that Leah Thomas isn't a real woman. Like there's definitely seems to be an agenda that's like brought into in that base, and I think with this very
I'm
unique
so based in
political climate,
context, Will.
there is an argument there that you should not. It's like the libs of TikTok thing. It's like we can probably be
I do think that a lot
champions of these
queer
ideas
theory
without
and
having
queer
like
theorists
the most
does have
incendiary
pretty
way of
scary
packaging it,
views, though,
or
on, like,
you know, maybe not
pedophilia.
necessarily dyeing your hair a
I
million
think
like
that's a
different colors
legitimate criticism.
to maybe get your point across.
Okay, Sushi,
but,
do
like-
you think it's grooming, real quick?
Absolutely, and this has been systematic. It's been happening for the last couple of years. The biggest name was Desmond is Amazing. That's when it really became a really big thing. I'll consistently say he danced in multiple clubs for dollars. There's multiple pictures of him posing directly next to a man completely naked in front of pictures. He doing dances on the street for people, and weird skirts and dresses and things of this nature. And this is like the poster child for child drag and introducing people into this culture. And then now we have this here today. Like it's pretty easy. It's not even a slippery slope fallacy. The more we introduce these people into this culture, the more people are going to be, for lack of a better word, in my opinion, brainwashed by people who would do them harm, both mentally, spiritually, and physically.
And just really quick, in one sentence, if you could define grooming for Prime.
Meat grooming, I think it's a systematic introduction of things that are salacious in nature to children who are still impressionable. Like this is like sexual behavior, sexual dancing, sexual content, anything like this, and basically just like shortening the fuse on a child's innocence is what I would consider grooming.
The problem is that, like, this systematic nature. I think that when these parents brought their children to this event, I don't think they were systematically trying to like induct their children into like a sexual worldview. I don't think that was their goal. And so that's just like the only reason why I'm uncomfortable specifically with the term grooming.
Well, I'm
is
saying the
because-
overarching culture has been systematic in including these people in it. Like I'm saying, it started with Desmond as amazing, and then just kept systematically went down, 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 and now we have more instances. That's what I
So
mean
the
by
adults were
systematic.
grooming.
Yeah, and I think you can look at that trend and you can legitimately say there's a trend there. I think, I don't know, maybe I don't think we're disagreeing on the fact that it's inappropriate or that there's like movement in like a certain direction. I'm just like personally uncomfortable with grooming as a term. I think it's like a kind of concept.
It's like the
Prime-
history of like pedo jacketing the queer community from conservatives over a long time that has now been given a like mainstream platform to then mean it broadly means everyone knows that when you're saying grooming, it has this like sexual context, but then you can say, oh, I was just saying I was politically grooming, it was ideological grooming.
Right.
And I think that's the danger here.
Madden, I haven't met. I don't believe I've met you before.
Nope.
Okay, great. And so I just want to ask you a question. I'm not trying to get too personal with you. I just
Sure.
want to
Get
understand.
personal, I don't mind.
So do you
took off
identify
my
as
bra.
trans? Are
You
you
guys
trying
see
to
Trans woman,
transition?
yeah.
Okay, trans woman. And trying to transition. Okay. So in your previous statement, you said that to get our point across, right? We have to like consider the outside world, and to get our point across, we don't have to like dye our hair a million colors, right? And what I read that as, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. What I read that as is that we have to have when we are the outside world, outside LGBT individuals, has a certain sensibilities, and to convince them of anything, we have to stay
was so
within a certain barriers, right?
A window,
yeah,
if you will.
yeah, a window. Yeah, sure, a window. To be able to move things forward. Is that an accurate description of what you were trying to tell me?
Yeah, I would say that generally you could kind of paint it towards like an over to window type thing where I guess a more constructive way of framing it is not necessarily that we can't go too far, but I think there's like a way to put sugar in the medicine, so to speak, where you can make these ideas palatable in ways that is very important. And I think this is doing a hindrance in doing so.
I think that a person like you who, if I'm not mistaken, you're not very far in your transition at this
No.
point in time. Yeah,
Negative.
right. Fair enough. That you not being there, right? Not being identifiably what we associate with female, right? You yourself
Yeah.
are outside that window, right? You yourself, like if to like my parents are not great on the trans issue. I've been working on
Mhm.
them. I pushed them.
Yeah.
I've gotten them
Hey,
on
mine
the
aren't
gay and
either, so
lesbians. But
we're
we're
there.
moving along. We're trying our best, right? But like to be respectable to them, you need to cut your hair. You need to use the proper pronouns, he, him. You need to not be trans in the first place, but maybe advocate for them. But like, don't come in there and like
Mhm.
expect me to, me being my parents, me to like pretend that you are something you aren't. That you are already, your existence falls outside of respectability for so many others. And I think that window, unfortunately, right now is shifting to the right. I think there's always going to be a space, right, a necessary space for people to be pushing, right? So there could be other individuals like you who are doing important work, right? I don't think what you're saying is unreasonable, in that like you have to meet people where they are, right?
Yeah.
But like we'll need people like you who can do that, and then others who are wild and crazy and saying like, this is me. I am valid in my truth or whatever the fuck. I don't know. It sounded weird.
And like everything you previously thought about gender, it's wrong. Like it's
I mean,
push that
yeah.
space,
And we
introduce
should
new
get
ideas.
rid of it.
Absolutely,
thank
yeah.
God it's shifting to the right because it went
Yeah.
fucking insane for a little while.
It's
Oh,
That's exactly the thing.
April.
And I think no, I think what's going to happen is we're about to see a much more insane
Mhm.
shift to the right. And here's why. Because I think for the longest times, people have been accusing people of doing really, really inappropriate stuff. When you have that Desmond is amazing person, I remember the first time they showed him, and he was like a little 10-year-old boy, I believe it was, and he was dancing at the dang pride at a pride march, and he's twerking at a pride march, and there's all these adult gay males around him that are dancing with him, and there was security around him, and that had to literally prevent these adult males from trying to dance up on him. And it was really, really absurd. And then it got worse because then at that point, then they went to a nightclub, like a nightclub, and then he was dancing for them. And then these adult males were putting these dollars in his freaking waistband and nonsense.
Can you give me a link to that? I haven't seen it.
I
have
guess
no
I'll
clue
look for it.
what
look
movie
for
you're
it.
talking about.
But
No clue.
finish your point.
Yeah, but so with all of that nonsense happening, it was already problematic. We've obviously seen the stuff that's been happening in school, and just across the board, there's always been this suspicion. And up till now, for the most time, I've thought, nah, this is just kind of fear mongering. It's unwarranted, and so on and so forth. But now I'm sitting here in a conversation where I'm trying to defend what is sexual or not about somebody literally sexually dancing, doing a split, scantily clad, literally taking money from children at a gay nightclub. I don't know what else to. This is mind-boggling to me. I know if I've been entertaining and around these spaces, having these conversations for God knows how long now, and I've been so moved so much and like have normalized and internalized so much stuff. And I think this right here is me wanting to vomit it all back up because now I'm starting to see that this whole intention has been incredibly pernicious. The fact that I have to argue that this is unhealthy is absolutely grotesque to me. I'm not with none of it. I'm sorry.
Well, queer
You're
people need to
arguing with one
self-police
person.
their communities, right?
Yeah.
They can't let it get to this point. They can't have this like philosophy of like whatever feels good is good, and you just extrapolate endlessly from that. Because we've learned like civilizationally across all of human history that philosophy of hedonism does not end well, right? You can't engage in that. You have to have standards. You have to self-regulate. You have to manage your community. And we've destroyed our communities in so many ways. We've destroyed unions. We've destroyed the church. We've destroyed neighborhoods. We've put everything responsibility-wise onto the federal government, the national government, expecting them to do everything for us. And it's destroyed everything local. And of course, people aren't regulating their communities in that environment because they pass all the responsibility elsewhere onto someone else. But I think it's really time for people in the queer community to look at what we have and to say, hey, maybe we should actually have standards for ourselves and for what is appropriate.
Yes, maybe we.
That's generally where I would agree. Is like
before we
that's kind
move-
of what I was getting to with my bit.
Just before we go too far from the topic, I want to see if Taj wants to put in anything. He's kind of hasn't really had to talk since the grooming thing.
No, there's not much to add. I was just brushing up. I was watching the video, and yeah, just nothing too much to add to this particular
Do
point.
you think quickly, just going back to the earlier question, I don't know if you got an answer, that this is considered grooming or anything like that, or do you define grooming as similar to what Fnatic or Sushi define it as?
If that's grooming, then there are so many things that we have in modern society that we consider normal, just regular type shit. That's grooming. I could go as far as say that like having like relationships in like TV shows, like kids TV shows, or like you know how like every kids movie there's like a love interest character. Having that's grooming. I don't know. Like you can do anything for to make it grooming, according to some people. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not comfortable calling it grooming. I feel like if we call everything grooming, then like what's actually like malicious and pernicious as grooming gets erased. And there are other things that we should like probably tackle as society before giving too much of a damn about someone. I saw the video. She was literally just jumping around on her knees. She was like,
Wait,
like
oh,
I'm like,
yeah, and the
damn, I thought it was
splits.
worse than that, bro. That's
And
not
the
grooming.
splits.
Oh no.
And
Splits
there
are
were
so
better-
sexual. Oh, go
She
ahead,
did a
please.
split, and her butt was too big, so that's sexual now. Like that's
Come on, man. This is crazy.
So
If you
Y'all
think it's
gotta see
sexual,
this
then like the
video.
self-report at that point, right?
so this like so
if her
Fnatic, right?
booty was tiny, it's not sexual. It's just
Fan-
a split.
There you go.
Fnatic,
If you watch
the
Power
reason-
Rangers and they do a split when they kick, it's not sexual because they have tiny booties.
those are Asian people and those. Sorry, but I didn't mean to go there. Like Fnatic. The reason for your desperate pearl clutching, right? And be careful because I think you're going to crush in the dust. The reason for that is because foundationally we have a disagreement, right? Foundationally, like I don't consider like sex a bad thing or a shameful thing to begin with, right? Now I don't think
For
like anyone
children?
there. No. Now I don't think whatever happened in that in this bar, right, this original bar, what was sex, right? I don't think we would get there at all. But I think in general, like foundationally, I'm not ashamed of it. I don't attach negative emotions or anything like that. And so when a person, let's say even they do grow up to be a stripper, right? Like I don't put any shame on them for doing that. Like do what you got to do for life, right? We're all out here trying to make it. And I think actually there's a lot more things that within this world that the way people make money and in the respectable corporate world, which is a lot more fucking shameful. But still, like I don't attach that. And so, because of that, I'm able to look at this, right, and not be immediately scandalized by this behavior, right? Like the fact that
We're doing cowboy hats
the
indoors.
sexual nature of the performance was more than baseline within general society doesn't bother me, especially with all the other things that I've seen, right, within straight society. How we interact with children, how we how people display themselves, right? And these things are just considered normal at this point, and which is fine with me. It's not a big deal.
And it prevents me from getting too much sun.
To a person who has this baseline where like sex is a problem like that, where there's something wrong with a person going in that direction, then this is going to be an issue. Then we can never truly see eye to eye here, right?
Okay, I got something really quick for that, Prime. So it's really crazy. So we already have within film, we have things where we say 18 plus, right? Or we'll say PG-13 because of because of sexually suggestive things, or rated R for strong sexual themes, or so on and so forth. Or things have to be rated G. Or we have games, and if there's sexual themes in there, we'll say rated M, or E for everyone because there's a complete absence of any sort of sexual themes. We've already started like deviating these things, right? Even music videos, they'll play music videos and then they'll say that music videos have to be played at certain hours and certain times, and there'll be certain barriers to those sorts of things. I think the idea is that we already have this sort of recognition that like we should probably not sexualize children. It just seems like everyone else gets that besides the LGBTQ community, because at this point now they're defending it nonstop in these crazy ways. It's mind-boggling. Kink at Pride was already a problem, and the only reason why Kink at Pride was a problem was because the LGBTQ community was saying over and over again, hey, you should bring your kids to Pride. bring your kids there. And it's like, okay, sure, some parents want to inculcate their children with those sort of values and stuff like that. If that's what they want to do, then more power to them. But now at this point, now you're starting to show really hypersexual things at Pride. And then it's like, no, I don't care who you are. I'm going to let everybody parent their own freaking family, whatever, and so on and so forth. I think it's actually abuse. The second you start deciding to put your child in front of people that are doing kinky nonsense and wearing freaking choke collars and dog muzzles and all this kind of nonsense and wearing dildo suits, and people are sitting there trying to say, well, dildos aren't inherently sexual. You know, it's just it's a part of the body. Freak out. What is going on? We actually entertain that in your panel, Pride. The left won't stop. Y'all niggas are nasty. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Y'all
and it's
niggas
an
are
inevitable
nasty.
result of like left-wing ideology, which is like this purely like hedonistic, pleasure-driven ideology that really doesn't see any value in like fundamental truth or morality or, you know,
Well, even
the
if there's that
category.
No, but it's
underlying
your
truth,
truth
there's
of
like an
morality.
Moralism.
But like,
Like an
even if
ego
there's
death
an
type
objective
thing.
morality,
Like-
right? We haven't decided that your truth is literally the objective one, right?
No,
Which
it's
is
just
why
the
I
one
don't
that's
like
been
even going
represented in
into.
nature
Well,
since
sure,
the dawn
whatever,
of
whatever.
time.
Like, no one's gonna get it. No one
Well,
gives
the
a shit,
thing with
Suji.
the
But like,
progressivism
we
is
haven't
that it's
you
decided
can
that
be mad all
your
you
truth
want.
is literally the
No, no, no.
objective one,
No,
right?
I agree. Okay, I agree. I don't think that I can come up with a moral system that is going to be totally true, right? And in fact, I think if I were to try to do that, what I would end up doing is engaging in a kind of solipsism and narcissism, where I'm not able to actually see my own blind spots. And that's why it's important to defer in some way to the culture or tradition that you exist in, because those people can help cover your blind spots and allow you to make sure that whatever moral ideology you are buying into is not purely self-serving. The problem with like a lot of progressivism is that like it does away with a lot of traditional norms without really understanding why they exist in the first place.
But those traditional. Sorry, Matt wants to go. I'll wait for Matt.
I on one small point on that, adding it to it. Also, when these communities are kind of more pressed online, as things kind of like went there, as more like counterculture movements went more and more like on Discord and stuff like that. I think you'll have more of this kind of like even granted like very clear proof that hey, maybe we shouldn't go down this path. Like it gets to the point where they just like.
You're speaking generalities. Can you be more specific what you're talking about?
Sure. Like if we don't think that it's like if kink
I'm
pride
winning,
is
aristocracy.
acceptable, but all of the queer community will call you a bigot for saying so. There's like no inclination to even evaluate that because like you going down that path is like sacrificing all that you've built your identity around, basically. So it makes conversations very, very hard for these online communities, or for these communities that are more so online.
I think that's an interesting point. Back to
I thought it was because it was like more existential. Oh, sorry.
No, you go first. I talked a lot.
True. Yeah. Just to follow up on what Maddie said.
Right.
I thought that the reason why people were like very like defensive about that behavior, or how marginalized communities online tend to defend like unacceptable behavior within that community, especially in public outside the house, is because it's more of existential at that point. Because people will be like, okay, look at this, like these people in dog collars at Pride events, so all Pride's bad now. Like I feel like that's like a legitimate fear of people within that community. It's just the same way where like people have like videos of like black women twerking or something, and I feel like I have to defend it, because if I don't defend it, then that gets like that's a baby step to something worse, specifically for my community. So I understand like that that attitude that people seem to carry within marginalized communities online.
That's probably true. Yeah, that's probably accurate.
I think it's a really good point.
It's a shame that a lot of these communities need to kind of attribute to their like their lowest common denominator, or what, however you want to say it. But and I think they shouldn't need to. But I think there's merit in almost like a utility argument to extending an olive branch to the other side and like meeting them at that common denominator.
Yeah, and really focusing on like, you know, one of the reasons why the gay rights movement was able to succeed so much is because like it ultimately appealed to this very fundamental like common humanity between people, and that's like love between like, you know, consenting partners, consenting adults. That's something that like a lot of people have very deep connections spiritually and emotionally with, and it was able to resonate ultimately. So I agree. I think that like being able to like meet people where they are and focus on what actually matters, like being able to love your partner, I think is where you should focus if you're a queer person.
Yeah, but there's no meeting now.
April-
Yeah, but the problem is there will be no meeting, because I feel like, and this is the thing that happens, where I feel like you can start trying to manipulate people. Oh, no, maybe manipulate is too strong a word. You can start trying to feel like, okay, let's like have a meeting of the minds to figure out where we kind of line, what makes sense to all of us, and try to start doing that.
I mean,
Like maybe
I'm
making
so
some
hard right
concessions
now.
where it's like, yeah, I'm not really a big fan of it, but okay, I'm willing to see you here and there. But when we get to some egregious, and I mean egregious examples of stuff that you're with, it's like, oh no, I'm not bargaining with you. I'm not bargaining with Satan. And I feel like you're actually Satan when you start talking about sexualizing kids. And this to me is sexualizing kids. So
Yeah,
now
so
at this
don't do
point,
that.
Yeah.
right, but so now at this point,
Pro tip.
so now
Don't.
I want no interest. At this point, it's like if I'm seeing how far you can go, I feel like every small concession is a step closer to that, which makes me want to just dig in my heels, become completely intractable, and just say, no, we're not meeting. No, I don't want any parts of it. No, outright ban, outright stop, prevent kids from being there. Don't encourage us. And it just makes me want to just put up every wall, every barrier, every defense I can. Because at this point now, I don't know when it stops. And I know that every inch you get, you're going to go try to go a mile. So at
So
this
do you
point,
think that like gay marriage is too far?
I don't think so. Originally, I feel like all of that stuff was like, oh yeah, let adults be adults and so on and so forth. But I don't know what this has to do with with gay marriage. So I don't even know how those two go in.
You said
go hand in hand,
that
to be honest.
you give an inch and it goes a mile. So like gay marriage would be the inch.
I would say it's more than an inch. Yeah.
But I'm asking Fanatic.
Yeah,
Do you think
no, I
that's
got
going
you.
too
Yeah.
far?
Yeah.
I don't think gay marriage was an inch. I think because we already had civil unions, we already had gay marriage in different places, and I think just making it federally legal.
Another inch.
I don't.
So gay marriage
Huh?
was too far.
I don't think
Yes.
think it was an inch. What I'm saying is I don't think that was like some brand new barrier. It had already been happening forever.
But that
We
was what
already had
conservatives have
same-sex
been
couples
arguing.
and so on and so forth.
They were arguing
I-
exactly what you're saying.
I
I'm
don't know
confused
that
by your
argument.
position. Do you think gay marriage is bad or not?
I do.
From a Christian perspective, obviously not obviously I think it's bad, but obviously I try my best to completely divorce politics from religion. From from just a base moral perspective,
You
like a
don't completely
secular
must succeed.
from
You
a
do
secular
badly.
moral perspective, I don't think that there's anything. I can't find any serious justifications for like preventing same-sex marriage.
Okay.
So April,
Yes. Yeehaw.
you had said something previously. I want to get back to that, talking about how progressivism and leftist ideology, my ideology, it's me. I'm a filthy socialist here.
It's you.
Love to see it, right? Degenerate socialist too. That's very important. But
Mask
but-
off. Let's go.
oh, exactly, right. But okay, so from a leftist perspective and a progressive perspective, that we are constantly pushing the bounds of our morality or social norms, and get rid of traditions without recognizing the value of those traditions. And that you said to keep something like this from happening, we should, and to not be self-centered as to our own perspective. We should look to our own culture, right? Kind of like outsource this to the general population and see where they're at, and that be our guiding star, right? Is that a fair representation of your words?
Yeah, I think that's a fair representation. If I can add one thing, I think that people who push the bounds of what's culturally acceptable are essential to a successful culture in a way. Because the only way that cultures can evolve and adapt and improve is if there are people within them who are willing to challenge norms and potentially change them. So I think that like these are really two sides of the same coin. You need people to challenge norms, but you also need to be able to defer to those norms in general. So what I would say is that like it's good to have in general deference to the traditions that have worked in the past.
Okay, so I'm glad that you added that because it adds a nuance to your point. I think that I guess I largely agree with you, at least on that part. That it's actually integral to have these people, and that it seems from the conservative mindset is that we should defer to tradition. That traditions in and of themselves have a value. And that like getting rid of that is a harm to society, right? Just because this is a thing that we have done in the past and it should be continued on, right? As far as I can tell, like from a conservative perspective, this is not causing any harm, and so we should just simply continue on there, right? I think that is imperative among progressives or leftists or whatever it is within that culture, right, to push against that because there are all kinds of things that we do. For all kinds of reasons that aren't necessarily good, and that even if they had a general societal good, originally, that with us recognizing new things about ourselves or with new technology or for all kinds of reasons that this culture is or this mindset is stagnating, right? It's like people who were saying that it was like against God to uh, uh, give a person a new organ, right? That like that was like a great sin. That like for whatever, right? Organ transplantation was a great moral sin. Obviously, this is nonsense, right? We all believe that nonsense now. But it took people brave enough to actually push against that. And I want to go on too long on this point. Um, I I think that bring it back to what we're talking about right now. That these individuals, I think it's possible that the LGBTQ community at large can do something, can go down routes that are plainly ridiculous. Here's something I don't like: neo fucking pronouns. So that sounds like idiotic to me, right? I'm not down with that. I'm not gonna call you by if I call you an animal, right? Like unless you're like 5 years old, right? I won't. I'm not gonna call you a fucking giraffe, like or whatever, right? So I'm not gonna use I'm not gonna go down pronouns. And that you can say that not all progress is good progress. I will agree with you. But it seems like um, in and trying to preserve the traditions of the past and how we look at the relationship between kids and sexuality in general, right? Not kids and adults, but kids and sexuality at all. Finding that more kids are identifying as non-binary or saying that they're trans, right? This scares individuals, right? This isn't the way I grew up, right? So something must be wrong with it. This is a sign of society degenerating. And that's why I push against that, right? Because I think you might agree that a lot of that, there's nothing to be afraid here,
No,
right?
No,
I don't
there's so
agree
much
with
to be
that.
afraid of.
Because here's the thing with like being trans. Like being
Okay.
trans is associated with like incredible morbidity, right? To a variety of things. It's associated with suicide, with lower quality of life, anxiety, depression. So when we see like skyrocketing rates of identification with being trans, either that means like much more mental illness within young populations, or that like being trans is lost meaning, and like both of these things are bad and like scary. And like I think that like, I mean, I don't think, we know that like mental health rates, anxiety issues, depression issues are skyrocketing among like young people. And I think that like, being identifying with trans is like, one of these manifestations of body issues.
Ohio, but in Ohio, they're at least trying to pass a law. I'm not sure that they have passed it, but trying to pass a law banning trans girls in sports. Right? There's only one trans athlete in the fucking state. Right? So maybe within this environment where people are saying that trans individuals are in themselves degenerate and morally wrong, right? Which I don't think Fanatic is trying to do, to be clear, right? But in and of themselves degenerate and morally wrong. That might have something more to do with their mental state, right, of trans individuals, than necessarily being trans themselves. There might be something inherent to that, to maybe like gender dysphoria that like is like has like comorbidities, right? Is that maybe that's not where I
That's what
want,
I'm
but like
saying, because like not all
okay,
trans
yeah,
people have dysphoria, but
sure,
Right.
sure, sure. But like we can't ignore that society itself rejects them as like in every day we see more and more of trans individuals them being rejected. So we can't like just say that that's a bad. I think you got my point.
society is incredibly accepting of trans people, more
Yeah.
so than it's been like for the history of like like besides maybe like the past few years, which is like maybe things have shifted, right? If you look at like all of human history, you know, the left continually wins victory after victory after victory for hundreds of years. And where are we at now? Like, people aren't having children, people are overdosing on drugs, people are, you know, more depressed and anxious than ever. And you're telling me that like we just need to go further left. And it's like, that's what we've been doing.
That makes no sense, right? Like you're associating like random events. Like the left has had victories, and then also now people are having suicide. So you're just randomly associating
I would say that
two different
The left
phenomena
wants
in our
X amount of
We
battles.
exist in an
And I don't even
incredibly
agree.
progressive and prosperous society, and
So
yet
hold on.
people are suffering.
It
Why?
could be that like because of corporate rule, it's because that people literally have no hope. Yeah, corporate rule. You fucking
okay,
heard me
bro.
say it.
No,
Right?
no, Top
Guys,
Dog,
we
we're
agree
talking
about
No.
about
It's
everything.
actually hold on.
Let him, give him 20
hold on.
seconds to do the corporate rule thing.
I will.
Jeez
Don't worry.
Louise.
I'm saying that in a world where people are economically stagnant, right? Where they have no prospects for their future or their families, where people have just lost a generation of wealth in the last financial crisis, in a world where they can't even get help for drug issues, right? So yeah, we have a lot of people who are dying of crimes of desperation, and they have a government that's completely and totally unresponsive to them. So when I say, and that happens because there are moneyed interests that benefit from that. They benefit from the drug war. They benefit from people not having higher wages, right? And then again being economic stagnant. They benefit from workers not having control in their workspace, right? So yes, when I say corporate rule has a hand, and people committing suicide and are skyrocketing of deaths of desperation. Yeah, I fucking mean it.
And do you know who like
This has
the
nothing to
most
do with
well-educated
the topic.
people are
Well,
in
you're not
society?
smart enough to
They're
keep
like
up with me. I'm sorry.
progressives.
Move on.
Progressives are the ones who are coming out of elite colleges, that are like coming out of Harvard, that are getting these high-paying jobs, that have like enormous influence in society and in corporations. Like if you look at like all these major corporations
Corporations
in
are
America,
left?
yes, absolutely, especially on social
Crazily
issues.
left.
Yes.
Crazily
Wait,
left.
wait,
Wait.
Wow.
Go
Okay,
to
so-
Twitter right now. You
Corporations are
see how
now
many
left.
pride,
Okay, hold
pride
on.
flags are on corporations right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Brainwashing. They
Listen.
are rainbow. Yes, rainbow washing.
We
Exactly.
can-
I was just talking to my friend about this, like while this was happening, while we're doing this panel, right? The original New York City Pride Parade is completely rainbow washed now. It's corporate captured. You will find banks, right? The logo of banks and like fossil fuel corporations and whatever, all there saying we support Pride. And I think you would actually agree with
But
me
Pride
that this is a
Prides-
single representation,
Why
right?
is that?
Individual.
I think a big part of that is because like government and especially civil servants and this entire like bureaucracy that we've built up in the government is very friendly to corporations that have like good social responsibility, which basically means like being trans gay
Or
friendly.
whoever's paid them.
Yeah, there's
No.
literally diversity
Wait,
quotas
wait,
in most major
Stop,
businesses
wait.
that gives them tax breaks.
I swear to God, I put pluses in chat like minutes
Yeah.
ago. All right.
Where?
All right.
You know, pluses
He
in
put
this
he
chat.
put
Yeah, what's
pluses
chat?
in chat.
Okay, this is getting kind of
I
crazy.
see it,
I'm
but you
overstating my
can-
position
in the
a
stream
little
Taj,
bit.
chat. I'm sorry, I was in the Discord.
Taj, you just
My
you just
apologies.
I
have
think
to-
it's
you
fun to
just have
overstate
speak
your
louder than
position.
You're
a
right,
little
I'm
bit.
sorry.
Stop.
I told
Alright.
you to use the fingers.
You got it.
I'm
If you
being
were
a
doing
little
this,
bit
I'm just saying you would have been
dramatic
talking 20 minutes ago. I'm just saying,
Speak
okay.
louder than
I don't
Pride,
think
that's
it's
all
I'm
you
not
gotta
going to
do.
call it like it isn't. Okay, no, go,
I'm just
Taj, go ahead and
positive
go ahead and
guys, 'cause I
take
have
it
so
for a
many
bit.
pluses. Yeah. So just she said a lot.
Yes.
All right, so Tom. All right, so earlier she said like people are all right that we've gone progressive, right? We've gone to the left more and more and more over the past like X amount of years or decades or centuries, right? And people aren't having kids and their drug issues. And I'm gonna also add to the talking points corporate rainbows, right? All right, well they're not having kids part. That's like for economic reasons, right? But also like we don't really need as many kids of like an industrial
It's not for
society.
economic
I don't
reasons.
know why that's necessarily a really bad thing. The drug issue part,
For human
one party,
civilization.
like for example, in Oregon, wants to decriminalize drugs and have it where there's more rehabilitative focus on like on drug issues and drug crimes and things like that. And another party wants to have more tough on crime measures, wants to add funding to things like the DEA, the ATF, kicked off the drug war, targeting black and brown people. We can't say that drug
Black people.
are like
Black
a,
people.
okay, black people. All right, let's try to be politically correct. But yeah, like they was attacking niggas. All right. So
Thank you.
that's not what progressives are doing. These are necessarily things that the right has held us back on. On the drug war, goddamn, that's a Reagan thing. Like the not having kids part, yeah, maybe because of economic inequality, maybe because people are so educated they're just like, you know what, maybe
Or
we
people
shouldn't.
to have more children.
Okay.
Is what you want to have more kids? All right.
So
that-
we're gonna
wait.
take
Also,
it.
corporate.
Yeah, the rates
Also-
the rates of childbirth, the higher education goes, pretty much like plummets.
And
So,
also
Okay,
with like more
so-
developed countries, rates
Yeah.
of
Just really-
children bearing goes down,
the
which like
developed
Yeah,
despite
I'm
higher
fine.
prosperity.
Really
Really
quick.
developed country. That's why Twitch and StreamYard and the internet's a thing because we're developed.
Let's try to
No,
reel
no,
this
they
in a
teach
little bit.
people that
Hold
you can
on.
have families at
Okay,
later
I mean,
dates.
Hold on.
Thank
Let's
you.
try to reel this in a little bit. Because right now I'm really not sure what the topic is. And that's fine.
Prime started
That's
talking
fine.
about how the government and corporations hate you or something,
Yeah.
and then we
So
just
let's
I'm sorry,
leave it
I
up to
think
Fucking
this is
Proud
and
Boy
that's
was there at
fine.
the insurrection.
Let
Yeah,
the moderator.
Literally
the
no
moderator-
one-
Hold on. We can go into that in a minute.
No,
We can go
Prime-
into the
Prime,
insurrection.
literally no one cares.
Sushi, you're about to
When
get
are you
muted.
gonna report
Somebody
him to
who's
jail?
only
When are you
Okay.
gonna report? Wait.
You only speak like somebody who's over
All right.
I want to
60
talk
over
about
the
the
internet.
corporate rainbows.
Dude, you're
Hold
frail.
on.
Moderator's
All right,
talking.
all right,
Moderator's
all
talking.
All right, you both been
You wear
muted.
the
Okay,
same
listen.
fucking t-shirt every
So
day.
this is what
You're
we're gonna
trash.
do. Okay, I think it's fine to talk about what we're talking about, but for the sake of the people watching, we should set clearly what it is that our goal is right now. So, do we want to change the topic to this kind of like it feels like we're talking about like the social
My
shift left,
schizo
or
posting.
should we be taking this back
Well,
to?
I have a point on the schizo posting, but I think
Okay.
we can move on.
Well,
to
we're done with the schizo posting. We're done with the
Well, yeah,
schizo posting.
we can
Yeah,
move on
I
to
think we
like
should
the
move on to
posting.
what is a woman.
So
Yeah.
we'll move on to what is a woman quickly
We can branch
if
it
we
too.
can.
Branch it too, I promise.
Just to give everyone a nice little closing 30 seconds. Okay, we'll go around, give your little closing. But the question I want to ask you to recontextualize this is what is the change that you want to see that makes this recent event okay? So, like for Fanatic example, my question might be if the exact same thing had happened, but the kids were like 17 years old. So just think about like what was the necessary change that would have made this okay? Kind of put that in your closing, then we'll move on. Start with
Okay.
taftaj.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I think that the LGBT community really needs to rein itself in because I think it's entirely captured right now by this like social justice progressive machine, which was built up, essentially to advocate for gay rights and for gay marriage. And when gay marriage was achieved, you had all these professional managerial people within that political machine who had nowhere to go. And so where do they go? They go for trans rights. They go for these like fringe issues. They're like, encouraging drag shows and whatnot. And so I think that like that machine needs to really scale back and be less invested in like defending these very fringe issues that frankly the queer community can just look at and say, yeah, it's inappropriate, we can move on, we can denounce it, we don't need to like stick on this and defend it.
And to be clear, what would be your solution for this situation if you could sum it up in a sentence?
Raining itself.
That was it.
Yeah, I would say like the queer community needs to self-regulate here.
Okay, self-regulation. Okay, Fanatic.
I would say I don't think anything could have made it okay if it's anybody, if it involves kids whatsoever. No matter what, I think already it's like abhorrent and deviant behavior as it is. I don't think
I was
strip clubs
not
are good
prepared
things
to
even
do
for
that. I was not
adults.
prepared to
think
go
they're really
first.
problematic. We obviously know that there's incredible amounts of like
So I
drug
was typing.
uses in those kind of places. There's a
Sad.
lot of people that are doing so out of desperation because they just need it for the money. These aren't like things that where people are just like, I really want to grow up and be a stripper. More often than not, you find like higher instances of sexual violence and sexual assault and all of those kind of things in those sorts of venues. So I think all of this stuff is just really, really morally deviant behavior and abhorrent stuff that I just wouldn't encourage in any people whatsoever. And if in this case, I think anything involving children whatsoever is one of the most depraved thing that I've ever encountered. And the fact that there are people here that did whatever just makes me want to write off the left altogether.
There's
Y'all
one
niggas are
person.
sick oafs.
Okay, and then to be clear, Fanatic, just to be clear, when you say kids, do you mean like legally kids? So like same exact situation, but 17-year-olds still just as bad?
Still just as bad.
Okay, just making sure I understood. Okay, Sushi?
Yeah, I don't think we should double down on letting children see things that is obviously aberrant in nature. I think it's absolutely amoral and disgusting. People like Prime who support it just show his true character. Also, I'm going to use the rest of my time to just say R.I.P. Kevin Samuels. You are a real true king. Love you. Rest in peace, brother. See you in the kingdom of God.
I have no idea who that is. Prime?
Doesn't matter. He's based.
You think he's going to heaven?
Kevin Samuels is a garbage human being, right?
No, he's
And
amazing.
not so
Makes strong
surprising
black men.
from not so surprising from Sushi, who was at the insurrection and
No
was
one
arrested by
cares.
the
It's not
FBI.
relevant.
Right?
Let him do
Yeah,
his
report
closing.
to jail. Report to jail where you belong. Right?
I'm
Report
not
to jail.
reporting
You
to jail.
convict. You
I'm
convict.
not a
Right?
convict.
Yes, report to jail for the disgusting
I'm
things
not
that you were
reporting to jail.
involved in. So when you're talking about morals, right? Let's talk about the people who are engaged in that kind of a violence. So let's put that aside.
No,
All
notice
right, so
how
hold
like
on.
you can't
Am I not
Sushi,
talking
let him
now?
finish. Let him
Shut
finish
your
his
I
fucking
don't
closing
mouth,
care. He's
Sushi.
statements.
saying
Shut your
outright
Closing
false
fucking
statements.
mouth,
information.
Closing
Sushi. I am
statements.
talking, Sushi. Do you not have morals? Right?
You're
Do you not
always
understand
speaking.
that?
You're
Do you
always
not?
speaking. You hit one button.
Please,
Absolutely,
I don't want
because
to
I'm
mute you.
right. Yeah, thank you
You're not
so
right.
much, right? Yeah,
You
mute that
got it.
animal. Thank you. All right, now, in which way?
Come on,
Back
go.
to it.
I'll put me
Back
on your
to it.
side.
Wouldn't mind if I
Back to it.
had.
Yeah, so I don't have any issues with. So, do you have a different question
my
for me,
cats
Pons?
and hat.
Because I didn't have an issue with the thing at all. So,
Yeah, so I guess my question for you would be do you think that this is anywhere even in the realm of grooming? And I know that you define grooming down more strict lines. It doesn't matter who's right or not, just by what we define. Do you consider this to be anywhere even approaching grooming, a slippery slope to grooming, anything at all?
a slippery. Oh, I don't believe in the slippery slope there. But like, I would say that since everything is a fucking spectrum, right? This is closer. This like, if there's if you compare this to like a regular kid's birthday party with fucking clowns, right? To like a fucking out and out sex show, right? This falls somewhere in the middle, right? I think it's closer to the birthday party than these guys do. Right. I think it's
I'm
close
having
to
fun with
appropriate.
this shit show.
I
I'm
think
being a little
there-
bit memey.
like
It's good.
our friend April said previously, there's a bunch of parents trying to introduce their kids to the idea of like sexual fluidity, right? And that's okay. It's not aberrant. These people aren't like some sort of degenerates. They're nothing to be scared of, right? Yeah. Could there have been a better way to do this? I think I could agree with that one. I'll give you ground there and say I
I
agree.
don't deserve my cool hat.
I like
so
the
true.
story time, the drag story time thing. That sounds like a lot more fun.
Okay.
But I guess
Okay.
I'm sorry, Fnac. I didn't know that's another problem. I would try to reach out an olive branch, but
What
okay.
was your
But yeah,
question?
so that's what I think there are a lot of ways that you can accomplish the same thing in a different environment that doesn't cause so much pushback. Right?
Understood. Okay, thank you. Taj?
Oh, wrong. Sorry, wrong button. Ha, wrong unmute button. Yeah, so I had a few things. All right, so I believe that self-regulation is important. I feel like a bar like Mr. Mister in Dallas, Texas, probably should have not have had a kids event, especially in like being like, you know, maybe this is just a bad look. Maybe it's just like a really bad look optics wise, and it is. It was. I think that if we had a more equitable and robust public education system where things like queer people aren't stigmatized the way they do in society, then maybe accounts like libs of TikTok wouldn't even be a thing. It'd be like libs of it'd be like people are more familiarized with gay people and queer people, so they're less scared of queer people. So there is no like witch hunt that spurs off of shit like this, because this is dumb, right? It's like a brunch with someone doing Power Ranger moves in front of a bunch of kids. It's cringe as fuck. I don't like it personally, but I'm not gonna say it's like some morally evil groomer, pedophile, Pizzagate type shit. And
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
and that's
Right.
that's where I land my plane on that one.
Would you ever come to
Madden?
Northern California? Maybe.
Sure.
I
So
don't know. I would need like a reason to. If I
I
had
would
like
generally
friends there.
carry Taftaj's point that I think there needs to be some sort of self-regulation. I don't think necessarily we need to demonize every single
April.
like
April.
drag show
Yes.
with possible kids at it.
Props.
But I think there's like more respectable avenues like drag story times. Like I would much rather queens read The Hungry Caterpillar, a literal story about metamorphosis, as opposed to like having kids throw dollars down their shirt and stuff like that. I think to another point that was brought up in that this seems like a very almost a privileged problem to have, in that other places like we don't really have this issue. The majority of the studies that we have on trans folks in general are white trans people. So it kind of stone thrown from a glass house here, but like it seems as though it's almost a problem that we've created ourselves. But I think we'll get more into that in the what is a woman discussion.
Okay, awesome. And then quickly, just to kind of throw myself in the ring here, I'll just quickly give my opinions before we go to the next topic. I agree with a lot of what everybody's saying, where there clearly is a line. I don't know if we can really draw it in the sand. I don't know if we can make like a legal kind of standing for it, because it really kind of does depend on the child. There are some kids who grow up very fast. I don't know if 5 is ever really the age where you're looking at sexual stuff. I will say that when I was like 12, I looked a lot for like sexual stuff on TV. Of course, as a kid, it's what you do. When I was 5, though, I remember getting up late at night and seeing my parents watching something inappropriate. And I grew up in a pretty traditionally Christian household. Kind of messed with my head a little bit. I think it's just a gray area. It really does depend on the kid. But all in all, I think it's okay to have that right. I just think that if we do find some sort of line, we need to be quick to make that a law, so that we don't, hurt anybody. Then going on to the
Comedy Central at 4 a.m.
Was what Comedy Central for? Am I missing a joke here?
The thing that your parents were watching.
Looking for like raunchy things was the Comedy Central.
No. I just got up in the middle of the night. I don't even know what movie it was. I've never found it to this day, but it just had like a little bit of nudity in it.
He's been trying.
Yeah, and I was just like a traditional like Catholic Christian growing up. Like it just like it was just very weird for me, like seeing nudity so accepted on the screen, and like it really just depends on the household. I'm sure if I grew up in like a
the real OGs know about Comedy Central at like. Yeah, the real OGs know about the Comedy Central at like 4 a.m. where they had the Girls Gone Wild commercials.
Yeah, or fucking Skinamax, or the things that came in the package with your
knows.
parents. But
yeah, that's an OG shit. Like,
no,
years
that
ago.
wasn't just there. It was on MTV.
Self-report.
It was on MTV. It was on BET. It was on literally
all the music videos are softcore porn. Let's look at it like it is, okay?
Yeah,
Nicki Minaj
yeah.
shaking her thing with a
VH1.
snake. Come on, that's porn right there.
Yeah, she didn't exist when I was a kid, though.
Oh my God.
But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Sing.
Yeah.
Those commercials were insane, though.
Yeah.
Fucking Fergie, okay? No. So yeah, all right. So going on to the next topic. I'll just quickly read this. This is directly from the Daily Wire page. This is a documentary called What is a Woman, made by Matt Walsh. And it says, it's the question you're not allowed to ask. The documentary they don't want you to see. Join Matt Walsh on his often comical yet deeply disturbing journey as he fiercely questions the logic behind a gender ideology movement that has taken aim at women and children. So
If
kind
you
of similar
go
to what
back
we're
because you're on
talking about.
YouTube, I was
So
like,
if you
getting
haven't
really
seen the
into it.
documentary, that's
talked a
fine.
lot
I'm
earlier.
sure you could probably guess what it's about in 2 guesses or less. Going in reverse, so we'll start with Madden and then
thank God I'm
Taj
not
and
going
so on.
first.
Good. Just give me your general ideas about the documentary and whether or not you think it is a good documentary. Define good how you will. Go ahead.
Sure. I thought overall it was very interesting. The different bits that he kind of chained together in editing, they're a little bit desync until like he started like interspicing them towards like the second half, which makes it a little bit more
Matt was
compelling.
just really
But
charming.
it seems to
and
be
funny.
largely around
Even if I don't agree with him.
a lot of data from it was Dr. Miriam Grossman, who has like a website and stuff and different resources where she says a lot of different like biological facts that I generally agree with, but then has like really, really bad prescriptions for those stats. And I think that's a very good symbol for this production, is that he keeps saying things that are like true, that are objectively true, that I'd agree with, and then having the worst prescription on it whatsoever. And I'm sure we can get into that later.
Okay, cool. Taj?
Yeah, I've not seen the documentary, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, I don't know. But I will say that I believe that a woman is an adult who identifies as female. That's my opening statement right there.
Brave.
Okay. All right, Prime. Kais.
I was signed on to this an hour before. I didn't know we were watching a documentary. I
haven't seen it either. It's just, I mean, I'm sure you know what it's about.
And it's fine. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying I just haven't seen it. I have seen commercials for it though on YouTube.
I'm glad you love that.
And I was from that, and this is literally all I can make my judgments off of, and like who Matt Walsh is in general. Like it seemed like deceptive from the start. So in the commercials that I've seen, Matt Walsh approaches a group of white women who are protesting like for something. I'm not exactly sure.
I think it's abortion, pro-choice. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. And ask them, "What is a woman?" And right, like they laugh, So first they say nothing,
Yeah.
right? And then it cuts, and then they're laughing, right? And the implication is that these individuals don't know what it is, right? Like I've stumped them already, guys, right? And that kind of deceptive editing, I've seen that, and I've literally been a victim of it. In terms of,
It
I
is
was at
Project
this,
Veritas movie, like literally the entire thing. It's
yeah,
not necessarily as that bad, and I'm
Wait,
sorry.
let him finish his
you're-
opening.
Yeah.
sure. Well, thank you.
Go ahead.
I appreciate it. No, it's fine. So I've been a victim of that too, right? So like I was at this protest, and news cameras came and they wanted to interview me, right? And so they asked me, "What is this protest about?" Right? And so what I did was exactly this. I went, okay, and then I went into like a 2-3 minute spiel, right, giving exactly my thoughts. When I see myself in the nightly news, right, the only thing they got me saying is and then that's it. They cut me off, right? So I've been a victim of that. I know exactly what that looks like, and so like I don't expect much from something like this. And I agree with our friend John. Woman is person who identifies as a woman.
Kokona? What
Good
is
enough for me. All right.
Kokona?
Okay, Sushi.
I
Better
have
not
seen
be
it.
bad.
It was pretty good. There were some pretty hilarious points. And what do I believe a woman is? I believe it is an adult biological female with breasts and ovaries. That's pretty much it.
Okay,
I don't give a
rip
fuck.
to women with breast cancer and Fanatic.
What
Okay,
about
but
ass
were
and
they born
titties?
with it or not? Pawns,
Totally
like, come on,
not.
don't do that. You're the
What
No,
moderator.
I'm just
Be better.
I'm just memeing. I'm
Be
just
better.
memeing.
We're
I'm just
Be
memeing.
better.
doing openers. We'll get into
Be better.
We'll get into it.
Be better.
I love fonts. Okay, yeah, I liked the documentary. I loved it because I think it did really highlight to me, I think, bunch of problems, and that there are problems around what is a woman and so on and so forth. I didn't recognize that this had been like a Republican thing that they had been doing for quite some time. Everybody who watched my Jesse Lee Peterson thing where I was on his show, he asked me that question. He was like, "What is a woman?" And I said, at first, I was like, it's kind of complicated. And then I would like, well, I'll tell you what a female is. And he's like, nope, I'm not asking what a female is. What's a woman? And then I thought about it for a second and I said, okay, a woman is a person who decides to do the things or who does who follows the gender norms associated with females. That's what I said a woman is. And I think that holds up. The problem is, I understand like the difference between gender and sex and so on and so forth. And I feel like Matt Walsh, in some cases, like use those things interchangeably. And I think the thing was though, even in trying to have these conversations with some of these individuals, they were so ridiculous and so defensive and so insane that we never could actually get to any of those points. They weren't willing to make those arguments. All they were willing to do was either label him, shut down the conversation, and so on and so on and so forth. And I think that's indicative of just what the left has become. You're not allowed to question. You're not allowed to discuss. All you do is follow, or else you're banned. So on and so forth. That's why this conversation's on YouTube. Anyway, let's keep going.
All right, and Taftaj.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really impressed with Fanatic's take on this. I think it's really accurate and pretty close to mine. I also think that Fanatic's definition of woman, that it's a person who follows the gender expressions typically associated with females, I think that's a pretty good liberal definition. I think that like a good conservative definition is adult human female. I don't think that I think the most important thing is just sticking to a definition, finding like a definition you can work with and moving on from there with the conversation rather than, spending endless time either not being able to define a word or not being able to agree on a definition. And I think a really big problem with sort of the progressive movement is that you have these people who are academics and are unable to describe what is a woman because they've never really been seriously challenged, and their definitions have never really been stress tested. And so I think that that's pretty bad because I think that if your definitions are incoherent, it's an indication of your belief system being incoherent, and you have to have coherent definitions. So yeah, I think that like regardless of what you do, you should probably work on having a coherent definition. I think Fanatic's definition is a good definition if you're a left-wing person to adopt.
Since and we're open, right?
Yeah.
April, I disagree with us. Okay, I'm not sure if I can disagree with you because you went with some vague academics, ivory tower,
I was talking
people
about the
who.
people in the documentary specifically.
Yeah.
So like
Okay,
there's
well, I haven't seen that, so you haven't have an
Okay,
answer for me
yeah.
on that part. So fair enough. I think that that many people on the left who have been, talking about this new form of gender theory have actually had themselves stress test. They get ridiculed constantly, right? They get ridiculed within the left. They get ridiculed within the right. Of the individuals that I have encountered, right, I haven't seen this, so I can't speak to that. But other individuals I encountered, it's very well stress test. And obviously, right, I'll say the obvious thing, all right, sushi with this dumbass definition, right? Like, okay, well, what if you're born without ovaries, right? A cis woman born without ovaries. Are they
Chromosome.
still a woman or a womb?
Chromosome.
Let's give Sushi an opportunity.
Chromosomes.
To
Oh, okay, so it'll change it. Great, good.
I said an adult biological female. So like the chromosomes would be like intrinsic upon that
You
definition, would
said
not.
breast and over. You said breast and ovaries.
Give
I also
examples
said
of
biological.
like what it means to be a biological female. I
Yeah,
agree. I think
you
that like
you don't have necessarily have ovaries or even fucking breasts, right? Like you can be born with like with a complete an adult with a
But
completely
I
flat
also said
chest
biological.
and be
Your
chromosome.
genetics will tell you if
Yeah,
you're a
but you
female or
said
not.
breast and ovaries, so I'm
I said
challenging you on
adult
that, right?
human
So this is me stress
biological
testing you.
female
This is me
with
stress
breasts and
testing you.
ovaries.
Yes, but they
No.
don't might have. You just said it again.
Okay, hold
They
on,
might
hold
not
on, hold
have
I
on.
said
ovaries.
so I
biological.
think that a serious
Oh my
problem
god, you're such an
Prime
idiot.
Pies is that like
Dude,
a
no,
lot
you're
of these ideas a lot of people tend to speak only with people who agree with them. And when you have like a gender studies course, you have all of these people who have read the same literature, who are steeped in that kind of academic language, and they talk mainly to each other. And so they don't have this kind of like stress test from people who are very different from them. And I think that like this is in general a problem with our current political landscape, that really people have fractured off into their own communities, built totems of the other side, and attacked and negotiated with these like kind of straw man caricatures of people they disagree with, rather than actually engaging with that that conflict. And so I think that when you go to these academics, like we're in the documentary, you ask them like, what is a woman, and you just give them the lightest of pushback, you do see that like they don't stand up to it. And that's probably indicative of, if it isn't like failure within the progressive organization, then certainly failure within like the current political milieu.
So my problem with this conversation is that some of us are gonna be disadvantaged because we just haven't seen this documentary. So we're talking about specifically what's in the documentary and how people reacted. Then I
got you. I got
fully.
you,
Go ahead.
Prime. Look,
Sorry.
forget about the documentary. Like, while the documentary, like, yes, it's important to know that information. I'm sure that you've seen it. Like, for one, when they asked Kentaji Brown, right? Like, when she was being like, what? You know who Kentaji Brown is, right? Like, the
I know
justice.
I know she is, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so like during like her hearing, like they asked her specifically, "What is a woman?" And she said, "I can't define that." And it was like, okay, that it's a common response where it's like, "I don't know," and that was a common response amongst them. Like very often they said, "I don't know." And you ask young people, "What's a woman?" And a lot of time they'll say, "I don't know," because whereas before you would just been like, "Oh, it's an adult female," right? We all would have said that growing up as like little kids. That's what a woman is. But I think there are nuances for gender that like we've had to explore and that we use all of the time. These things aren't most of the time introduced, like people aren't cognizant that they're doing it. For example, you'll hear like sometimes someone will say that's not a real man. Like it can be an adult male, but he's not really fulfilling the role that we assign, like the gender roles associated to him. And so we'll say that's not a real man, right? Or you'll see a grown man who refuses to take care of himself or refuses to do those things, and they'll say he's still a boy, right? So we've always recognized that there is something different about what a man is and what a boy is and what a male is. We do see those differences, right? Or you'll say you're making an honest woman out of somebody by like marrying her and when you knocked her up, right? Like that's been an old phrase. Or they'll say something made them into a woman, and a lot of times that was grossly associated with sex. So we have always recognized that there's a difference between like what we just say is an adult female and what a woman is. These things have always been known. But now that the transgender movement has got like really, really like taken off, now we're starting to see that like most people aren't willing to even entertain the notion that like they're not willing to entertain any of it. It's like, no, a woman is just any person who identifies as a woman. And it's like, well, I
Which
don't know
doesn't
about
make
that,
any
right?
sense. If it's just identity, it's a meaningless category. And this is like
Absolutely.
why I really like your definition that actually appeals to some cultural norms, because like I do think it's important to not be gender abolitionist in the sense and really advocate like an idea of womanhood or manhood that is virtuous and has certain qualities of character. I think that that's desirable because it teaches people like how to act and conduct themselves. And I think we have to acknowledge that there is a cultural aspect to gender expression and to gender identity, and that is, you know, separate in some way to what your actual gametes are.
I would generally agree that I really wish that these intellectuals were actually able to, if they had all this jargon outside of like what we basically know as who like what's a woman, if they have all this flowery language for it, it should make sense instead of just making the problem 10 times worse. And I feel as though you almost get this even from the doctors that Matt Walsh holds up, and I won't get like too into it because I know not everyone has seen it, but um, it gets to the point where Matt Walsh like, so if I'm born a man and I've convinced myself I'm a woman, am I a woman? And the doctor does say yes, absolutely. And then the rest, like half of the movie, is her like doing low key like JQ type stuff, saying like why children are being groomed or like put in one way or another. But all along the way, she's giving up different examples of like how the medical community has failed the trans community. So it's I think there should be some apparatuses in which we can talk about these issues without being swayed one way or the other. But unfortunately, like a lot of the moral grandstanding about suicidality or about grooming kids on either side is like really, really unfortunate.
Fanatic, we had previously said, you gave an example, to build your case, talking about if a if
Do
a
you ever get
man
sick of
isn't
saying the
fulfilling
same shit
certain
over and over?
roles,
No.
then we would say that like that's not a man,
Okay,
that's a
but
boy, right?
an
That's not a real man, that's a
automaton
boy, correct, right?
prefers to rather
Um,
repeat the same
so
words.
I'm thinking, so that got me thinking of like an example of that. An example of that would be maybe like not taking care of your kids, right? And you would agree that would be something that would maybe get that response, right? That's not a man, that's a boy, right?
Hmm. Or
Okay,
not being able to
so
satisfy his wife.
which is why you and I come in, right?
Or
So
in a toxic way, crying. You might say that, like, you're not a man if you cry. And that's probably not a good way to define
Yeah.
manhood. And I think
yeah,
that that's like where progressives might have a point is that, like, there are ways to construct gender expectations that are toxic and destructive.
I I agree with you. Thank you for that, April. To a Fanatic's point specifically, I think what people are actually doing there, right, is not saying that these are the qualities of a man. I mean, they're saying that, but I think what they actually mean is that these aren't the qualities of a man. These are the qualities of an adult, right? Because not taking care of their kids, a woman could do that, right? Could not do that. Could fail to take
No,
care of her
that's not
children.
right.
And we could either say that
It's
like you're
specifically
acting
associated with
like
manhood.
a girl rather than a woman, or probably more likely we're saying like you're not a real mother. But the point is that where we're getting to is that there are a set of qualities that an adult human being has to engage in, right? Has to take on a certain level of responsibility, right? Has to be reliable, has to we get a whole list of things, right? And these things have like cross contamination. I think a lot of these things, if we break them down, the things that an adult individual, adult male or adult female will do, I think there's a Venn diagram that overlaps a lot. And so what people or end up actually saying is that you haven't gone to that next step, taking the role of an adult, right?
No, no,
And
no,
in
not
sense
even
that your
close.
gender, since your gender is male, then you have not taken the step of being a man. But
No,
go
that's
ahead,
not it.
please.
It's because there's plenty of things that we like literally put the onus on men specifically to do
Right.
that we don't put the same onus on women. For example, providing for your family. No one's going to sit there and say you're not a real woman, right? Like for not providing for your family. Now they might say you're a low caliber woman if like you have like 5 different baby daddies. I mean, you have 6 kids by 8 different baby daddies. Yeah, you like that math? Like if you're in that sort of situation, then yeah, they're going to say like you're a low caliber woman, right? Or a low quality or low moral woman or so whatever reasons. What? But they're not going to sit there and say you're not a real woman, right? Where to the contrary, if you have like 5 different kids and you're not taking care of any of them as a man, they'll say you're not a real man. If a woman has all of her kids and like all of her kids are in foster care and so on and so forth, they're not going to say she's not a real woman. They would just say she's a low class woman,
And
right?
well,
So
the reason for this is because men have an added expectation to take care of and provide for families that is
Yep.
rooted in the history of men in general being the kinds of people with the muscles capable of tilling the farm, going to work, working in a factory, going to war, and etc. And those were things that provided for their families back
No,
home. And
I
so
think
that's why you have this specific gender expectation for men that they're able to provide. And it's not just being an adult, because like Fanatic said, women don't have the specific expectation to bring home money. They have a specific expectation to raise and bear children. And so when you say like someone's not a real woman, you would be attacking like her ability to raise children. If she were like, you know, abandoning her children, in the case with like the 5 different baby daddies, the reason why you call her like not a real woman in that case is because she's not actually rearing the children properly. And so they're both rooted in gender expectations that are rooted in some way in biology and history.
no. I think both of you are getting too caught up in the phrase in of itself, right? The phrase "you are not a real man" is far more common. Just period. With like speaking those words are far more common than "you are not a real woman." Except "you are not a real woman" is catching up, but a completely different context, saying that a trans individual, right, is not a real woman. That's the context we're using it in. It's not as if these two things are one to one. That's why I tried to pull back and say, like, oh, well, we might also say that this person is not a real mother for not taking care of their kids, right? But like, I'm trying to rather focusing on the words themselves, get to the meaning behind the words, right? And behind those phrases. So I think that you aren't completely incorrect saying that there are things that we more associate with men than like women, right? What we consider traditional gender roles. But I think so often is the case is that there is a lot more overlap there, whether people realize it or not. For the level of responsibility and what we expect for an individual of a certain age to be able to accomplish. And yeah.
Okay. One thing I want to do just to kind of this is going really productively, but
I'm sorry.
specifically, no, you're fine. Specifically for Suspect Sushi, this is kind of a lost debate on him because we're all functioning off of a predication that he doesn't have. So just to kind of include everyone in this debate, we can take this a little bit back. And I think the most interesting way to do this would be for Fanatic, since he would be the closest politically to Sushi, as far as what I could tell so far. So Fanatic, I would ask you, what was it that showed you that there was a difference between gender and sex? Because Sushi does not, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Sushi. You don't recognize a difference between gender and sex, or do you?
I do not.
Okay, so to kind of catch him up or to involve him in the conversation, what is it, Fanatic, that made you start to change your mind that there is a difference between gender and sex?
Looking up the word, losing a debate. I was basically saying that sex was the exact same thing as gender over Twitter. There was a girl named Miranda, aka Mirando, and we were having a conversation, and like I'm like, sex and gender are the exact same thing, and then she was like, no, they're not. Da, 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 da. And then I googled the definition, and then Merriam-Webster like had a definition. One, I get yes that sex and gender have been used interchangeably, so that is one of the definitions. But the other gender one was an associate. Gender was an association of whatever roles like that, not specifically based on sex, but based on like societal expectations and so on and so forth. Like it was basically pointing out what like people who fulfill gender roles are what we would say are the gender, right? And like who prefers, you know, specific roles in that binary. I don't believe in non-binary. So anyway, so the whole point was that like I'm not going to be some like arbiter of what the definition of words is. I'm not going to sit here and try to force you to like capitulate to whatever my definition of what's real to me or how I've used a word forever, right? Like literally now also means figuratively. Now I know that it shouldn't mean that, but that's what it means. That's the way people use the word. That's just what it's come to mean. So at this point, I can't stop, you know, I can't stop you, and I'm not going to sit here and say, no, it doesn't mean that, so on and so forth, or conversate. Conversate wasn't a word for God knows how long. It's actually a word now. I still instinctively say converse, but I'm not going to die on some like pedantic hill of like, no, you have to say the word exactly the way I want it, and this is what it's always meant. And I'm not going to do that. Like, if this is what the word means, and this is the way the world around me is going to start using this, then that means if I want to be an effective communicator, then I have to use the words appropriately. And I don't think that I'm losing anything by being able to recognize the differences in those genders.
Okay, and Sushi, of course, there's a lot of information that you would probably disagree with. What are your kind of general thoughts on what Fnatic just said?
I mean, people can tell me they're a space marine, but it doesn't make it true. I don't. It just is what it is. Like like the way I look at it is like when you were in the womb, God knew you, and He intended for you to be a certain way. When somebody comes out and says they're a fucking Tyrannosaurus Rex, doesn't mean I'm gonna run away from you because I think you're gonna eat me. Man is man, woman is woman. That's it.
I think what Fnatic or what people on the other side would say is that like there's an objective truth about the sex of a person, right?
Mhm.
But what we're talking about gender is more like preference for social norms that you want to engage in. So when someone
Okay.
says that like their gender is female or their gender is woman, what they're not saying that they have like necessarily female genitalia, especially if they're a trans woman. What they're saying is that like they prefer to engage in like female roles, aka like wearing makeup or wearing dresses. They would prefer to have boobs, that sort of thing. And this is a linguistic shorthand for like that kind of general description rather than saying like I have female genitalia. And
I
so
mean, that's
yeah.
fine. I'll like if you want to say your name's Brittany, I'll call you Brittany. However, I'll never view you as a woman.
But
It
I think
just is what it is.
that's an important distinction because I think a
Right.
lot of people get caught up on what it means to socially transition and then the medical procedures after
Social or
that.
medical, it doesn't matter to me.
Thank you, Jessica.
I,
I
I
think
will
there's a
use
by the
great
way.
Brittany
deal
as
of
you give me.
difference.
Well, what
Even in the documentary, like
Face
kind of
Well,
details
Taylor.
that there's a very
Love you.
clear distinction between those two things, right?
I like the like if you watch the documentary, I really liked how the African tribe explained the
Yeah, I was going to
differences
bring that
between
up.
men and women. I thought it was very dope. They said, they were just like men do men
Mhm.
things, and they said, what would happen in your tribe if a man tried to do the things that a woman is? He's like, it would never happen because men know intrinsically what they should do, and
Mhm.
women know intrinsically what they should do. And I
And
think
then
that's
the
represented. I
shot
think that's
between him
represented
reading
in
the
nature.
sorry, and then the shot between him reading it to the black tribe or the African tribe versus reading it to the white children, very I think
Yeah,
did
and they
service in
they
that
they
that
looked
joke.
at it like
But
it was the most outlandish thought that has ever come in front of them in
right,
comparison
and
to like the
I
general
think
acceptance of the
that
like.
that gets towards the utility of like what these gender roles mean. If you find some tribe in where was it again? I want to say Nairobi. I could be wrong.
I forget
Um,
where.
honestly, I'm almost positive it's Nairobi, but
Isn't
it's
Nairobi a city? I'm so bad at
No,
geography.
Nairobi's a country. It's a country.
Oh,
It's a country.
okay.
That was a
yeah.
tribe.
I
It's a country
again
itself.
maybe I could be wrong, but I think it
It's the
it kind
capital
of
of
does
Kenya.
paint the
What do you
difference
mean?
between what needs or what not needs to, but what could happen socially versus
It's
what
oh my god, it's the
Very
capital
much
of
should
so.
happen
Kenya.
culturally there.
Why
Where it
is he
seems as though
correcting
this
that?
tribe did not need the to explore outside of these social norms, where it seems as though there's a growing community that needs to illustrate this in one way or another, whether it means actually affirming those feelings with surgeries or just trying to socialize in different gender roles. I think it's a very
That's the whole
important
point, Madden.
discussion.
That's the whole point. And that, to be honest with
Oh,
you,
he's probably
and I might
thinking of
lose some friends over
Namibia.
this one, but I'm going to say
Namibia,
it point
yeah.
blank, period. Gender is a privileged problem because of the fact that
Or
we've become so
Nigeria,
progressive
maybe.
as a society
I
that
don't
you
know what
have
he's
enough
thinking
things
of.
and all of these other things. You have the ability to sit there, twiddle your thumbs, and idle's mind is devil's workshop, and you get to thinking in your head about like all this other nonsense about like, yeah, maybe I'm this. That's a thing. That's a right that we have, right? For example, I remember watching this interview where they were asking this dude that was part of this tribe, and they were like, "What's the most important thing in the world? What matters more than anything else?" And he was like, "Meat." And it was just like, okay, but like, what about you? He's like, nah, I don't care about all that stuff. I care about meat. And because his entire tribe, his whole life was based on can he hunt and get meat? If he doesn't get that meat on that day, then those people don't eat on that day, and there was nothing else. But when you have so much freedom, you have especially white people, and all of this other stuff, then you get this ability that you get to start thinking, entertaining all sorts of nonsense that like has nothing to do with anything else. That's why those societies don't have that. Being 100% real, it's a privileged problem, legitimately.
Are you seriously? Hold on. First of all, thank you for just discovering Maslow's hierarchy of needs. All right, congratulations on
Yeah,
that.
that's where
like,
Huh?
that's where I'm at.
Nigga, I know you know better because I've been on your panel schooling you and that for God knows how long.
okay, all right. But like, yeah. So like, well, yeah. Obviously, and those people, like that individual, I haven't seen what thing you were talking about. But that individual also probably wouldn't be talking about like being an engineer to build bridges or some shit, right? Because I got to focus on like surviving the next day, like whatever, right? Like we've advanced beyond that. Most of society has advanced beyond that, and that's a good thing, right? So that we can reach some sort of a level of human fulfillment,
Okay,
entertainment,
they are in Kenya.
that is not previously possible. So among
Certainly true.
us, the privileged few, right here, right, with food, meat in the freezer, right? Among us, yes, there are people who express themselves differently, and I think when you say it's um, uh, a privileged position to be able to think about these things, right? I
Among
think
us,
you also like
sus,
I think you mean to do so.
Sussy
You
baka.
minimize it, right? Like this isn't so important. When being able to express yourself properly, right? Like just as a man, right? If you were a man and people forced you to dress as a woman, then behave as a woman, right? That would become a big deal to you, right? I mean, I think you would agree with that, Fanatic. If that, like, by gunpoint you were forced to do that, okay. So it's important for our trans brothers and sisters that they are able to express themselves, and they can't, because it matters, right? It matters to their mental health. It matters to for all sorts of reasons, right?
I
They
think it also
can't be
matters for like
them.
women's spaces you're involving yourself into, like kind of not necessarily that you need to pass, but I think doing some sort of effort in that manner, I think there's utility in that, in that type of cohesion. But
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you
So,
know what? I guess in the same sense, then yeah, I'm trying. I've been believing in trans financial for quite some time, and I identify as a wealthy individual. I identify as incredibly wealthy, and I demand that every person start treating me like I'm the wealthy individual and help me get there. You can obviously donate to my stream, twitch.tv/Mr. Fanatic. Leave my music streaming under the name Fanatic, FANATIQ, on all platforms. Go ahead and start supporting me, right? Because you are
stream is
forced
music.
to.
Stream is
Yeah,
music.
absolutely do that. You're forced to actually entertain me in whatever the things that I actually identify as. That's what I'm choosing to be, and so then that's just the way it needs to be. And I don't have any debt. All my collectors, they can just diss a freaking peer. I need that 850 credit score. I need all of those hard inquiries off of my credit score. Like I just need, you know what I mean? Like we
Fanatic.
can, if we can just do that. Like what's going on?
The wonderful
What's up?
thing about this country is that you can say that and you can present yourself as a rich person and you can take on the social roles of a rich person or whatever. And other people can say, no, I don't buy this, right? And I think that's like the general social contract is that like trans people, trans women can wear women's clothing and they can present in feminine ways. And like, I think that they should be able to do that. And like, you can tell them you don't buy that, right? I think that's
You can't, no,
legitimate.
but you can't do that is the problem, because
I
if
think you
I sit
should
here.
be able to.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, as long as we're there, because like let's make sure that we're clear right now. If I choose to start misgendering people, which is what they will call it, if somebody just tells me I'm a woman with a 5 o'clock shadow and a dick print, and I say to them, no, you're not, then all of a sudden I'm now a bigot, right? So I don't have the freedom to do that. You obviously saw like the bills passed in Canada, which is obviously, like what do they call that? The
16.
beta version of United States, the pre-test version, whatever you want to
Probably
call
not
it,
that
of United
important,
States,
Micros.
where they had
Like
that.
C16?
Yes, where they literally started saying, "Hey, if you're like a landlord and you misgender a person who lives whatever, then you can go to jail for these things." Now
Well,
that
you need to
hasn't been
Yeah.
prove
enforced
malicious
in that way,
intent, though.
huh?
You need to prove like there's.
Yeah,
It's not
sure,
just
right.
on that.
Okay, but
There's
no,
a
I
marked
got you.
difference
But
between just
still,
accidentally
ultimately,
misgendering.
Yes,
it's like
if I
saying someone should.
intentionally do it, I can intend to just say I don't validate the fact that you're a woman, and therefore I'm going to continue to refer to you as whatever the freak, Will, instead of Wilma. And at that point, I go to jail, right? Because I'm saying no, I'm refusing. Your name is not
what?
Wilma, it's Will,
Yeah.
right? So
At least
now
the
at this
fine.
point, that means that we
Will.
don't have that freedom. It is being forced on us. So in the same sense, I can't force everybody else to do this
No
debt
one
stuff,
sending you to jail, right?
huh?
No one sending you to jail. You said you go to jail.
Yeah, they would.
There
They
was-
But
do.
he's
there was-
talking
we
about
all
Canada.
agree-
I don't know if
we all-
Fanatic is
just
Canadian.
to make sure,
I thought
we
it was
all
like
agree.
similar to like a hate crime bill,
You can in Canada at the very
where
Yeah,
least.
that's
like
what I'm saying.
if
No,
I
it's
got a
not.
baseball
It's
bat
not.
and I beat Fanatic up and I called Fanatic a her, like a she her, that's like boom she her, boink she her, boink she her, then that'd be like a hate crime, right? Is
So we
that
all-
It would not be. Like
regardless
not,
of what C16 is an old bill. Regardless of what it says, we all agree. It sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, that you ought be able to misgender the person, like, and not get legally punished.
Because I think
for it.
you should be able
Socially,
to be an asshole. Like, regardless of what you think about it, like, even if you think it's bad, like I think
Do
it's
we all agree with
it shouldn't be illegal to be an asshole
Yes,
to someone.
I
Yeah,
agree. You should be allowed to legally do it. Now, is it something that you should
I'm not sure
intentionally
that's
do to
actually
be
the
a
case.
douchebag? Probably not. But like, should you legally be allowed
Right.
to recognize that for example, I choose to always use whatever the latest vocabulary or latest definition is, whatever, so on and so forth. And so because of that, then that's what I'm going to go by. Like I'm always looking up words to make sure I'm using them as properly as possible, which is why my
Okay.
vocabulary is ridiculous. But
Okay.
if the other people don't have the right to do that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So we all agree with that. Yes. Nobody thinks it should be illegal for you to misgender anyone.
I agree. It shouldn't be. I don't trust this interpretation of that Canadian law. I'm not expert in it, so I'm not going to put my foot in my mouth right now. But like I'm going to guess that the other side is interpreting it unfairly, the way
Can I
Jordan
give the
Peterson did.
steelman
So I
position
just
for
I'll leave it at that one.
C16?
I don't even think it's valid anymore. So
No,
it feels like
it passed, but I mean,
Oh,
like,
okay.
it is law. So, I mean, like, the steelman position is like, if you are in, for example, like a work environment, there is a point where you can be like so much of an asshole to someone, you create like a toxic and dangerous work environment for like your employees. And so, like, what a way to interpret C16 generously is that like one of the ways you can do this is by like repeated and targeted harassment over someone's gender identity. And that rises to like, that is one of the ways that you can be so much of an asshole to create an abusive work environment.
Okay. Okay. I think that's all fair.
So,
Bringing
yeah,
this
that's
back
the
a little bit.
steelman.
I want to ask Sushi a few questions to kind of get him back here again. So we talked about a lot, Sushi, but I think generally what I heard from you, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like your thing was if you specifically said, if you want me to call you Christina, I will, but I'm not going to pretend like there's some reality to it. So what you're saying is basically you have like a social acceptance for it. You'll call them the thing, but you
No,
don't
no,
have
no.
like a
No, you
scientific
can
acceptance.
legally change your name to Zagglethorpe, and that's what I'll call you.
Okay. So
I
it's
just
specifically
won't.
what the legal name is.
Yeah, well, whatever your legal name is, I'll call you by your legal name.
Okay. So if
Or
they get
in the words of what was it? Coming to America. He's like, his mama named him Cassius, so I'm gonna name him I'm gonna call him Cassius. Talking about Muhammad Ali. It's the
okay.
same way I treat other people.
So okay, and then the question I was going to ask, going to the next end of that, was so then you don't care anything about whether or not there's any biological reality. So if someone legally changed their name to like a dog, you would call them a dog
Yeah, they're
because
being
that's what they
a little
define
bit
If
themselves
their
as.
name
dramatic,
was
saying
a
it's
dog,
illegal.
I'd be
But
like, hey,
Yeah, or
I
like
there's
do
this
think a lot
guy
of trans
or
people
Mr.
would
Barky
want
Von
it to be
Schnauzer or
equal, but
something.
sure.
it's not.
I would say there's this guy or a girl with a stupid ass name named Schnauzer, but that's his name. I would probably
Okay.
come up with shorthand like
So
Schnauz or
so
something.
and then the last question I'll ask on this. So if you have someone who's legally changed their name, they want to, let's say their
Should
name
I
was
get into
Chris.
Hawaiian
They
shirts?
legally changed their name to Christina. They're dressing
I
like
feel
a
like that would be
woman.
kind of
You
weird.
happen to know that they were once Chris. Are you going to constantly refer to them as a dude?
I mean, I might accidentally misgender them, but like
No,
what
I
I do,
my
what I
point is like, is it
personally
like
do,
conceited effort?
what
Yeah.
I personally do to avoid misgendering people and create a
Mhm.
big hullabaloo is I always make sure to use their name even when referring to them when they're not there. Like so, I'd be like, "Yeah, Christina went to the store."
So
You know,
the heart of my question is basically you're not
You think
trying to
he's gendered
intentionally
me as
misgender
female
anybody.
in this
That's not
discussion?
really where you care.
I
Yes.
don't feel the need to. I feel like people know how I personally feel about it. I
Mhm.
don't need to go out and show it all the time. You know what I
Okay.
mean? It's like you
It's
say you're a
progress,
woman.
baby.
I know that intrinsically that you're a man. If
Mhm.
you call yourself Christina, that's fine. I'll call you Christina,
Mhm.
but like, you know what I mean? Don't
Yeah, just
expect me to be arm in arm with you in on like a march or something.
yeah, just to kind of recontextualize it. The
Was
reason
a
half the panel kind of
January
shudders when you say that is because it for me being in the kind of the middle, I see it as a good step because you're saying, look, I'll call you the thing. It used to be just, yeah, I'm going to deliberately misgender you. But
I don't feel a need to be a dickhead about it, man. It's
well,
just like
yeah,
it's like
but just understand that that's a good thing. Like, and I don't mean like, oh, fuck you, like your side wants to, but you have to understand, like, for a few years, that's kind of been a point of contention on the side of the right.
Makes you a little
Ben
bit
Shapiro's a
marketing.
notable example where he'll call
I mean
someone by the gender of which they look, and then he'll go out of his way to re-misgender them
I mean
retroactively. Like, I'm just saying,
sure,
yeah,
but like what I'm getting at is I can have extreme positions but also be polite at the same time.
right, which
Yeah.
is a good thing. It's appreciative. I'm just
But
glad that
Madden,
we ironed that out.
I didn't get to hear. What did you say, Madden?
Oh, I guess parroting. Oh, I said it's progress, and like it's a good thing that you're like forward with that, especially in the like in Fanatic's instance, like he said, "Oh, I've got 5 o'clock shadow, and I'm like trying to get people to like that's literally what I live like 24/7." So in that instance, I'm never antagonistic of people, never trying to be like, "Oh, you technically you misgendered me, so now I get X amount of points," or what have you. It's like
That's how you
it's
end up
definitely
in
in the
like
favor.
videos, right?
Yes, that is how you get on lives of TikTok. Real any percent speed run. That's how you get there. And I think like knowing that your presence has that weight, I think moving forward, even if you are not the best advocate in that way, if I'm like not doing everything I can on the dot to like pass to like be an advocate in that aspect, I think it's important. And then but drawing that to the extreme of like if I were to constantly nag people or it would be more than nagging people, if I constantly like take people to task about misgendering and stuff like that, then like you get to the point where Fnatic is maybe saying that I'm just not going to do it. I mean, I don't care what the law says. I'm just not going to do it. Um, and I think that's some realm to explore, but I think the majority of trans people just aren't that.
Yeah. And I think
Yeah.
that like your viewpoint and your approach to this is ultimately probably a healthy one. We are not nagging people. Because if you're trans, like the best thing you can do if you're really invested in getting people to like gender you correctly is to work like as hard as you can to like, actually appear female. And
Yeah.
if you're really like, if you're agonizing about how other people are gendering you, you're giving them a lot of power over your own like mental
Yeah.
health and sanity. And I think that's just like, it's not a healthy way to live or to approach life. Because ultimately, like, people are like, if you look a certain way, you can expect people to gender you in that way. And like, you don't need to get upset about it because that's just like, frankly, they're probably not thinking like negative things about you. That's just
Mhm.
like, they're working on their default assumptions.
Yeah. That and also I do also want to say is like I do have endless compassion for people who are kind of stuck in that I wouldn't say loop, but it's like that system where online every single interaction is perfectly because they have like the perfect profile and they get all the perfect pronouns and then they have this harsh contrast with their day-to-day life to the point where it can bring about this bit where you feel as though you have to nag people. And I'm endlessly compassionate towards that, and I would not say that my uh relationship with that is the same as like many other trans people,
I think
especially the more
it's
online types.
understandable in a lot of ways, but it's ultimately like it's an unhealthy outlook. And like,
Yes, I wholeheartedly agree.
yeah, I saw this one trans woman on TikTok, and I had a discussion with my friend about her because she was saying that like she was frustrated because people gendered her correctly, but she didn't believe that they really thought she was a woman. Which is
Yeah.
like, it's going beyond just
What
like
do you want from
expectations
us?
Yeah,
for
that's fine.
language, but like expectations for like managing people's actual thoughts, which I think is like not only insane and like not going to go anywhere, but also
Yeah.
probably really mentally health
Yeah,
disruptive for
definitely on
her.
the border
Well,
of self-harm there. Yeah.
okay, and I think this is where a big part of the problem comes in, right? Is because like we're like all being asked to like entertain this idea about like people being trans and all of this thing and just having this whatever. And I think, but then now, like the left has gone so crazy as to be like, hey, listen, it doesn't require anything. There's nothing that a person can be completely like have done literally nothing towards presenting to the other side. They can be as brolic and whatever as they want to be, wear men's clothes, still go by the same man name, but then feel like, no, I'm trans and I want you to use these new pronouns. And it's we have to entertain this stuff. And it's like, wait a minute. At this point now, we are doing that. And I think bringing it towards that first topic, now we're being asked to entertain this stuff for children because that's what Matt Walsh spent a lot of that documentary on. It was specifically about the idea that now we're required to start helping children transition, and we're not even allowed to question like the merits of any of that stuff. Like clearly, that's a little bit
So
crazy, right?
Fanatic, I'm glad you brought it up. Brought it back to that because I was going to go back to your moral panicking. I looked up that bill. We just hey, let's look this up. I wasn't an expert in this bill, so I looked it up, right? And talking about people going to jail for this. Well, no, that's actually not what the bill says. Not at all, right? The bill has a few legal remedies, including fines, for a person who's, as Taj was saying, April was saying, is like trying to create like a harassment environment, right? Trying to engage in harassment. And to be clear, it was because in Canada they have better laws than have in the States, right? They are
Based.
bringing up, they are raising transgender individuals, right, to the same minority status as others, right, giving them the same protections as others. That's what that bill is doing. But in any case, right, it doesn't send you to jail. However, if you don't like file, like if if you get ruled against, right, they say you're guilty of breaking this law, and they give you a fine, or you have to go to sensitivity training, right, because that's the thing there as well. If you don't, right, well then a judge can haul you up for contempt of court, and then you can go to jail. But that's for the contempt for not following anything else. That's what that is. So,
Okay. Hey,
my point of bringing that up
I'll
back.
save it really quick. I'm sorry for misspeaking earlier. I guess you
Okay.
don't go to jail for it, although I thought you did go to jail for hate crimes in Canada. I bet I could find laws that suggest that you actually go to jail for hate crimes if you like do those things that are harmful towards all those other protected groups. Like if you're calling people N-words and things like that, I'm pretty sure you can be jailed for things like that in Canada. But let's assume now that this thing has been elevated to those same levels that it's not jail time. It's just a fine. If it's just a fine, that still means that I'm not legally able to call you that thing because fines are still legal punishments. So yeah, I guess you got me.
Okay. Oh no, hold on.
Square
Actually, I
people
do
can't do it
get you
now.
because you said
wealthy,
jail
you can pay
time,
the
right?
fine.
That was a big fucking thing for you, and you're fucking wrong about it. Okay, all right. And
I mean, the documentary literally
in
says
that
guy,
case, right? Like
you
I take April's stance is that like people shouldn't be able to harass others, right? Like if Sushi says that he will respect a person by like calling them by their name, I think that's fair, right? I give that room on my panel. We get people on who disagree, right, with gender ideology, and they don't want to use other people's pronouns. They want to use their names. That's okay, right? But to go out of the way to harass an individual, whether it be on race base or like a religion or something else, right? That's a problem. That's a fucking problem. So I'm glad they're actually doing something about it. And so yes, no, Fanatic, you don't get to become a fucking harasser, right? If that's what you were saying before, if that was a question, Pawns, right? Maybe I misunderstood that question, right? If you're gonna be a fucking harasser, yeah, actually fine you, and they want to pay that fine, yeah, go to fucking jail then if that's the case.
So I love it.
Absolutely.
Really quick, really, I swear, Pons, really
Real quick,
simple.
10 seconds.
Is it harassment to just simply refuse to call someone by by the right gender? For example, is it harassment for a landlord to just refer to a biological male who is a transgender woman as sir? Is that
Not
harassment?
according to C16. So
Okay, Prime, would you say that that's harassment?
I say that's harassment. If this person kindly asked you to not
Yes,
either
they asked
that,
you not to, and you said no, and you just kept doing it.
then that would be harassment. Yeah, I would say
Okay,
harassment. Yeah.
so all right, so we
Okay.
got it.
Okay. Let's bring it over to Taj. He's been waiting.
Oh no.
You muted, buddy.
He's unmuted now.
yo
Oh.
guys.
You must be muted on like your mic or something, friend, because you're
It's
not muted
me.
in Discord.
Still muted.
I'm an outlaw.
No
Okay,
worries.
Joe.
So just to kind of understand, so then Prime, you would consider
Yeah,
consider
rattlesnake.
dead naming to be harassment. Like, of course, not just accidental dead naming, but intentional dead naming.
Yeah, like if you're actively doing that, yeah, you're harassing a person. Now, of course, there's individuals who transition and people don't know, or whatever, right? Or people are just confused by the concept, right? Like if you talk to like my grandma, right? I'm sure she's like confused by the fucking concept. So if I decided I was going to transition, she'd be she'd call me Prime instead of Prima.
Wait,
So like,
Prima donna, yeah.
I can't
yeah,
play ecstasy
that would
gold.
absolutely be the case. But I wouldn't consider it
How did it get
harassment if it came for her,
flagged?
especially if she just doesn't understand. But then maybe I can't teach her. Maybe she does
But I
understand.
only
She's
just
like,
like
no,
a few
fuck you, you're
seconds.
Prime. And then yeah, that at some point it might be harassment.
So it's like a gray line, which is fine.
Yeah.
It's when we're talking about intention.
They need plausible deniability. is what they
Yes. Yeah. So for Fnatic then, do you think it would be harassment if someone dead named you but you weren't trans? So let's say someone called up to me, my name is Joseph. Someone just constantly calls me Francine no matter what I do. I tell them to stop calling me Francine. They just continue to call me that no matter what. Let's say it's at work. The work person continues to call me that thing. Do you think that would be considered harassment? And if so, is that different?
I would say that it would be harassment
It's
if the
not good
person
because
kept
I
calling you
can't
Francine and
see.
wasn't that, then yeah, I would say so. It depends on what their basis or reason for doing so. If they're doing that because they just want to call you something feminine so as to emasculate you, yeah, that would be harassment. If someone just like kept calling you something else for short, say your name was I don't know, Daniel, and they called you Dan. And it's like, I just hate the name Dan. And they just kept calling you Dan because they're used to using the word Dan for short.
Getting a little
I mean,
bored
I
with
guess
Dan.
eventually
I'm
it could start in a
sorry.
professional environment. I guess it could start feeling like harassment after a while, but it just
Mm.
depends all on the intentionality and
So
things like that.
to be fair, that actually sounds a lot like what Prime said. So let me paint a situation. We'll see if we both think it's harassment. You can have a situation where you have a person who changes their identity. Let's say their name was Dan. They go to Danielle, right? And the person at work, they see them and they go, why have you transitioned? I think that's ridiculous. I don't think you're actually a woman. I'm going to call you Danielle from now on, no matter what you do. So like really blatantly obvious. Their goal is to like be a dick, essentially. Would you consider that harassment, Fanatic?
I guess it's kind of
Obviously,
hard
we know
not.
the intention there. I know that we can't reach into a person's mind. In this situation, we do know the intention.
Sure. If they're intending to harass, then it's harassment, like no matter
Okay.
what it is, right?
Okay.
But my problem is that I think sometimes what if the intention is not to harass? What if the intention is just I don't believe in this, so I'm going to continue to refer to you by the
Consensus on
biological
this
sex that
channel
you
is we
are.
think taftaj is
If
compelling
that's the
viewing.
case, and we can
So
say that that
true.
is
Oh
necessarily
my
harassment, then
god.
we have a
I
problem.
think that like
We're really
Okay.
far from the documentary.
And then Prime, yeah. And then Prime, what do you think about that being harassment or not?
The example that you gave, yeah, I would think that's harassment. But like I think like the amount of ink spilled, right, and time taken. Like on my show, like everyone wants to talk about fucking trans people goddamn time. It's the nexus. Everything gets drawn back to the trans issues. You'd be surprised how skilled people are from somehow like we're talking about, right, the economic issues like happening in Turkey, right? But those trans women, they're up to something. They're up to no good. They can actually draw it back. So like this focus on pronouns, right, where it just seems like such a small fight because and if I'm mischaracterizing Fanatic, then I absolutely don't mean to. But it seems like that seems to have been the focus of your argument, is that some individuals, don't want to use these pronouns, right? And then we have to make space for these individuals within our society. And it seems like it. Okay, I'll say that my side of this maybe should pull back, right? I think what Madden was saying previously in terms of like trying to be reasonable, your expectations of others, and when it comes to pronouns, I think we should actually do that. I think everyone should take take that on.
So then we all agree.
Yeah, just have like some reasonable expectations as to who and what you can expect when it comes specifically to these pronouns. But also, like, I think we should kind of have reasonable expectations of others to make accommodations for people, right? To make we accommodate people in so many different ways, right? That at some point we're ridiculous. Hell, even like really disabled people, we didn't do that before. As a society, we literally didn't care about those individuals until we ratified that into law. It was actually really disgusting what we did to them. But the point is that we as a society do these things all the time, and to be stuck on this thing, pronouns, right, and fight and cry. Well, I'm not saying Finek's crying. I don't mean to say that. But to to put up such a stink over this one thing, I just think it's not worth it.
Luckily, I don't think anyone here is really doing that. Basically, what you and Fanatic described sound indistinguishable for me, where it's not necessarily about just dead naming. If an 80-year-old guy who has Alzheimer's accidentally calls you Chris instead of Christine, it's like whatever. But if you have the intention to harass somebody, well, then that's harassment up and down because your intention is to harass them. It doesn't matter if the avenue is the dead name or something else. So it sounds like we're all pretty much on the same thing there. I know what you mean when you say people get caught up with it. You're not talking about anybody here. You're talking about the side. But this is good ground because this is usually the issue that you run into is when it comes to this naming thing. Honestly, it always sounds to me like it's just a semantical disagreement. Mm-hmm. Once we kind of figure out what the words mean, we're all pretty much in the same avenue. Even Suspect Sushi is considered the farthest right, I think, in this particular thing.
Okay, so I think here's where the problem comes in, though, because I think, well, yes, like that, like a lot of times the arguments can be semantical. I think that it starts becoming significantly more like different when it starts coming to, because once you have that idea, you now it starts coming towards children. Do you have to use the same thing that children want to be called? Like, what does that what does that mean? When it comes to teaching these ideas to like, because we all have the world that we have, and so many of the things that we've learned and understood have been like culturally instilled at subconscious levels before we were even thinking about them. And now we're in a world where we're starting to say, no, we want to consciously inculcate children with these ideas about differing gender and sex as young as 5 years old and understanding all of this stuff. And this is where it starts becoming a really big problem for a lot of people, that they don't want this normalized. We don't want an influx of trans children, so on and so forth, because of all the other harms and things associated with it. And that's where
Okay.
that's, so it's not
Okay.
just that.
Madden.
I guess one important question is
We should talk more. I'm so sorry.
it seems as though you're even dragging your heels on the social bit, but if there's so much of the panic around a lot of surgeries like T blockers, like there's a large bit in the documentary, but we had one actual doctor saying that T blockers is just like putting a pause on music. And then we can press play and it'll go on afterwards,
Which is definitely not true.
It's fucking insane. Yeah. And then having that played next to a doctor who says that's not true, and also someone who had detransitioned also saying it's not true. It seems as though when bringing the problem to children is really important, because you have this very, very critical window where you need to address this problem before puberty happens to know the best course of actions. Otherwise, there's going to be irreparable damage, I guess you could say, to these trans folks. So I think having a comfortable spot where children can come out and express themselves and know how to voice these opinions, maybe not necessarily in the avenue of like going to a drag show, but it seems as though you're dragging your heels, and even on like drag like or like story time, to the point where it seems as though that's like a great illustration of how other lifestyles may like present themselves in the future, to the point where I guess a good question is there grounds for accepting this and giving room to and being a better trans ally if it means not having all these problems stand up from the medical affirmations later down the road?
And I
don't
think
fully understand
one
the
of the
question. Can you say it
problems
succinctly?
is that like
Oh, go ahead.
we barely know that HRT is like beneficial for adult trans people. Like you look into the meta-analyses of studies on HRT, and they consistently say like over and over, like quality of life, anxiety, depression, that the evidence, the strength of evidence for the benefit of HRT is low. Because a lot of these studies, you know, they're not RCTs, they're not double blinds, they're surveys. You go out to these people and you ask them, do you think HRT is good for you? And they inevitably say yes. And it's not a good way of conducting science. And so I think that like, I think it's very reasonable to be pretty skeptical, or yeah, you know, pretty cautious when you're actually bringing this to children, where the effects are going to be a lot more dramatic from them transitioning. So yeah, I don't know. I think that we have kind of gone down a crazy direction with this, where like constantly the language you hear from progressives is that like not allowing HRT or not affirming gender is going to it's going to lead to suicide, and we don't have evidence that like HRT is associated even with less suicide. We don't have that evidence, so you know the entire premise is faulty.
Really quick. Taj.
Okay, check.
Yes, great. Okay,
I don't know
awesome.
the fuck just happened.
Let's
I'm
give
so sorry about
Taj
that.
a minute to kind of catch up here.
Please.
Damn, I had a few things to spit.
Go for it. Take your time.
Yeah, so I just wanted to ask which society is better? The one where someone could possibly harass somebody by misgendering them frequently, and then they can possibly go to jail by being in contempt of court or Canadian court, Connect court, whatever it's called in Canada. And yeah, someone earlier brought up like thoughts, right? And that's like a tough one to think about, because like I would like everyone to think that I'm like a person as a black man, right? Like, or at least not half a person, not 3/5 of a person, but 5/5 of a person, a 5 out of 5, right? So when we say things like, oh, I don't want to think this person is the gender that they're ascribing to, and checking off all the boxes for, right? Like I feel like that. I don't know. like just like with racism, I feel like this would like rear its head and show itself in like weird ways. We'll see fruits of this tree like in ways that we haven't like seen before. So just how like racism can lead to medical racism, and like black people like we're just more likely to die when they go to surgery and shit like that, or less likely to get the amount of like pain medication that they need because like
Taf,
people think
do
that
you
black
know if
people are
these
like
studies account for other
impervious to
social
pain.
factors that
Like
might play into
what
any trans person's
wonky
health? This is a
shitty
problem.
like
There are confounding
unscrupulous things
factors
will
which
happen to
make the
trans people
evidence
just because they're
weaker.
trans, and like
Mhm.
we'll say their names, like the names that they choose, but we won't acknowledge the gender they ascribe to. I'm not sure.
So should a
If that's like
gynecologist take a trans woman and give the same like how do you perform a pap smear?
That was my question, Sushi. I was
yeah,
gonna
this is
say
like an
if you,
intersectional issue, dog.
no,
So
it's a
not
better question. A better way of phrasing that question is if we have to start insisting that trans
Yeah,
women
because they
are
can't
women
account for
and
all of
we're
these
no longer allowed
confounding
to entertain
variables.
the
Okay, but
idea of biological
But
sex, then as a
the
result of that,
morbidity
then that
studies for
means
trans
now
people that
we
I've
stop
seen have
actually
like very little
checking
data in
trans
general.
women
So
for prostate exams when they hit 40 years old. And so now
Not
you have
that.
these
Okay.
situations where a trans person is going to a doctor and it's like, and he's not
Fanatic,
even
I know you
checking.
can do better.
Let-
I know you can do
let-
better
Yeah.
than
let
Fanatic.
wait, I
Let's
just
respond to it
Did you
real
watch
quick.
the
That's just
average
an
Twitch
Let's
video, or
intersectional
like
issue,
what's up?
Fanatic.
That's
It's not
bad,
gonna be one about
Fanatic.
comparison with black people. I'm just saying this is like a thing that happens when someone gets marginalized in society. There are weird ways that transphobia and racism and sexism are gonna rear their heads in how they're treated in society that will cause negative effects to them.
Could
And
you?
I
Could
didn't
you?
mean to
I
also,
think it would help for your
I
point.
missed
Maybe
what you
if you
said,
had like
Josh.
if
Put
you
that
had
in
like a
my
little
example.
example, Tej.
okay, so I'm gonna bail you out if you allow me.
Yeah, sure.
I think the conversation around trans athleticism is mind numbing at this point, especially on Twitch. But I think also brings up this point of like the concern of biology and if that influences what a woman is. I think absolutely it does. I think if you entertain these possibilities, like, oh, I'm a trans woman and there's no shot I'll have prostate cancer, and or like the pap smear thing that we previously brought up. I think I will not, or I will endlessly concede that there are people in their trans advocates who are like put themselves as models of community who will debate that. But I think at the very least, I'm here saying that these biological differences are very important to touch upon, but even then they're weaponized in the ways in which we're banning all trans children from sports when in the name of competitive integrity, when that only begins to matter in limited high schools or competitive colleges later on. So I think that the biological essentialism is like the biggest thing in this movie that is constant. It's like, all right, dude, when are you gonna stop hitting the dead horse? Because constantly it's just like, oh well, um, I mean, he gives you even different examples that we previously brought up with saying, well, what does a woman have? Well, does she have prostate or whatever? And it gets into that bit when even further on in the production, it kind of dispels that. But I think getting away from a biological like essentialism type bit or like a appeal to nature type problem, I think is good to be wary of, if not falling into that pitfall, which I think we have.
Fanatic, you
That's
can
really
do
interesting.
better.
All right,
Fanatic,
so
you go.
okay, yeah. So let me talk about how like things like bigotry will affect people that aren't even in that marginalized group and society as a whole. So for things like the war on drugs, right? When we talk about like which party made like really tough on crime laws to combat the war on drugs. Okay, now Appalachia is suffering because like how people treat drug addiction in places like Appalachia, which is mostly white, those motherfuckers suffer because decades ago people were like, okay, it's the Negroes who do the crack cocaine. Now the white people are dying of like opiates, fentanyl, or some shit. I don't know. And like, all right, and with transphobia, I can point to a place like Ohio, or even what they like suggested in Florida one time. Or even the Don't Say Gay bill in Florida. Now that we can talk about it.
There's one in North Carolina too. That's now popped up.
Yeah, and the one in North Carolina. All right, so for Ohio, right? Like the bill that they snuck into being passed, like last minute. Was that like a week or two ago at this point? Like that one calls for like the checking of genitals and for even things like the chromosomes, if I'm not mistaken, for girls like 12 and up.
Yep.
Like that's gonna affect. Look. It's gonna affect. I'm gonna say it right here. I'm just gonna call it. That's gonna affect black women more than white girls down the line. It just is. There's gonna be like white people are gonna be like, oh yeah, they're dark skinned, so they're like really manly. They should get their genitals checked and they should get blah 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 blah. Like that's gonna harm other people down the line. But the Don't Say Gay bill, when schools start getting sued in the next 2-3 years because teacher Sally wants to talk about her wife, or when there's a show and tell or talk about your family assignment among like second grade students, and some kid has 2 dads and they bring it up, then that's a third party under that bill. And
that's not how
now
that
school,
works.
that district can be sued. So now we're gonna see schools bleed out.
That's not how that
because
law
people are
works at all.
homophobic.
That's a complete misrepresentation of how
That's
that
how
law
it works. Wait, that law is that like, hey, if a third party, which could be a child, it
sorry.
doesn't specify in the bill.
I'm not paying
A
attention.
third party
I'm
can be
so
fucking
zoned out.
anything.
So I'm
It can be a truck that
messaging
drives down the
Destiny.
streets that has like a gay flag and 2 men
I'm thinking
kissing.
about
For all I
messaging
care about.
Destiny.
Like a parent could hear that, and then that would be ample grounds to
Which
sue
is
the
much more
school
important.
or even the school district under that law.
I
That's
kind
gonna
of
have
think
schools
Taj
financially
and
bleed
John
out,
is
even if they
more
win those
correct
cases.
here.
Hiring those lawyers and hiring that legal defense
He's
is
right
still
about
gonna
this
cost
chilling
money.
effect.
School
That's a 2-for-1.
budgets
They want
aren't
to do
aren't-
that.
or
They want to
what?
do that. Remember, this is a Republican state. They want to do that to
Yeah.
a public school. Yeah, like so
That's not how that works.
But
That's how the bill works.
No, it's
uh,
not.
It's a
but-
7-page bill.
It's a little bit of a bastardization of it, a little bit.
It's
a
a
little tiny bit.
complete bastardization. It wasn't 7 pages. We read the entire thing on a stream one time. It really wasn't that. It wasn't that way at all. That's not
We
the
did
bill.
hit this
And
in
it seems like a
previous-
complete.
Wait, so it doesn't have the
absolutely
provision
did.
of third
That's a
parties?
complete
Was I not paying
mischaracterization of the
attention?
bill to any person who's read it. If anybody just look
Can't
it
have
up,
gendered
it's
instruction.
called the Parents' Rights in Education, and that's what
Wait.
the thing is. And it says
What is-
specifically instruction, not conversations or any of those things. That's just not how the bill works.
What's
Okay,
instruction?
great.
That is
What's
true.
instruction? That wasn't
and
It
defined.
did
Instruction,
specify
instruction is
instruction.
very
Instruction.
obvious in all of the other things.
It's
but this
not
is the
obvious.
conversation.
Gendered
It is
not
not
obvious.
It's obvious to any
watching
person with a
old
brain.
and
That's
Okay,
why
It's
the-
not-
okay.
no,
All
it's
right.
not.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
it's
Hold on.
the bill.
We're
Gendered
stopping this. We're
instruction.
stopping. Just stop for a second. Hold on. Because we have hit this kind of already. I feel like this is
Oh,
an
yeah.
entire another rabbit hole that
Oh,
we're
no.
gonna go into.
Yeah,
We-
I'm just saying that there's
at
gonna
the end
be
of the
negative
day-
consequences for shit like this.
Yeah. So just to kind
So
of broadly
everybody, not just that community.
broadly getting away from the bill, because definitely read it and whatever. Getting away from the bill, your issue
I'm gonna
sounds like
jump
it's
into
that
the
you're
panel.
worried about systemic issues that come about, not systematic, not intentional.
Yeah, so-
Like these
yeah,
these unintentional things that
consequences because they wanted to
Yeah.
rush through a bill attacking some boogeyman marginalized.
Oh
group.
my god.
So it was
Guys,
black people during the 80s and
holy
black people
shit,
today
that
too.
was
So you're thinking
Like
about the-
suburbs.
okay, no
and
way.
What?
Yeah. So when we started like integrating schools and stuff, that's when a large
so
pushes to
embarrassing.
defund schools started coming in. When we integrated things like public pools, then that's when public pools started disappearing all of a sudden,
I'm
getting
gonna
closed
die
down,
now.
filled
I'll
up with
just
sand
die.
and concrete, and turned into something else because they didn't want black kids swimming with white kids in public pools. Like these things will have unintended consequences,
Thank you,
and we
Who's
pay
Coming.
for the bigotry that we allow within our country.
So so what you're saying is you don't agree with the bill because of the unintended consequences that will come of it, or you don't agree with these prescriptions that are being offered.
I don't agree with the bill. Yeah, I guess for those reasons is like a pretty major thing. I was talking about like how it's our thoughts, right? Where it's like, hey, as a black person, I don't want to be acknowledged as 3/5 of a person. I want to be acknowledged as a 5/5 of a fucking
I'm gonna
person.
jump in here really soon
And as
here.
like trans people, I think they want to be acknowledged as like the gender that their brain ascribes them to be.
If I can jump in
Okay.
here with just
Well,
like
well,
a
quickly,
quick
yes,
thing.
but I just want to let Sushi's kind of been Sushi kind of has something. It's kind of part of Sushi's whole thing. He wants to kind of talk about this a little bit, and then we can go to Tash Cabbage.
Okay.
Tash Cabbage.
Is it January 6th
I'm
related?
putting my plus
Wait, what do
5 fingers
I
in.
want to do? Did I just get thrown in? What's
Yeah,
happening?
don't you doesn't this matter to you a lot? I thought you said this mattered to you a lot.
Do you like how conservatives are pushing legislation to stop the grooming across the country?
Oh, I
Yes,
think
it's
it's
a question.
fucking dope, bro. Except
Okay.
they didn't go far enough. Here's
Okay,
the
never
thing.
mind. Fuck me.
Are
Okay.
you a
No,
pro
no,
government
listen,
type
listen.
person, or do you like more restricted government?
Oh no, dude, I'm a theocratic monarchist, dude.
Oh,
Whoa.
fucking base. Okay, no, sorry.
You're a monarchist?
Excuse me.
That's so funny.
Yep.
Who's with monarchy these days? All right.
I was
Theocratic
just
monarchy. Let's
posting
get it.
pro-monarchy.
Monarchism.
Okay, my apologies then. Okay, so Taftaj and then Prime Kai.
Sorry,
back to
sorry,
you,
Puns.
Will.
Like, did you think I didn't agree with it? I think the bill didn't go far enough. It only limits it to a certain grade level. Then it's like, okay, you can talk about whatever. Last I checked.
No, I just it sounded to me like your whole thing was that this hits you particularly hard because you have religious beliefs behind it. I
Yeah,
feel
I
like
mean,
it's fair to
I-
throw that in.
I-
That's what
I-
you believe. Oh,
I think it's immoral, and I think it's against God. But I mean, but people, like I said, I DM'd you. I said like, man, most people know my religious extremist beliefs. They can guess at what I think, and most likely be within the margin of error. So
oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. Okay. All right, taftaj and then Prime.
Well, I just wanted to like jump in and maybe give husband John a lifeline here, because I think maybe a better example of like the unintended effects might be something like the bathroom bill, where like if you're banning, trans women from bathrooms, on paper that does one thing, but like the end result is you have like women who might just look like a little bit masculine who are getting harassed outside of bathrooms. And so this would be like you're targeting one thing and you're having very different effects than what you're trying to do. So that might be one example that is strong in this case.
Prime.
So I was going to address my friend Fanatic for something he said previously. And I was a little bit disappointed because I know Fanatic was great with arguments and that just was really not his best. So I just want him to step his game up a bit. So Fanatic, you did the whole thing about like uh, in terms of a hospital, like at some point we're not going to check trans women for like prostate cancer.
More rules, more
Like
problems.
that is not the argument that anyone anywhere is saying, right? You know that's not the case. You know that trans women are not arguing for worse medical care than they already get now. Like no, that's absolutely not. Or trans individuals in general aren't like they're acknowledging that if a trans man comes into a a medical office pregnant, that they should be able to get care. They shouldn't be thrown out or treated badly, right? They understand, yeah, they might have those reproductive organs still in there, and they might get pregnant, and they desperately need people within the medical community to take them seriously. That's what they're advocating for. There is no way, there's no how that there's anyone saying that yes, we shouldn't check them for prostate cancer, right? It's just such a basic argument, and I just want step your game up. I know you got it in you, right? Like,
so let me just make sure that we're clear here. So we had that case in Canada where a person, the trans
I
person,
love
wanted to go to
Steel
a
Manning. I
gynecologist,
love
talking
Steel
about like
Manning.
that they needed a Pap smear, and it was like this is absolutely inappropriate. And of course, the gynecologist is like,
I have to
wait,
be
a trans
Steel
woman?
Manning all the time.
yeah, it was a trans woman, and they were like, yeah,
Okay.
this doesn't make any freaking sense. Like that's not like the reason for us doing
Yeah,
Pap
so what's a
smears
woman?
doesn't apply to
Good
you.
point.
And then they tried to sue that person. They literally tried to sue him because he was unwilling to do a Pap smear.
Bro, I'm looking at my face.
That's
Why do I
terrible.
make that face?
That's
Why am I
terrible.
like
I
yeah,
agree.
I
I'm sorry
guess.
that
why?
happened.
I agree.
Why am I
I
doing
agree.
that?
Hold on. This is not. You can understand that the LGBT movement, right? The gender equality movement, or not gender equality, well, whatever, right? Is not pushing for that, right? Like that's not a tenet. That's not something they're going for. That an individual in
Check out this
Canada, right?
base
Some random
song.
motherfucker is confused. Look. Let's go online and look at stories from Florida, right? There's a lot of confused people in this fucking world, right? They're
Wait,
having
no,
like
not
a
that.
fucking alligator to like a McDonald's
This.
like drive-through, right? And order for it. Like a lot of the people do all kinds of crazy shit, but like that is not part of the movement. The movement is advocating for better care for our trans brothers and sisters, right? Acknowledging that they have special care needs
how do I put this at the
sometimes.
top?
And yes, you'll have to understand that this
Order?
individual
Top.
has biological male parts. So take care of
The
that,
movement,
and the
the
fact that they
movement,
might be on HRT or
This is
whatever.
the movement is
pro-trans
advocating for children being
meme.
taught like that there's a difference between biological sex and gender. The movement is
Okay.
advocating for like
Move the
literally
goalposts.
giving 11-year-olds freaking puberty blockers and preventing puberty for them. The movement is advocating for
He's like,
making it
what a
criminal
beautiful
and
city.
for someone to misgender people and getting
There's a
people
trans
losing their
state.
entire
He's like, I don't
livelihood
care,
for
'cause he's
refusing
a
to like
king. He doesn't
recognize
care.
someone's specific
But he's
gender.
like,
The movement is
I want to
advocating
make
for
money for my citizens.
what
The way
is
to
it?
do
All
this
the
is by
medical
taxing
nonsense
them.
that they're doing. There are people that are actually arguing
Then he
specifically
follows the
for the idea
science.
that trans women need to be considered
Based.
women even
Okay.
within the medical field, even though
Yes,
there's
you'll find them
biological
on
male
Twitter,
things.
as long of
Right.
all the other crazy
Of course,
motherfuckers.
you have the movement where you have these trans people that literally
A
talk about
woman?
I
And
got
then with
my
a
first
cowboy
period
hat,
cramps
brother.
as a trans woman. The freak are you talking
Yeah,
about?
you'll
There's
find them
all
on
of
Twitter.
this
You'll
nonsense,
find every
and you know what
single
else the movement
motherfuckers on Twitter.
the other thing the movement is
You'll
advocating
find
for The other thing that the movement is advocating for is taking children towards freaking bars and having people gyrate and dance sexually in front of them and having them dance with those people and collect dollars. This movement is off its freaking rocker. And it's
Okay,
absolutely
great.
insane.
I'm glad you had to move the goalpost so far, right? To like try to make any sort of point to rescue yourself from the bad
Okay.
decision making, the bad point you made before, right? So I'm glad you've acknowledged that, and that you're grasping for straws anywhere you can get, right? Looking for a victory. Hey, some people on Twitter said some crazy fucking shit. Oh wow, breaking news, right? So I think that again, this it tends to be be expressed in sort of moral panic, right? That things are going to that society is degenerating because things aren't the same as they were when I was a kid, right? And this is a conservative mindset, right? This is and there's a point where we can't bridge that gap. There's like just like when it comes to how I feel about sex in general, how I've learned to feel about gender, right? As long as I have a progressive mindset and can understand that the cultural mores of the past aren't sacred. They don't hold any intrinsic value, and instead we can actually update these things. We can boldly like go into a future and address the issues of today with new ideas and new concepts. I'm okay with that. If you're not okay with it, right? If you're still holding on to, we had a very simplistic idea within our wrestling culture, right? And not everywhere in the world, other places in the world, in other places in the past had different ideas about gender, things maybe closer to what we're seeing today, right? But within this Western culture that I grew up in, things were different and things were simpler, and now I have to learn all this.
The problem isn't that
this
things
new
are different;
technology.
it's that they're worse. It's that people are
Right.
suffering psychologically by every metric. People are abusing drugs. People are refusing to,
Oh my God,
I
April,
brought this
that's
up,
so terrible.
but it's like it's true. We live in the most
So
progressive
bad.
time in human history,
Oh my
and
God.
people are suffering. Like, how do you reconcile
Yeah,
these as a
I
progressive
already
person?
did.
By
April,
becoming
I
more
literally did that.
conservative.
I literally did that at the start. I did that previously. Like you're saying, hey, we've had some movements, right, where gay people can now marry, right? The progressives keep winning on social issues,
But I
right?
think you have
And
to
I
agree
would
that if
disagree with
we
that.
roll
But
back the clock, it would be better for people's mental health
sorry, would you
overall.
I
say
don't.
that?
Wait. Just
Sorry, would you say that last part so I
what
can
the fuck?
include
If we
that?
rolled
Sorry,
back
not
the
black
clock,
people.
things would be better for people overall in mental
absolutely
health.
not. No, I wouldn't at all. No, for
You're
who?
The
not
past
looking
like
at the
8 years
metrics.
ish.
For black people? Well, would that be better for black people if we roll back the clock?
Do we have any
Not
mental
to
health studies on
slavery,
black people
obviously.
during
No,
slavery?
for Jim
I
Crow.
mean, in
Well, we're not talking
the
about going.
segregation
She's
era,
not
black
talking
businesses was
about.
a
She's not
higher
talking
percentage
about.
Yeah, I
than
know
all the way
because
back to
that's
closer
but you
slavery.
can't.
Come
to
on,
families.
what are y'all
And no one
doing?
said
Please
that.
have a
No
real
one's literally
conversation.
no one.
No,
All right, I'm
no,
being
he
a
said
dick.
Jim
I'm just
Crow.
being an
No,
asshole.
he said Jim
Oh,
Crow, and I said during Jim Crow era, during segregation,
Taj
when it
said
was at its height.
slavery.
No.
I
He
said
said he went
not
to
to
Jim Crow.
slavery, by the way, to
She
be
said not
clear.
to slavery, and then Prime
This
said
Taj.
Jim Crow. And I said during that time, like the families were more close knit, and rates of fatherhood were astronomically higher than it is today, and like actually the rates of black owned businesses was higher than it is today as well. So I
okay,
mean,
great. So,
there's actual some like with all the atrocities that happened during Jim Crow. Also, there was a time of like black prosperity even within that.
It probably wasn't
What
because of
happened to the
Jim
Black
Crow,
Wall
though.
Streets?
Like, Jim Crow probably worsened the situation at the time. But, like, there were
yeah,
other social factors that did cause, like, Black families to succeed at the time, right? So I think it's important to look at social factors from the past that may have been beneficial and, make sure that you're not just throwing the baby out with the bathwater when you're progressing.
April, you're so close. April, you're so close, right? Yes. Just because gender ideology is a thing, right? Like progressive gender ideology is a thing that is becoming more and more popular, right? That doesn't mean it's related to this other thing, right? It's like suicides of despair, right? Those two things might not actually be related in any significant way. Maybe there are other social other things in our social environment that are causing that.
Yeah.
Like not having economic opportunity, losing housing, knowing your kids won't ever do better than you, right? Like there's a whole series of things that might be causing that. In fact, we can literally just ask those people why they
Yeah.
feel such despair, and they won't say because of the transes.
Well, I can extend like an olive branch to you and say that there are like social and technological factors that are making things worse. So like we know that like Instagram has really detrimental effects on especially young women's health, right? And their body issues. And so you take this like generation of young women who are more insecure about their bodies than ever. And then I think that like that's a social problem. But then like you also combine that with like a lot of narrative around transition that like if you have problems with your body, which are very normal, everyone has body issues, then like the solution is to transition. I think these are a toxic combination. And I think that if we had a world without Instagram and without these like corrosive body issue effects, then I think the progressive movement would be less destructive and you would capture less of these people. So like I agree that like there are current effects now that like make things worse in combination with like the progressive movement. And so I would say that like if we existed in a different world, these like progressive messaging on things, they might be less destructive.
Okay, so we aren't going to agree on the fact that they are destructive or not. I don't think they are. You think they do. That's okay. We're not going to agree on that. That's fine.
I think a little bit we're kind of talking past each other as well. We're kind of only a Sith deals in absolutes, right? Like we don't have to say things have gotten absolutely worse for Black people or absolutely better. There's a lot of aspects where we could say things have gotten obviously a lot better, even if we just go to 20 years back. But then there's a lot of aspects where things have gotten a lot worse, especially going to what things like what Tajbin John is saying, these like systemic things that you don't think about. They just kind of slowly sink in when you're trying to, gun ho fix all of these other problems. It's just, we just got to be careful to say like, oh, things have gotten worse, things have gotten better.
Economically, things have gotten worse. We'll say economically, things have gotten worse. Marriage rates, things have gotten worse.
Right.
I mean, I think those are the two biggest things. And I think when you want to say like, obviously, like in this country, like familial bonds have gotten worse. It seems like in a lot of ways, things have gotten worse for Black people in this country, for sure.
For everyone, but Blacks disproportionately so. I mean, marriage rates and stuff have also gotten really bad for white people. It's just nowhere near the level that it is.
And yet we also exist in a culture that is like incredibly careful, especially on the corporate level, to be like very sensitive to issues of racial identity. So we have this like massive progressive wave that we have these well celebrated authors who are saying that like anything that doesn't explicitly favor Black and brown people is a form of racism, right? Like that's a saying by Ibram X. Kendi who's well celebrated by literature. And so like you have that, and at the same time you have like this massive suffering which is like disproportionately affecting people of the color. So like how do you reconcile these things that like we have?
You don't have to reconcile these things.
But you have more popular progressivism that is taking more radical positions than were in the past, and yet
you have to do the work of connecting these two things, right? Like you are simply stating these things like here's one thing, here's another thing, these two things are now related. No, you have to do the work of connecting these things and saying, well, this is why Black communities or other communities are having these issues, right? If you're thinking the current progressive gender ideology is a cause of these deaths of despair, well then connect them. You can't just put them here and put them here and say, well, this exists and this exists, so how can you reconcile these two things? I don't have to because those things aren't related. Do the work. Put those things, connect them.
Yeah, I'm just talking in like very broad correlations, right?
I know you are.
So I'm just saying that like both of these things are happening where like we keep getting more progressive, and yet we also see these issues.
You're meaningless correlation. Correlation doesn't mean causation, correct? We already know that, right? I don't have to say that to you. I know you already know that.
But you're advocating for the society that we're in now to get more like it is, right? Yeah. To just like accelerate the current trends.
And here's the thing I'm not advocating for, right? Deaths of despair. Like I in fact have a bunch of solutions to deal exactly with that. But those solutions don't have anything to do with fucking gender ideology.
Okay,
the transes
like social
justice are offing themselves,
on drugs
right? So I need you to make
harm reduction. Yeah,
What is the
yeah,
causal
yeah. So like,
connection between
if you
these
look
two
at like
things?
deaths of despair or like opioid use, and you look at like the progressive solution to this, it's things like harm reduction, right? Which ends up like enabling drug users, where
Oh
you're
my
like
God.
giving people needles, you're like enabling more access to drugs,
Yeah.
you're defunding the police, so you have like less
Oh
ability to
my.
crack down on drug
Oh,
dealers. These are
I'm
all
sorry.
progressive solutions,
Can
which
we
are
can we
making
pull
it
back to
worse.
gender ideology because we're moving farther and farther away? I
I
can
mean,
I
Yeah.
can
it
fight you on
started.
all those other
It
things some
went
other
off
time,
course of the
Well,
but
I'm
last.
gender
connecting them
ideology,
for
how
you.
does
I'm
that work with
connecting social
despair?
justice and
No, no, no,
deaths
no,
of
no, no,
despair.
no,
I can't connect
no.
it to
Gender ideology.
I can't connect it to gender ideology because I don't know what that
Good,
connection
thank you.
is. Yeah.
There is
It's a
none. Thank
broader
you.
connection to social justice in general and the progressive movement in general. But I
I get
can
that you
make
have a problem.
connections with social justice, gender ideology, and problems with mental health. And I did that with Instagram, where I said you have like this problem of body issues, which is accelerated by technology. And the solution
Increasingly
provided
unique problem
by
today.
social justice is
Progressives,
not good.
no. No, 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 hold on, no. Progressives
What's the
are
solution
not
provided by social
advocating
justice?
Okay.
for no, no, hold on. This is important. Say like progressives are what advocating for Instagram and the current status quo of
No,
how
they're
that goes. No,
advocating for
Okay.
transition
All right,
as
all
a
right. This is
as a
gonna.
no, they're
solution
not
to
doing
body
that.
Gonna
No,
issues.
they're
continue.
not
Yes,
doing
wait,
We're
that.
gonna
Har-
No,
stop.
they're
We're
not
gonna
doing
stop.
that.
We're
You're
gonna get
just
Har-
stating
muted.
that that's not the case.
The moderators ask
You
you. Okay,
don't
so here's
think
what we're gonna
that
do.
progressives advocate
Stop.
for gender transition to
Stop.
solve body issues?
Okay. Stop.
Okay.
Listen, this is what we're going to do, okay? We're clearly kind of circling the drain a lot. We're nowhere near the original topic, which is fine. We can continue the discussion in the post debate. But what we should do now is kind of wrap this up, move away from this, get people have no idea what we're talking about right now, right? So let's wrap this up. Let's go quickly around. If everybody could kind of encapsulate what it was that they talked about today. If you want to specifically talk about the Matt Walsh thing, that's fine. But if you haven't seen the documentary, just whatever's important to you. We'll start with Matt and go backwards.
Sure. I mean, it's fresh in my mind, so I'm gonna kind of talk about it. But the point of like Instagram, warping away kind of culturally, and progressives generally moving in the same direction, it would seem as though the harm there possibly is that as the further folks on the right endlessly trying to coddle each other, it gets to the point where we're just like fast tracking people to make very, very poor decisions when it comes to their medical health in terms of transitioning. So I guess that would be like that one instance there. I think this is very well written upon by Jonathan Haidt in an article by The Atlantic. It is specifically why the past 10 years of American life have been uniquely stupid. It's a great article, but
Yeah, but she got signed in to read it, so it's bullshit. All right, Taj Big John.
you actually,
Yeah. The closing statements, right? For the entire night.
Yeah,
Yes.
for sure.
All right, cool. I was definitely paying attention. Yeah, so shit, how do I start? Yeah, so I feel like I really appreciate hearing other people's perspectives on things like the Mr. Mister's situation, Mr. Mister situation out in Dallas, and people's ideas about what a woman is, as well as hearing about things like the Don't Say Gay bill and people's wrong takes about that. But yeah, pretty much my stance is that like cringe shit happens with any marginalized group. For every MLK, there's gonna be an Eldridge Cleaver. Eldridge Cleaver, just so you guys know, he's the guy who made. Just Google him. You'll be really entertained. Yeah, for every MLK, there's gonna be an Eldridge Cleaver. For every like good person, there's not gonna be one bad person per good person, but there's gonna be like bad actors within any community at all. You can think about Christians, Suspect Sushi. You can think about Democrats who are shitty, like fucking who's a shitty Democrat, like Nancy Pelosi,
Bill Clinton.
I don't know about that. He played a mean saxophone. Man. He was our first
You're
black
black.
president.
Closing statements. Closing statements.
Ugh.
It's like,
oh my.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
yeah. So pretty much like keep that in mind, like when looking at different marginalized communities. Expect that there's always going to be some shithead among like the bunch of people, but we don't make policy surrounding that one shithead. We make policy surrounding what's best for society as a whole, as well as that marginalized community that occupies your space within society. And yeah, that's my closing statement. Taj Bin John, Bars and Joysticks, on Twitch and YouTube. Bars like hip hop bars, yo, joysticks like video game joysticks. Pew, pew, pew. Yeah, that's
Awesome.
me.
Oh, and quickly, Madden, I'm sorry. Could you
Oh
shout
yeah,
yourself
I
out?
appreciate it. Okay, just on Twitch, it's assigned bottom, assigned capital A, B bottom. I'm a League of Legends streamer. I'll be streaming some League later on after this as well. So stop by.
That explains a lot. I'm totally kidding.
Yeah, no, it
Prom
does.
Yeah, so yeah, you can find me twitch.tv/primekai, as it's spelled on your screen right there. And I'm also on YouTube, youtube.com/primekai, and on TikTok. I'm on lots of places right now. So hit me up. We have these discussions all the time. I want to thank my man Fanatic for bringing me in on this. Right, Fanatic sent me that message, and again, Fanatic's always been there for me, so I got to be there for him. So I was very excited to be a part of this. Right now, Fanatic specifically called on me,
Whoa.
right, because he wanted that smoke, and I'm glad I provided that for him.
Justin Sidoris, thank you. You donated to the stream. I love you.
So yeah, I was glad to fit in the role that he assumed that I would, quite nicely, I think. But yeah, in terms of this debate, I am not for moral panics. There's a moral panic around our trans brothers and sisters right now. I think in 20, 30 years, we're going to be ashamed of this. Just like how looking back at the rhetoric against our gay brothers and sisters was shameful. A lot of people back away, pretend they weren't one of them during that time. I think they're just the new inconvenient minority to pick on because there's less of them. There's less likely that they will be born within your family, and so it's they make a very convenient target when, especially in Republican states, when they're not actually tackling issues that have anything to do with their voters actually need. Right, like I don't know, Texas not dealing with its energy grid. Like that's an example right there. Uh, I think overall, though, that there still is ground. We even saw here in this contentious debate, there's a ground where we can reach, have common ground, reach out, extend an olive branch. I think we accomplished a little bit of that here, even for people who desperately disagree. So I think everyone who participated, I thought I had a good time, and I'd love to come back again in the future. Thanks so much.
All right, cool. Suspect Sushi, you have as long as Prime K's talked, so try to keep it to 50 minutes.
I don't know. I pretty much said what I said. Like, it's. I hate to sound unoriginal, but it is pretty obvious. With my far right leanings, what my opinions are on this matter, and how I'm more of an acceleration type person. I prefer a much more harder hitting set of laws and regulations against this kind of behavior to protect our children. And I would like our country to go back to a considerably more moral and religious society. I think that would right a lot of the wrongs. But I really don't have much to say other than that. I guess since this is my closing statement, since no one is allowed to say anything while I'm saying anything, I'll just be kind of a dickhead. Prime is my ideological enemy. He smells like poop and he
Sure.
wears the same shirt every day. Um, he's like a black Asmongold.
I have a whole stack of them. I have these are the
I
shirts I
don't.
wear. I have
Well,
literally.
he's talking. Doc
Suspect
points.
Sushi looks like he
Shake
works at
house.
a bar.
Boo.
I
Sure,
do
yeah,
look. I do work
he still
at a
had
bar.
49 minutes, Prime. Come on.
Yeah, I do work at a bar. I'm a cooler. If you get that reference, you're also pretty cool. But please tell me someone got that reference. Please, someone. No one knows what a cooler is. GG.
I'm so
Roadhouse.
sorry. Did you
Watch
shout
the
yourself
movie
out?
Roadhouse. No, I don't stream anymore. But just watch the movie Roadhouse for me, and then we're all good.
Hell yeah. All right. Watch Roadhouse in place of Suspect Sushi. All right,
Yes.
Fanatic.
Woo! Okay, we're giving closing statements. I wrote out a few notes, so I'm just going to say them. It's not that long. Trust me, I promise you. LGBTQ community is going way, way, way too freaking far, and people have been really afraid of that, and I think they've demonstrated it with this stuff and the fact that they're willing to defend and double down on this stuff. It's absolutely insane. Don't say gay bill was a well-founded bill. I've gone over the bill before. I'm willing to go over it again. I think the notion that we shouldn't be teaching 5-year-olds about the difference between gender identity and gender expression and all that kind of nonsense, I think makes all the sense in the freaking world. Children are in a young place where where they're trying to make a framing of the world that they're living in and try to categorize things. And when you add too many details and confusion like that, you're going to mess them up. And I think that's a terrible thing to do. I think let
Be
kids
fair,
be
Felix,
kids. As a
he's
freaking
not
5-year-old, I wasn't
moderating
worried
this
about
time.
gender. I wasn't worried about sexual identity. And I think those things need to be left out of the freaking 5-year-old in elementary school classrooms until you get until like the 6th grade, like we did where everywhere else. I think I think we need to protect children, and I think seeing stuff like this makes it a complete obvious thing. That's why the Don't Say Gay bill was passed, because we're seeing how much nonsense is happening. I think kids maybe shouldn't be at Pride. I just think it. I don't think they should be at Pride. I think at this point, Pride has shown itself for the degenerate nonsense that it is, and we need to knock that the hell off. Trans women are trans women. And I love how people say trans women are women, and I think that's incredibly reductive. The same way that you would say red pandas are pandas. But when I went to the freaking zoo recently on my vacation, I wanted to go and see the freaking pandas. And they said pandas. And I was like, yo, where are the pandas at? And then we finally got there and they were red pandas. I felt freaking cheated. Now, I'm not in the kind of place where I would sit there and decide, now that I've seen these pandas, I'm going to go off and off this person, but there are plenty of people that will. So it's probably better to label things appropriately, because these differences have actual meanings that make all the sense in the freaking world. Lastly, Bill Clinton is absolutely terrible. The crime bill, the welfare reform, him restricting the freaking Pell Grant towards prison inmates, we knew how that affected the recidivism rate. And I'm sick of black people always memeing. We meme about everything. We make everything a joke, and it's not a joke. He was one of the most harmful presidents that's ever come across. And that nigga was a Democrat, right? And he was a guy that we all try to say, oh, he's black, he's welcome to the cookout, when this nigga's literally incarcerating people with these really harsh three strike laws and all of this nonsense. Stop making this stuff a joke. It's not funny. And I'm not trying to take that shot just at you, Taj. This is something that I've been saying for a long time. It's absolutely disgusting. We'll make jokes about O.J. Simpson. We'll make jokes about Michael Jackson, and we'll make jokes about Bill Cosby. All innocent and really great men. And I think it's disgusting that we keep making ourselves the blunt of every freaking joke. We got to start doing better. We got to stick together, because white folks gonna always defend themselves. You know 1,000 more Bill Cosby jokes, and you know Kevin Spacey jokes, and you know Roman Polanski jokes, then you know Harvey Weinstein jokes, and so on and so forth. We'll always make black people the blunt of every joke, but we'll never hold white people to the same freaking level. And I'm not about none of that. Knock this LGBTQ nonsense off. It's going way too freaking far.
Where can we find you?
You can find me right here on this YouTube
Apple
where you're
Music.
watching this video. YouTube, Ask Fanatic. You can find my music. Now, listen, my
Red
takes
pandas
is whatever,
are
but my
much
music
cuter.
is ridiculous.
True.
Twitch.tv/Mr. Fanatic, and under the name Fanatic, I do all different types of music. I have amazing takes. I'm always available for debates. You can hit me up. There's a link. You can just go ahead and ask me for it in my Discord or whatever. And then, yeah, we can go ahead and schedule something. I'm out.
I promise that, like, despite the garbage takes, this guy makes beautiful music, right? It'll touch your soul, right? Not like your bowels, like this one. His takes do. All right.
Yeah, I saw a music take by not a music take. I saw like a music stream by Fnatic where he was like going through YouTube and just like playing that shit from ear. I was like, damn, dog, that's crazy. Shit.
Yeah, he's crazy. He's crazy, just like he says. All right, taftaj.
All right, yeah, just on that note, as far as, speaking to your own community and encouraging you to self-regulate, I think the queer community, just speaking to you, like, you don't have to, it doesn't have to be this way. You don't have to defend these things. I think it's possible to just like acknowledge, yeah, what like went on was inappropriate and not good, and you shouldn't bring your children to this or market these events for children. And if you're going to have kink in an event, you shouldn't market that towards children. And you don't need to like die on these hills. You can focus on, I think, what's really important, which is that like, potential for two consensual adults of the same gender to love each other. I think that's an important way to like just focus on the core human issue, and really move away from some of the craziness. So I think that that's what I would encourage people to do. At the end of the day, I think it's possible to just be like, yeah, things were inappropriate, not good, don't do that. And there's more important things to focus on. So that's my closing statement. It's been lovely, guys. You can follow me, taftaj. I'm on Twitch and YouTube. I post all sorts of fun, cringe opinions and sexy pictures of myself. So yeah, good stuff.
All right, cool. And, twitch.tv/justpawns, youtube.com/justpawns. I'm not streaming right now, though. Fuck you. I just want to say I was really curious how this was going to go. Blood sports is something that people often associate with bad faith, and I don't think it needs to be like that.
I think Prime and Fanatics back and forth these entire times are perfect testament to where you can go deep, you could say the hyperbolic dumb shit, but you could still address each other's points and have a productive conversation, which ultimately I think was a massive, massive success. Even someone as far right as Suspect Sushi agreeing with people as far left as Madden and Prime. So I think it was a total win today. The Fanatic Prime 1v1, there to moderate it. Just let me know when it's happening. And yeah, absolutely. Great job today, everybody. Oh,
Thanks,
also,
everybody. Sorry for yelling.
That's all good.
Oh
Thanks
no,
for
it's
having
all
me.
You haven't
good.
yelled enough.
Yeah, you didn't. You got to talk more, bro. I was
for
thinking
sure.
about doing a walk on. If there's any people that actually wanted to like do that, but I don't really know.
I'm queuing up a game of League, but I'm done.
I have to
Yeah.
quickly ask Prime. Okay, this has been eating away at my soul. Okay, so every single time during the debate, when someone said that companies are moving more left and doing more woke left things, you made this face. My question to you is that because you think that the companies are doing it just not sincerely, or do you think they're not doing it at all?
No, I think there is a mix. So people are Taff was trying to make this point. And if I'm getting anything you said correctly, I apologize. Please correct the record. But Taff seemed to be making the point that we have this progressive wave, and we can measure this progressive wave by the shift in corporate culture. I think to an extent that we actually can do that. I think that but I would say that corporations, one, are a lagging indicator, right? Like, they are conservative in their nature, not like left and right conservative. I mean, just like conservative in their operations by their very nature, because they don't want to rock the boat and fuck up their money, right? It's that simple. So the fact that we do see more corporations, like, making these diversity efforts, and you see them, like trying to reach out to LGBTQ community, I think it is a measure of success on the progressive scale, right? However, I wouldn't. I think that the problem was she went too far with it, right? There are people within those corporations who do think like, you know what? If I include these individuals from different faiths, from different races, from different genders, right? That this will make my corporation stronger. It'll bring in new ideas, new perspectives. It'll be better. The people who sincerely believe that. There's others, though, right? Within that same corporation, who are using it cynically, right? Like when you go to Pride, New York City Pride, the Pride March, the original Pride March, it is awash in corporate logos, and they are doing a PR stunt. First and foremost, like some of these companies, if you look at their actual records within the LGBT community, they ain't doing shit, right? Or
Right.
they're actively harming them in
So like
some
they're
ways.
only as left as it'll benefit them is essentially what you're
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, honestly, I
But
agree
I
with
think
that
it benefits them a
100%.
lot, though, right?
Yeah,
I
well,
think it can, but
it can,
to appear that they are more left than they are. So you can do good or you can act good. You can do good or you can say you are good, and you can do both, right? So I think there are some companies that are doing good that you never hear about. I think there are others who are doing good and letting you know that they are because they have commercials and letting you know. But that's fine, right? But then there's some companies that are they are saying they are doing good, right? And it's like fucking Wells Fargo. Got their fucking corporate logo. They don't give a shit, right? But they want that PR win. So I agree with you, Matt, when you're saying there's a benefit. Yeah, there's a PR benefit of doing exactly that.
Right. Well,
Oh.
and I just think I just think that the solution to this seems inherently obvious, though. Companies are never going to do what's more woke and left. You're absolutely right about that. They'll always pick the what's best for the business. So it just seems like the best thing to do is continue to move our policies left so that they benefit more from making these decisions to begin with. Like right now, you're right. A company like Coca-Cola can just make they just make like a commercial with two lesbians kissing, and it's like perfect. Now we're woke. Buy our fucking Coca-Cola
That's our
now.
commercial for the month. Let's go.
And that's what our society is deemed as good enough because it does boost their sales and it does get them what they want. It's that inclusivity that we don't want, but we fucking ask for it by not changing these things.
Yeah.
I just think we need to slowly work more left and give these companies
Conservatives
better
have
options.
I
conservatives have been
disagree.
So you're saying these companies are
I
kind of like drag
disagree.
queens working for $1?
companies at the end of the day, even privately owned companies, the dollar is and your profit
Tosh, I
margins
heard
are
that and I
usually the
hate
most
you.
important thing.
You didn't
No,
need to,
okay,
you
so
need to throw that in
here's
there.
the deal, all right?
Did I fuck up?
HR
God damn.
departments are incredibly socially progressive. And despite only being 6% of Americans who identify as progressive, a disproportionate amount of progressives are very highly educated and occupy positions of power within corporations, especially these HR departments. So I think when you look at these big companies in America, they tend to lean left of the average American. And that's not necessarily because like that's just because that's what's profitable. But if you look at something like Netflix, there's internal pressure, intense internal pressure from Netflix employees to not have the Dave Chappelle special be on their platform, right?
Can I ask,
And so
Taftaj?
that's going to have impact even when the market is saying that the Dave Chappelle special is something that they want. Yeah,
Can I ask, have you ever been like fired or anything like that from a company?
I've never been fired from a company, no.
The reason I say this is because you're right that HR departments are left until it is more convenient for them to not do it. Getting fired by a company, and HR is completely and wholly responsible for this in most big corporations. It comes from the top down. Most HR departments are absolutely trying to fuck you when they fire you. They're waiting for a small mistake that they can process through slow paperwork. Sometimes they're not required to tell you that they're processing that paperwork. Sometimes they don't like that you speak out, so they're waiting for you to make a mistake, and then that mistake is, jurisprudence for them to start processing termination paperwork. That's not. None of these are like
I think that's true, but I
socially.
don't think that's an indication of like a significant right wing bias. Something that Prime Kai said earlier was that corporations are conservative by nature. And I do agree with that to some extent because I think that corporations are hierarchical and meritocratic by nature. So I think those are values of the right wing.
Wait, what about wait, hold
Wait,
on.
wait.
I don't. We can never assign meritocratic towards conservatives because they've done everything in their power to like eliminate meritocracy in almost every way. Like, if it was all just about meritocracy, then they wouldn't have like created all of these race-based specific programs aimed at straight niggas, right? Like, for example, when you create these Jim Crow laws that are only going to be enforced on black people, that's not merit. When you do the drug war and the drug wars aimed directly at black people per Nixon's aid, like, then that's not merit. That's not merit, right? When you look at all of the things where we've talked about offsetting some of these ridiculous things like the crack cocaine disparity, all of a sudden they're like, I don't know, we can kind of still hold on to these things. When we start talking about like, yeah, let's make sure that like we're a little bit more equitable when it comes towards our education.
So very
It's
quickly,
like,
what I mean
let's
by
not do that.
meritocratic, just very quickly, is that like it's optimized towards the goal of producing money as opposed to like an ideological goal. So like I agree that like there are times when like conservatives were not at all meritocratic and like you're bringing up good examples of them where they're like they want corporations and government to optimize for something other than like turning a profit, right? Or just generating that kind of value. And so that would be an example of not engaging in meritocracy from the right. And the reason I bring this up in the case of like the left wing divide is because I think right now progressives want corporations to engage in a kind of social responsibility even if it's not beneficial to their bottom line. They have that expectation. And so that's what I mean when I say that like there's this like meritocratic goal, which is just like free market oriented. And I'm associating that with the right, even though the right also engages in many places with non-meritocracy. So that's why I use that word.
Okay.
But
I'd have to modify my
Why not
language.
profitability?
what is that?
Why not profitability versus meritocracy?
Yeah. So I think that like the goal of an organization, a corporation fundamentally, is just like survive. And the best way to do that is to engage in like profit seeking behavior, right? And so when you move outside of that goal, you're no longer selecting people for like their merit to the goal of organizational survival. And so you're selecting for something beyond just like merit to achieve that. And so that's why I chose meritocratic. I think you could quibble on the words, but just to like specify, that's what I'm meaning when I say that.
Would you agree that organizational survival does not necessarily um, have to be like the number one goal, or I should say that that maybe it's good that those organizations are making space for other priorities, right? So, what a uh, to maximize profit, right, would be to not rock the boat in any particular way. Period. Right. That would be uh, just catering to like the needs of the majority, right, and not worrying about any particular minority. But the fact that you are rocking the boat and upsetting some people, right, that there are some other priorities that might be fine to override the profit motive, at least even temporarily so. Is that okay? I hope I was clear. If I
It
wasn't,
was
please let me
clear.
know.
The very unsatisfying answers, I'm not sure. I'd have to think about it. And that's not even like in this conversation. I think just broadly philosophically, I don't know if I have like a good answer on this.
Trying to avoid absolutes, I think it's probably fair to say there's probably some companies out there who are going to engage in behavior that doesn't necessarily maximize their profit sometimes. I think that's probably fair to say that a lot of, especially the more actual left-leaning companies, the ones that
Like
try to stay
Netflix.
green, or yeah, like Netflix or whatever, what have you. I think it's fair to say that that's probably happening.
Or look at
Um,
like Twitter internal culture and like the total freak out from Twitter employees when finding out that Elon Musk might acquire the company. There is like a culture within Twitter that is incredibly, progressive. And we see that when Twitter comes down one way or the other on speech that's happening on the platform, it tends to fall in favor of the progressives when it's a borderline case, right?
well,
And so
I,
that would be an
go
example of progressives within a company cause the company to act more left wing than if it were purely profit motive driven. And the end result is like an accumulation of power for the progressive wing.
I think we have to also be a little more. I don't think that just the HR departments are going to be speaking for a whole company,
That's true.
especially when we're talking about big companies, Walmart, Amazon, etc. There's usually a board, and that board is usually where all the decisions come from. If you've ever had if you've ever went to Burger King and there's like that burger that's like the bun is black, the burger's black, the lettuce is black. Like I don't know what they're.
No.
If you've ever and
Oh,
you're
wow.
like, where the fuck did this come from? It's because there's these group of people, this board that's completely detached from the company, and their goal is just deliver a profit. And they will come up with these absolutely crazy things, and from the top down, they have to be executed. That's where I think these Coke campaigns come from. But I also think that that's where some of the more conservative decisions that companies make come from.
I mean,
At
a
the end
lot
of the
of
day, they're just
corporate
You
deciding
think
how
the
to
boards
cover
board came up
don't.
with that burger? I doubt it.
Yeah, probably not, right?
I
Because
mean,
like
if you can watch, have you ever seen? There's a documentary about this. It's Super Size Me 2. The first one is about him like eating the second one, he starts like a restaurant, and you can watch him go through it, and he explains, and you can see these people. They're sitting there. There's like these private executive chefs that are in like the 100th floor of these buildings, and all these board of people will do. It's legitimately just these people at the top. They'll just come up with these ideas, and the chef will make it for them, this like gourmet version of it. And if they decide they like it, they figure out how to mass produce it. And that's
this
exactly
is
where the black burger came from.
I don't want to like quibble too much, but like typically in corporate governance, it's like a bad idea to have the board making any decisions for the company. You don't actually want that because there's like conflict of interest. And so what usually happens is like the board will appoint people like the CEO,
Okay.
and they'll make these decisions. So
That's
this is
my
like that's very much like quibbling, but like yeah.
No, that's
It's
that's a
important.
pretty big difference. Yeah, that's a pretty big difference. It's not like the group of people on top who actually
Yeah.
have their pockets in the company. There is a degree of separation. But I still think that these groups of people, they're just thinking about the profit. And if it's a left thing, it's going to be a left thing. If it's a right thing, it's going to be a right thing. They don't give a shit about which side it is. It's just about the profit.
It's like those ads that we've seen
I'm
from
gonna switch over to Twitch really quick. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
sure.
By
It's
the
like
way,
those.
guys, I really need to head out, but
It's really
been
nice
lovely.
talking to you.
Yeah, you guys are such a great group. Prime Kais, thank you for sort of carrying the left wing at a lot of times. You did a good job. I appreciate it.
Oh,
Right.
that's awesome.
Bye.
All right.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, that was fun, guys. I'm going to say good night. I love you all. You're wonderful. Thank you for watching. Incredible, incredible viewers, incredible chatters, the best people, the people that make it worth it. Good night.